Welcome to the Mjpt Reboot Tournament here at Carnival City in Johannesburg. Plenty of action on the cards today. First off, at 2 p.m, we've got a mega satellite. That is a free roll satellite, which means you can win your way into day 1B of the freeze out, which starts at 7 p.m. Then, of course, day 1A and day 1B will join together on Friday morning at 11 a.m. and we will crown our very first winner of the Reboot series. Then we've also got day 2 of the Grand Slam coming up. You can, of course, catch all of that action on the live stream. You can catch it on Facebook, Twitch, and, of course, on YouTube. Stay tuned for more of the action. Welcome to the Mjpt Reboot Tournament here at Carnival City in Johannesburg. Plenty of action on the cards today. First off, at 2 p.m, we've got a mega satellite. That is a free roll satellite, which means you can win your way into day 1B of the freeze out, which starts at 7 p.m. Then, of course, day 1A and day 1B will join together on Friday morning at 11 a.m. and we will crown our very first winner of the Reboot series. Then we've also got day 2 of the Grand Slam coming up. You can, of course, catch all of that action on the live stream. You can catch it on Facebook, Twitch, and, of course, on YouTube. Stay tuned for more of the action. Welcome to the Mjpt Reboot Tournament here at Carnival City in Johannesburg. Plenty of action on the cards today. First off, at 2 p.m, we've got a mega satellite. That is a free roll satellite, which means you can win your way into day 1B of the freeze out, which starts at 7 p.m. Then, of course, day 1A and day 1B will join together on Friday morning at 11 a.m. and we will crown our very first winner of the Reboot series. Then we've also got day 2 of the Grand Slam coming up. You can, of course, catch all of that action on the live stream. You can catch it on Facebook, Twitch, and, of course, on YouTube. Stay
very solid player as well, and who hasn't joined us yet. I believe Chandra Deeb will be joining them as well. Also well known to everyone.
Yeah, Chandra is the empty seat, as we said at the moment. And we're just talking about the D here. And I'm actually just going to quickly pop out and brief the table on the do's and don'ts. And I'll leave you to anchor for the moment.
All right, thank you, Gary. Yeah, as Gary says, he's going to go out there. A lot of the players haven't played on the feature table before, and it's an adjustment to them. There's certain do's and don'ts. One of them is no phones over the table, which Gavin will be told shortly. Secondly, there's no metal objects allowed on the table because it interferes with the RF readers. And then they have to get the players used to putting their cards in those boxes, nicknamed the Bozo boxes because David didn't put his cards in the boxes often enough, just out of forgetfulness and using his own regime of where he puts his cards normally. So the players have to get used to that. They have to put their cards in the box so that we can pick them up. And then all the other do's and don'ts of the table that Gary will run through with the players, just to familiarize them with that. Henny, of course, will be no stranger to it. Abdulessa also no stranger to the feature table. The other players will pick it up pretty quickly, and we'll be underway very shortly. And as I say that, Gary's rejoining me in the booth, and we can get on with the commentary.
Hopefully you didn't hear much of what I said.
Not too much.
Okay,
I think I spoke over it, Gary.
Excellent, excellent. There was no bad language, just a bit assertive. So the question about telephones is officially they're not allowed at the feature table, but Henny Apu has turned his back and he's away, so we kind of tolerate it. People do still have to have communication with their family, etc. Obviously, Vegan Das doesn't speak English.
Yeah, clearly not. He hasn't understood the rule.
He should understand the rules, and the Vegan Das and I go back a while. So anyhow, well, if it becomes a problem, we'll deal with it. Anyhow, welcome to our feature table. Welcome to day 2 of the main event, the blue ribbon event of the reboot of the Monster Jam Poker Tour, here from the beautiful East Rand and Carnival City.
100%, Gary, and I think that table just got a whole lot tougher with the addition of Henny Appel and Abdulessa from the original players that were seated there.
I wouldn't have been happy to see them come in either, trust me.
No, I think the other players looked at them coming and thought, oh no.
So off and running, hand number 1. The blinds are at 500, 1,000. There is a big blind ante in play at 1,000 also. And Henny Apple's picked up King 10 under the gun.
Yeah, and you mentioned the blinds now, and with the 50k starting stack, if you jumped in now, you've still got 50 bigs.
Yeah, plenty of room, and a lot of players jumped in this morning. That's apparently the Lithuanian flag, huh?
All right, so
I don't know, I wouldn't know.
I wouldn't know, so is that what Vigandas is putting in there?
Well, he didn't put his cards in the box, and they've moved on. Chandra's gone, everybody's gone.
Gavin's folding as well. It's run to
1,600 more.
Ivan
So Chandra
Bakiri.
is folded by default because he's not here. And Gavin,
Oh, Gavin actually called from there. We didn't see that.
no, we didn't see him call. Max with in the big blind is
Check his option.
decided to come along for the ride, and we'll call the 600.
All right. Right, so we're off to let's see. You see the graphics has changed. Gavin didn't come along for the ride.
Ah, okay, Gavin didn't. 2-8 Queen.
So nothing for the King 10s either. Max has picked up a gut shot draw, but the King 10s are both still ahead.
The battle of the King 10s.
Henny's going to check. Right, and there's the
There's a gut
golden
shot
card
draw.
for Max. So Max
Yeah.
has now picked up his straight.
He's got his straight, yes.
And the other
Max
two
has
have
checked it.
open-ended, so he may get some action here. It's check to Henny. He was the original aggressor. He's going to lead out.
That's a 5.
And I think Ivan won't fold because he's got the up and down.
Ivan, bottom left of your picture.
He
He's
calls,
decided
and
to have
now
a piece.
Max has got to decide, does he raise at this point with the nut straight, or does he just gently suck them in for a few more?
The latter.
Yeah, he's just flat called there. Well played by Max.
We'll see if it's well played. It is indeed well played. Of course, scare card when the board pairs, always.
Yeah, but
Max is golden here.
I don't think he gets anything more from them because neither of them hit, unless he checks and gets Henny to bluff.
And that's his only chance.
He's looking at his chips though. I think it might go bet fold to everyone because nobody has actually made anything there.
And then what's he put in? A 9,000 into that pot, yeah? Yeah, 9,000. And
Yeah, good
that,
value
should,
bet.
that should get rid of them all.
But I don't think there's anything for them there. And his chips come off his cards, they go into the muck. And Max will take down a nice pot first up.
Hand number 1, action.
So well played by Max there. By checking, he got Henny to bet and Ivan to call. He picked up an extra 10,000 from that.
He did indeed. Nice play. Nice play, guys. Well done.
Right, so we're going to move on to hand number 2 of the day. Button will be on Ivan. Max will be in the small blind. Henny in the big blind. And Vigandas will be under the gun.
Vigandas, best player in Lithuania.
As he likes to constantly remind us.
So I am going to make a prediction here. When Vigandas has a hand, he will bet with the figure 7 in the bet size.
Somewhere there if he can.
That's his thing. You heard it here, folks. Let's see if we're right. I'm probably completely off the mark here.
Yeah, it looks like Chandra Deeb has joined the table as well. She's taken her spot up at the top there.
And Chandra is has got game, though.
Yeah,
she can play.
I've played a lot against Chandra. She's a very good player.
Yeah.
She folds her first hand.
And Chandra not shy at the table either. She mixed it up with the boys.
Absolutely.
And has an opinion, trust me.
She's never going to be intimidated by the guys, and if they think they're going to push her around because she's a lady at the table, they've got a rude awakening coming.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, Max with the Jack 7 here is going to come along. That's a call in the small, so he completes, and it's the option with Henny who checks it, so 3 ways to the flop here.
Yeah, in a limp pot here.
So the Queen has got the best of it here with Vigandas.
Yeah, Vigandas has got the best of this, and if he bets this, he'll probably take the pot down right now. Nothing really for the other 2 players.
So that's going to go bet, fold, fold.
Fold. Right, so we move on to hand number 3, Gary. We're picking up a bit of speed here and everything settling down to normal again after a little bit of franticness this morning.
Yeah, we had a little bit of drama this morning. I must just share with the folks out there in the internet waves. Well, we'd had all these players on the table, and then all our systems went down. So we kicked them all off the table to an outer table, and then all our systems came back up again, and we brought them back to the table with about 2 minutes to spare. That's kind of the nutshell version.
Yeah, with a little bit of panic going on in the background from the tech boys, but they managed to sort it out, so well done to them.
Yeah, they keep the job for another day, huh?
For another day.
Yeah, they're on day-to-day basis now, these contracts. I'm sick of a lot of them.
On final warning they are.
Oh, they start on a final warning with me. I'm a tough taskmaster.
So no 3 strikes and you're out, Gary?
No, it's just a strike.
Just 1 strike and
That's
gone.
it, yeah. Welcome to the team. You're on a final written warning.
Right, so Max will be on the button in this hand. Abdul under the gun folds. It's round to Chandra. And she's found a nice hand to open her tournament here on the feature table.
So what does she raise that up to? 2.5? So 2.5x.
Gavin was thinking about it. Ivan likes to play suited cards, gap connectors, etc. So he's going to call.
He has. Max gets out of the way.
He reckons if he hits, it's well disguised.
And Henny on the 10-7 here will get out of the way.
Funny enough, he had the spades that Ivan has as well.
And Vigandas looks like he's going to chuck in a few chips, and we'll have 3 players to the flop.
Yeah, he's going to protect his big blind.
2, 10, 8. So no actual help for any of the players.
Ivan picks up
8.
second pair, yeah. So, but Chandra being the aggressor will continue.
I'm going to have a word with Abdul about wearing that shirt at the table.
Yeah,
it's actually quite offensive.
Yeah, Ivan's going to call straight away. He's going to reckon that that's not in her range to have hit that board.
And I think that's a fair assumption.
Turn brings the scare card, the flush draw.
Of course, clubs do get there now.
It's gone check, check. Now Ivan's going to lead out, and it's going to be tough for Chandra to continue, yeah?
16,000 in the
And
pot.
she has to fold.
What was Ivan's bet there?
I didn't see what he put in. I think it was around 5,000.
Okay, so half size. It was 10k in the pot.
Because he just pushed one chip in and then it hit into the other chips, splashed into the pot, so it was difficult to pick up.
Okay, so the trademark sunglasses of Max are now in place. It wouldn't be the same without him.
The stoic look coming on.
And there you go. Sun International Monster Jam Poker Tour. Brought to you today by the great people of Cardstream.
Yeah, and a wonderful job that they do as well.
Thank you very much, he says. Okay, so Chandra will be our under the gun player to right of picture.
Right, so and she's picked up another playable hand. She's chosen to just limp in this time with a slightly weaker hand.
Ace 10.
Gavin's folded. I think Ivan will play.
Yeah, Ivan picks up a couple of pictures here. So, Queen 10 is one of my favourite hands. So, let's see if Max is going to just limp in or what he's going to do.
Max will limp in as well. Run to Henny with 9-2 off on the button.
I think,
get rid of that.
Yeah, I don't think the button's going to be too valuable. Completion here from Vegan Das and
on to Abdul in the big blind.
yeah, and Abdul is a very experienced player here. So I don't know what Abdul's got.
Decided to check his option with a weak hand.
Yeah, indeed it is. So our flop will bring us 2-5-8.
So no help for anyone there really. The ace 10 is still statistically ahead.
Yeah, ace high is ahead, as you say. Chandra.
We checked round to Ivan. Benched to Max on the button. He checks as
Interesting.
well.
It's all very cagey here. First off.
Yeah, I think they're still feeling one another out. Vigan does picks up
So does Ivan.
the jack, but Ivan has got him dominated. So you'll see that not a good percentage for Vigandas to win there.
Ivan looks like he's already picking up chips for raising here.
Vigandas is laid out. Chandra's folded. And there comes the raise from Ivan.
The
as
moral of the
expected.
story, Ivan, when you're watching this back, is don't pick your chips up until you're ready. The
Yes.
other players have bet.
And he knows better than that. A little bit of ring rust perhaps.
Yeah, a little rookie move there.
Vigandas has hit the top pair on the board now, so he's not going to fall too easily to a min re-raise.
Vegan does can get quite stubborn, let me tell you.
And he's not getting stubborn, which is quite amazing.
And he is the big stack at the table. It's worthy of note, 121,000.
So Ivan picks up the second pot in a row.
And I don't know if Vegan Dust will know Ivan. But
Probably not, because Ivan hasn't been around for a few years on the major stage.
no, not at all.
So, you know, he goes back a couple of years. Those that have been around for a while did play quite a bit against Ivan, but for the last few years he hasn't really played any of the major tournaments. So Vigandas probably hasn't played much against Ivan.
Well, I pride myself on knowing at least 90% of all the players in South Africa, and Ivan and I don't know each other. I know who he is, but I don't know him.
Yeah, you haven't played much with him either.
I don't think
all.
I've ever played at a table with him, to be honest. So he is one of the 10%,
All right.
which I'm rectifying very quickly. But yeah, so we're off to the next hand, hand number 5 on the feature table. Gavin, bottom right of your screen, is the under the gun player. He's the short stack at the table, but I think he's got about 35 bigs, so in no danger at this moment in
Yeah,
time.
he's a fairly solid player, Gavin.
Raised to 3,500.
Raised up with the nines. The Choc 99 hand, or the ice cream hand as you're calling it now.
That is the ice cream hand, for those at home who don't know. The 99 Chocky, the softy with a flake, is a 99. Vegan Dust with the King Queen comes along with a 3,500 call. And the actions with Abdul Ezza, one of the Ewok clan, from Peter Marisburg.
He's debating it, and let's go of the weak ace.
If you had to put money on an each way bet to come in the top 3, Abdul would be in your top 3 for sure. In this event, I think Abdul's got a very good
He's got a serious
rep
track record.
and a very good track record.
And he
indeed.
actually took down the monster, the freeze that ended on last night as well.
He did indeed, and he ran reasonably deep in the Grand Slam.
Yeah, so
Not wasting any time away from Marisburg here, Peter Marisburg, eh?
no, he's making good use of his time up here.
Okay, so pocket nines lead the way here. We've got a flop in play, 4, 6, 7, a rainbow. Gavin's got a bet out here with his nines,
Yeah, he's got the overpair.
and Vegan Dust will get out of the way, and Gavin will pick up that pop for his trouble. Well done. Gavin's a nice guy, nice solid guy, and, and a gentleman.
Good solid player. Well, you're ever the gentleman at the table. I've played quite a lot with Gavin as well.
And I mean, talking to gentlemen, they're all gentlemen at this table. Vegan Dust used to be a bit of a pest.
He was a rogue at one point.
But I think he found the maturity button.
I think he relinquished the adult refreshments, and
there you go.
That is
what a wonderful way of putting it. Yeah. So yeah, Vegan Dust is a nice character down at the table, and once he gets chatting away and comfortable, he's actually quite dry.
Yeah, he's got that dry sense of humour. It was the adult refreshments that pushed him just over the top.
Yeah, dear, dear. And of course, Henny Apple, top left there, king of the ballies, and he knows that he and I are very, very good friends.
But watch Henny, he's ever focused. He's constantly watching all the players, watching their hands, watching their body language.
Okay, you know, I mean, Henny is a high-stakes player.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to get at.
We've played a lot of cash with Henny, and, you know, Henny will be wanting to win this for sure.
100%. And like I said, he's there already looking at the players that he hasn't played much with. He's played with a lot of them, and he's just noting quickly, making mental notes.
Yeah, I mean, for example, Abdul will be very well known to him, but conversely, he might not know Gavin, Sardinia or Sandra too well, and because they don't mix in the same circles in terms of the tournaments. They're normally high rollers and big cash games.
Yeah, I don't think
like.
he's played too much against them. He will have played against Ivan back in the day. He knows Max quite well.
Yeah, I all know Max. Max has been around a long time.
Yeah, and got a couple of trophies in Max's showcase at home.
Yeah, I remember. Max and I were heads up for a trophy once. I think it was a Monster Jam Turbo or something. I won it, and he was second or third. I can't remember. Port Elizabeth a few years ago.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's got a Royal Rumble under his belt and a few other tournaments.
That is my only Monster Jam trophy, by the way.
Okay, well,
I have to polish it every day, I've got to tell you.
Well, my Monster Jam trophy case is still standing empty, Gary.
Okay, all right, so I'm one up there. We'll take it. Ace 10 here, and not very good because obviously the king is ahead here from Abdul. The option is with Vegan Dust, and he's obviously checked his option, and Abdul has bet at, and that'll be a fold. Yeah. Quite conservative play, no real big action as yet. I mean, we started off on the Grand Slam yesterday with monster hands.
Absolutely, but you know, the players will settle in. They played last night. They're going to resettle into the day. Maybe an adjustment for a few of them that haven't played on the feature table before.
Yeah.
It's all new to them.
Here's the chip count quickly. Nobody in the danger zone. 39 is playable by anybody's imagination.
And let me tell you, it's quite scary coming to a feature table. I remember the very first All Africa I played, I walked in and they put me straight on the feature table. And yeah, it can be quite scary. Quite scary to a newer player, and I was a very new player at the time.
Yeah, you know, I don't know. I think we're all made differently, I suppose. And one thing's for sure, and I will challenge anybody to this: when you sit on the feature table, your game changes. I don't care who you are, your game changes.
Absolutely, because you're aware of everybody's watching you.
That's right, of course, you know, and you don't want to make mistakes, and you become a little bit more wary or a little bit more chatty. Depends how flamboyant you are or whatever the case may be, but trust me, everybody's game changes in one small way or another.
Yeah, and I'd only been playing for a year at the time, so it was, and I sat down with some real heavy hitters.
Yeah, we have the box seat here. You know, we get to watch every single person who plays at the feature table. We watch their game, we can read their soul, the whole piece. So we're in good shape to make this comment and these observations. And of course, I mean, I've played hours on feature tables as well.
Yeah,
and my game changes as well. I mean, I don't want to let myself down either. And it's a subconscious thing sometimes.
Very much so. I mean, even now, so many years later, now that I've got all the experience in that, I'm on a feature table, it does change your play.
Absolutely. All right, so let's get back to what's happening here. So the original raid was by Abdul in the cutoff, so it was limp round to him. Ivan's called it off with a 6-4 and a big defending. And Henny's now with the action, he's folded, so it's back to Vegan Dust in the hijack, and he's going to play the 2-5 with the Queen Jack. And Vegan Dust is currently ahead here, so let's see what the 3 of the flop bring us. Well, there's a couple of diamonds, so Abdul will be happy to see that.
Yeah, he's picked up the flush draw. Bottom pair for Ivan. Nothing really for Vegan does.
On this corner, it's actually tearing. It's not even big. It's tearing. The card's even tearing. It's not even big. It's the skin of the structure. Can you see?
Chandra pointing out to the dealer, she says there's a card that's tearing or splitting open. So we'll have to check that out.
6,200.
Okay.
I think Gary might leave the commentary booth for a minute to go and have a good look at that. So I'll keep the viewers informed while he does so.
They want to bring a new dirt.
Right, so Abdul has bet 6,200 into the pot with his flush draw. Ivan has got bottom pair. He's going to fold his bottom pair. Vigandas had nothing there, and Abdul will take down the pot with the flush draw. Right, so Gary has just stepped out to go and check the cards. These cards are actually very sophisticated cards. They have RF readers inside where they split open. And so when they go over the boxes that they can actually pick up the signal. So if you actually split the card apart, which I've had the privilege to see, it's quite interesting to see the hardware in them that transmits the signal. Right, meanwhile we move on to hand number 8 of the day. Henny Apple will be under the gun, so we've done a full round rotation round. Max will be back in the big blind. Ivan Bakiri in the small blind where we started off this morning. The dealer will just set all the cards out. We've had to change the deck. There was a split card. So while we wait for the dealer to just sort out the cards, he'll have to just go check through them that all the cards are correct, as he must do as the dealer, and then do his little shimmy shuffle before he starts shuffling up. I'm sure Gary will join me again. We can maybe fill the viewers in with a bit of other information while we're waiting.
Yeah, the cards are actually got an antenna inside of them, and the antenna is a little bit like a sort of spiral of silver paper. It's the sort of thing you would find inside of a security tag at a shop, and basically underneath each of the numbered boxes there's a reader, and reads each one of those as an independent signal, and that signal will indicate to the reader what those cards are.
Yeah, I was explaining a little bit to the viewers while you were out there as to why the deck needed to be changed now and that, and I think quite a costly pack of cards. You know, these cards are imported from the US, and not a cheap story to replace a deck of those cards.
Okay, so Wadili is now just going to shuffle these up very, very quickly.
Abdul just checking that all the cards are there. He wants to make sure, as is his right. This is why the dealer spreads the cards out.
Okay, apologise for the delay there, and we'll get moved on.
Yeah, Gary, I was just telling the viewers that that's not a cheap deck of cards.
Yeah, I don't know, did you mention price?
I didn't mention
Okay,
price, I
good.
just said they were imported from the US,
Yeah.
and that it wasn't a cheap affair to change them.
Yeah, the price of a small home.
Especially from rands to dollars.
Yeah, for sure. They are extremely expensive, these cards. And fortuitously, we have considerate players who don't think they're playing baccarat and keep bending them on the edges, etc., etc.
Yeah, the players have to get used to that as well, that go onto the feature table, that they must take a little more care with the cards, because otherwise they're going to damage them, and it's going to be a timely affair to change them out, and a costly one as well.
Yeah, and I have to pay.
Yeah, unfortunately, Gary, the card stream are the ones that
And if you
supply the
damage
cards.
them and you ruin them, my family just doesn't eat for a week, you know.
Yes,
That's how it is.
it's terrible. They take the food right out of your children's mouths, Gary.
Are terrible people, terrible people. All joking aside, expensive item of kit, but necessary for what we do here. And just so everybody knows, the half an hour watershed has elapsed, and the 2 streams are now appearing. Sorry, the 3 streams are now appearing on Twitch. on YouTube and of course on Facebook. We have been looking at the Facebook issue. We've listened to all the comments that come back. The problem with Facebook is absolutely 100% not at this end.
Right,
And
so something to do
I
with
tried to
this.
ring Mark Zuckerberg direct. He wasn't answering his phone, so we put him a comment on the forum, and we're just waiting to see if we can get an answer back from the forum. Henny Apple wakes up here with Pocket Kings with a new deck,
Under
so
the
he'll be a
gun.
happy bunny.
Yeah, he's going to like the new deck. So let's see how much Henny raises from under the gun. Put the 4 chips on the back of the cards. His telltale sign that he's going to play this hand.
Standard procedure for Henny.
It is a 2,600 raise.
And he's raised it up to 2,600, 2.6x. Jack 4 goes into the muck from Chandra. On to Gavin with the suited connectors. He's having a look at the players that are still behind him and decides he'd like to see a flop.
And at this table, the reputations of Henny Apple, Abdul, Essa will precede them. People will be worried about the big players. You know, they are recognised top players in South Africa. Max wakes up here with the 7s, so he's definitely coming along for a look here. He's off set mining.
Yeah, he's set mining. Unfortunately, Ivan has a 7 as well with the A7, so Max is drawing to a single 7 if he wants to find his set.
And I don't know if Henny's going to be happy or unhappy that we've got all these players to the flop. And 2 jacks on the flop will not be a welcome sight for those kings. Let's see what the action is.
Yeah, he's going to check it because of the amount of players in the hand. It's always going to be a little bit wary when there's that many players in the hand. And then, of course, Ivan has now actually outdrawn the kings.
Quite possibly the worst card you could ever have seen if you're Henny Apple.
Max has the only club.
Yeah.
So it's gone check, check. So Max has a free chance to find the club.
Well, Gavin could bet here and take this down, believe it or not.
Yeah, with the 6-5 off, he'll check behind. The 6-5 suited, not his suit that's there though.
Wow.
Wow, and there's the money card for Henny. Max will check. Henny will now bet.
11 in the pots. I reckon 5 or 6 here maybe. Just get a bet.
Yeah, Gavin's a quick folder. Ivan might pay him off with having hit the ace and the ace for the jacks with the king kicker. He's going to look at it.
He bets 6, 7, 18 in the pot. So he's 3 to 1 his money here, just under.
Yeah, I think it's going to be tough for Ivan to fold this.
He's peeling off the calling chips.
He's a good player, Ivan, so he's running it through his mind, but he has made the call. It was always going to be tough for him to fold
Max will
there.
fall and Henny will show the
He's
full
going to
house.
show his kings full. And Ivan's going to say, I'll let you get there. Should have bet the turn.
Yeah, absolutely. But there you go.
Actually get king.
So
I even get there. You got shocked.
Henny rakes in a nice profitable pot.
I don't know what to do with it.
Abdul says you've got kings. He says, sometimes I get them. I don't know what to do with them, but I get them.
Change it again.
Yeah, as we often say to Cole jokingly when we play our home game, did those burn your hands? Not used to seeing him playing with those cards. Right, so Vigendas will be under the gun for this hand. Max in the small blind, Henny in the big blind, and Ivan will be on the button.
So I'm just typing a response here. Gert Borshoff says, morning Gary, let's do this. Watching you from a hot sunny Durban, chilling next to the pool. Roger that, buddy. Have a great day.
Yeah, what a lovely way to sit and watch streaming.
You're nearly as lucky as us, eh?
Absolutely.
Sat in a box.
We're sitting in a nice air-conditioned box here, so it's not too bad.
We're sat
Nice
in
and
a box.
comfortable.
We're not sat by the pool, mate. We're sat in a box.
Yeah, but we've got a good picture in front of us.
We get to see the inner soul of all these wonderful poker players.
100% Gary, invaluable information as always.
Storing it away like a chipmunk with big cheeks.
Meanwhile, Abdul had raised the Jack 9 off after Big and Dusted limped in.
And that's a move you will not see from some of the other players at this table.
No, and that's what he's known for, is to put a little bit of pressure.
And Abdul can steal from under the gun, you know that.
Yeah, absolutely. That was from under the gun +1.
Yeah, so he's just warming up.
Yeah. You know, there was an old thing online where we used to joke when players used to just race from the button and then suddenly this under the gun stealing came. We used to say it was the new Cape Town button when young Muaz and them were all stealing from under the gun.
So I get a message here from Hilly. He says, good morning, peeps. And then Gert says, we have no sound on the stream. Don't know. I'll get the boys to look at that. And then he says, Hilly says, no sound. And then Gert says, sound is on now. So this is half an hour ago. So obviously that was when we were just setting up the stream. Anyhow, no need to adjust your sets. Apparently it's all working.
Right, meanwhile we move on to the next hand. Ivan Pekiri has limped in from the cutoff with Queen 8. Any uphill in the small blind with Ace 10 off.
Thank you. Can't get chips here. Don't wanna get kicked out. I can't get chips on
Trademark 4 chips go onto the back of his cards.
anything. All eyes on me.
So Henny's deciding what to do here. Henny's in the small blind, so he knows he's just got to get through the big blind. So he decides that he's just going to flat this off.
Yeah, because Ivan limped in from the cutoff as well.
Yeah.
Big and Dust has flopped big here.
Yeah, he's got trip 9s here.
He's going to check it. It's going to
He's
go
trying to induce a bet from one of the other players.
checked all the way around. He's waiting for one of them to catch a little something.
And there's the little something for Henny to catch.
Yes, for Henny and for Ivan as well. Ivan has picked up a straight flush draw.
Yes, indeed he has. Wow, I didn't see that.
So Ivan won't be folding in a hurry.
1,700.
He's definitely calling.
It's a snap.
Snap call.
And Henny with his 10 has got to be thinking, well, I can't be good here.
I don't think he thinks he's good. He's just working out the
Oh,
price.
he's going to fold. He's
Yeah.
gonna fold. Yep. Solid play. 5 outs only though for Ivan,
Those are the diamonds that were folded.
and that's not one of them. So
Big and Dust's 9s are still good. He's tripped 9s.
this will go bet and fold.
Yeah, he's working out his bet sizing here.
7 in the pot, so he's probably going to bet something like 3 or 4.
Yeah, I reckon.
Unless he wants to go bluffy, and then he'll put it up to 5 or 6.
3,700.
Yeah, 3 or 4. That's the right size. But unfortunately,
Ivan didn't get there.
yeah,
So
Ivan missed everything. So
yeah, the really bad card for Ivan would have been a diamond that brought the house for.
and we just
Big
like
and
to
Dust.
thank Abdul for your appearance, albeit a cameo appearance on the feature table, and we will bid you farewell.
Right, so we're going to move on to our next hand. Henny will be on the button, Big and Dust in the small blind, and now Chandra becomes the new big blind, post the ante as well. So Abdul has been moved to one of the outer tables. So we're down to 6-handed.
So Abdul will have gone to the outer tables, as you say, Mark. That's the balance in act we play. So he got 10-hand cameo appearance on the feature table.
Yeah, he's had a lot of time on the feature table over the last few days.
Trust me, none of the players at this table will be unhappy that he's leaving.
No. Maybe breathe a sigh of relief that a little bit of pressure is eased.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, back to the action. Ivan here with the Lebanese aces.
Hijack position.
So we'll see a small bet here.
Yeah, he's going to raise.
Max will come along, I'm sure.
Yeah, Max likes to play King Queen.
And he will not hang around for long there, even on the button. And then he will know this is a long grind, the main event.
And Big and Dust has had Jack 9 a few times this morning and won 2 pots with it, so he will come along for the ride.
Maybe it's his new favourite hand.
It might. Oh, he's actually going to raise with it.
There we go. Like that move. Like it a lot.
It's a strong move.
7,700. 5,500.
Back to the original raiser, Ivan Pekiri. He's going to let go of his Jack 9. And Max is going to fold his king queen.
Well,
So it's a good strong play by Vigandas there out of the big blind.
now he's talking it up, of course.
Yeah, he's greatly increasing the value of that hand.
Good for him.
Unfortunately, Vigandas, in half an hour's time, the players will find out.
Yeah, you naughty boy.
Right, so the button moves on to Vigandas.
So we're still on level 6
Well,
here, Mark.
it's on Henny. You've got to be very careful of where it is here. No, it has moved to Vigandas. The reflection in the side screens, as we've discussed previously on the stream, sometimes throw us a little off where the button is.
So 40-minute levels, and we're on level 6, so 500, 1,000, 1,000 the big blind ante. And the late registration is up until level 11, so if you're out there in the internet wave land and you fancy a little stab at the main event here, come on down, come and join us, and we'd be delighted to see you.
Ivan's limped to 8-3 suited under the gun. And he folds as well. Max folded. Throw out to Chandra, she completes.
Like that hand. Like that hand.
So up to Gavin in the big blind with a Jack-3 offsuit.
Chandra seems somewhat disinterested this morning. Maybe she's watching other events somewhere else.
She's focusing her attention outwards. Is Gavin contemplating a little steal here because it's been limped to him?
And he should be considering a little steal as it's limped to him.
He decides against it. A bit wary of the under-the-gun limper, I think.
Perhaps. Let us see. Well, there's the queen in the window for Chandra. And she has top pair here.
She has top pair with a gut shot. Gavin also has a gut shot draw.
Where is 3,000?
So check from Chandra. 3,000 fold. And Chandra also folds, and Gavin will pick that up. Nice little bet there. Good
Yeah.
move.
Gavin bets just on the draw and takes the hand down. Chandra was actually quite a while ahead. As I said, Gavin's a good solid player. He contemplated and they were watching him.
Well, there's also an overcard on the flop there that he can rep, so
Absolutely.
which is what he did, exactly what he did, and she got away from it.
Yeah, and also his action pre-flop, he looked like he wanted to raise and then eventually he didn't raise. So all that goes into the players' minds as well, and they think, all right, he actually did hit hard.
All part of the picture, all part of the story.
Story must make sense, Gary.
Indeed it must. Indeed it must. Your story must make sense. Once upon a time, and they all lived happily ever after.
But I think like around the poker table, there's no happily ever after for everybody. Somebody's always going to be unhappy. One happy player, one unhappy player.
Okay, so we're on to the next hand. And Maxi left the picture with the trademark sunglasses will be your under the gun player, and it'll be 1,000 to call. You see the big blind ante in there from seat number 1 from
A nice suited ace for Maxi under the gun.
yeah. So he's going to fire from here by the look of it.
Yeah, six-handed. He's going to raise.
2,700.
And he will like those cards.
2,700. Now bear in mind for the people at home that in seat 1 here we've got we've got a big blind and we've got a big blind ante, so that's 2,000 for Ivan. So when Max puts in 2-7, that's in the player's mind, and that's the dynamic we talk about.
Absolutely, and the two players have come along already. The Queen Jack suited of Henny.
So already he's getting 3 to 1 his money.
Star Wars hand for Vigandas.
Aha, the fours be with you.
Folded round to Gavin.
And Gavin's going to get out of the way here.
Let's have a look what Ivan has in the big blind. Will he defend?
And you know,
Yeah, he
normally
says, "I'm priced in."
that's a fold, but he's priced in and he's got soldiers in the field, which is my point. You know, that's subconscious. I already put 2,000 in. You know,
Yeah, he has one of the fours that Vigandas would have been looking for set mining.
2 to 8.
And there the defending with value has paid off for Ivan.
Nice one, Ivan. Interesting. We've had a few occasions where players have had peculiar cards and ended up flopping big. I mean, Viga does for the 9s earlier.
Yeah, and Max is going to continue because he was the original raiser. He hasn't found anything on that flop.
Where is 4,000?
Henny will get away quickly.
Vigadas will do the same.
Vigadas might get sticky. You never know with him because he might think you've got ace queen, ace king. My 4s are still good.
Yeah. I think it's a fair call from him, but
He'll fold.
he's proved to be pretty tight so far. And of course, the question is, does Ivan raise
Oh,
now?
no, Ivan just goes all in, puts the baby in straight away.
That surprises me.
I don't know if he's scared of the flush draw, or he's trying to rep a flush draw. It is quite a surprising move.
Yeah, Max will go through the process in his head, but this is a fold. You know, when a player like that goes in all in, you know, if you've got aces or kings, call. If not, let's just move on. Max taps the table.
Well, Ivan had 25.1 there, and he gets a gain of 12.8 on that. So there was 16 odd in the pot. It's an over the pot bet, they're all in. Possibly protecting against the flush draw.
Okay, so Gavin is still our small stack, but still operating quite comfortably on 38 bigs. And Vigadas with 116,000. Starting stack was 50 in this, I believe, Mark. Yeah?
Yeah, so he's got well over the double the starting stack. So he had a good evening last night.
So I'd like to see him sort of flex those big stack muscles a little bit more, to be honest. But I don't know if that's his style or not. You know?
Well, he did so with the Jack-9 in the big blind already.
Yeah, I suppose so.
That was a fairly strong move.
Maybe I'm just used to watching other players play who are a bit more
Yeah,
flexy with their muscles, shall we say.
I think they flexed him a little bit more. He might open up a little bit more now that Abdul is away from his left-hand side.
Yeah, of course, that was hindering him somewhat. Just quickly, there's a Monster Stack Turbo starting at 5 PM this evening. And that is a re-entry tournament. It's a 2-day event, so finishes on Sunday. 4K will get you into that. If you don't fancy that and you've had the day with the kids and you want to come play on Sunday, well then the semi-free starts at 2 PM. That's a single re-entry, 1-day event, and that'll cost you 3,000 South African rands and take you through to the close of play on Sunday, as will this main event.
Yeah, quite a lot of other action still here. Now the ace-9 has been raised from the hijack by Vigandas.
And Ivan's favourite hand, the 2s.
It's Gavin Sodini's first to speak on the button with the king-9 off.
Ah, I'm sure I saw Ivan had pocket 2s there.
Yeah, we may well get to him. He's next to speak.
Yes, he
There's
is.
the pocket
We
2s.
were getting ahead of ourselves.
2,700 total.
Max in the big blind.
The previous hand, of course, he had 3 2s.
Max is also going. You see, this is where players defend quite widely now.
Because they have soldiers in the field.
And it paid off for Ivan in the previous hand. So let's see if this pays off for Max.
Well, King 3. Let's look if Max is going to get anywhere with King 3. There's
Well,
the 3.
there's a 3 already.
Unfortunately for him, 2 of the other players have got overcards.
Yeah, but Vigandas has got the best of this with the ace-9. But unfortunately for Gavin, he's sitting with king-9.
Yeah, that's a bit unfortunate. Let's see.
So whatever Vigandas bets here, Gavin's not folding.
5,700.
Gavin's going through the permutations. He said, I've got top pair, second kicker. Should I be re-raising this guy and sending a message? Or should I be flatting? Or should I think he flopped a set? Do I want to start crossing swords with the big stack? Or do I want to make a message and put out some big chips? He's counting out those 5,000 chips.
Yeah, that's not looking like a call. Gavin plays strong poker, so he's probably re-raising here.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
16,200.
Alright, the twos get out the way quickly, the king 3 gets out the way. Back to Vigandas.
So now Vigandas has got to go through the process. I don't think he can fold. I don't know.
Well, he's going to run through the same process. Has he flopped a set? Does he have 2 paired? Is he on a flush draw?
How much of his stack has he put in and how much is behind?
Yeah, he's got to go through all of that process.
How much? 10,500.
Wow.
Good
Well
strong
played.
play by Gavin. As I explained to you, and he's going to show the 9, which is not going to impress Vigandas because he said I also had one of those.
That's what he's telling him.
Ace 9. Ace 9.
Yeah, and you know, for me, although I mean, obviously Gavin was just being polite there by showing the 9. For me, I don't like showing your cards there. You know,
Yeah, that's one of the situations where I wouldn't have shown,
no, not at all.
because you've re-raised him on that and got him off probably a strong hand, so I'd rather not show it.
Yeah, yeah. And you'll remember that next time, and you'll get called off.
Exactly.
And your rep is out the window. So,
Well, there's the counter to that. If you play the counter psychology, that the next time when you've got a set, you re-raise him, he's going to play you off.
yeah. What does he think? I think he thinks of
Here
him.
we go through that whole process again. It just depends on what level you're playing at, and
Yeah, for
whether
sure.
you can actually
sure.
play those mind games.
Yeah, I suppose my head is still with the Grand Slam tournament yesterday, and some of the fun and games in the high-level poker we saw there.
Yeah, no,
And I mean that with the greatest respect to the players at the table here.
but it's different levels because you're playing with a much deeper stack.
Different size buy-ins, different people, there's so many different contributory
Permutations.
factors in that. So no disrespect to the players at the table.
Right, so Gavin in the cutoff for the pocket threes.
And he's going crab hunting.
As you can see, Gavin's playing a strong game here. He's raised up,
Well,
re-raised, and he's not
The
limping
one
into
thing for
anything.
sure is he will not be getting a set because Ivan and Max both had 3s.
So you'll have to play it in a different way to take down the pot,
Yeah.
because there will be overcards on the flop.
Henny's going to play this ace-10.
3,000, sir.
Why, that's strong.
Oh, here we go. Henny's having a little chat.
So now the good thing about Henny is he engages you in that slow, lazy drawl of his, and he talks to you, and he just sucks the information out of you.
All I'm going to say is, for the viewers at home, finish this sentence. Henny is full of. You can work the rest out. Insert the word that suits you.
That's why
Henny is a good buddy of mine, and he'll take that one on the
Yeah.
chin. But he's a talker. He likes to get information. And Henny now has locked this hand up.
3,000.
The advice to you is play against Henny, don't say anything.
That's it. Keep it stum. Because he's very good at harvesting information, and certainly even better at getting it out of you. I mean, I play poker with Henny almost every week. So I know him very well. And a very good friend of ours, a very good friend.
Henny, it was gone check, and then on the turn, Henny bet out. Gavin just folded, showed the threes face up. Said I couldn't really continue on that board.
Yeah, and he was always behind the 8-ball there once that ace came.
Yeah, as you said, there were no threes for him to draw to. So we're having a look at the players are very deep stacked still. Even Ivan Kiri's at the bottom. There's 38 bigs.
Yep,
So a lot of play still
a
left.
lot of playability.
Start of day 2.
So it's hand 16. So it feels like more, Mark.
It does, Gary. I think it was all the frantic things that we had going on this morning and the rushing around quickly, and we settled in. And
I mean, I must have done about 3 miles this morning on stage.
yeah, you've definitely had your exercise, walked off your breakfast this morning.
Cheap as I'll say. Chandra here has been suitably quiet all day with the Jack-7. They're going in amok.
Yeah, she had the ace-jack and then the ace-10 the next hand, and other than that, she hasn't really got too involved. One limp pot to the queen-10.
So the Jack-9 here for Ivan. He's going to bet out. Oh, it's just a call. Max will get away from the button. And he's going to get rid of these.
600 more to play.
And over to the big blind with the 2s.
And
These,
Chandra,
these 2s have been popular this morning.
yeah, they've been going around.
All the ducks. Must be duck season.
And that's been limped to Vigendas again. And he looks like he's carving out a raise again.
Raise.
Yeah, he's announced raise.
3,700 total. 3,700 total.
3-7 total. I told you. There's normally a 7 in his raises.
Yeah, and snap call by Ivan. The Jack-9 off. That Jack-9 has been popular this morning as well, and won a few pots already. Good old Lebanese aces.
Yeah, I still haven't worked out what they call him that.
Me neither.
But
That's
that's
a
a
good
big,
flop for them.
big draw for the Lebanese aces.
Bad flop for the 2s.
Oh, but there was always going to be overcards on that,
Yeah,
wasn't
absolutely. We knew that, but he needed the set.
there? Yeah.
Turn
That's a no helper.
Yeah, and by Ivan checking behind him, Vigendas is now going to be induced to
I think
bet.
Ivan's actually set a trap here. I don't think he's.
No, he's not folding.
I think he's snapping this off.
He's flopped the pair with up and down draw.
Yeah.
So Ivan,
Straight away.
as I know him, is not folding that.
So he's got Vegan Dust who's out of position, obviously, to bet.
And there comes the straight for Ivan.
Jobs are good, as they say.
But
So
now
Vegan
Vegadas
Dust
will
checks.
shut down.
Yeah, he's got. I mean, Ivan will bet. Here's 16 in the pot. Stick out 7 or 8, see if you can get him interested.
4,700.
That's a definite call me bet.
Yeah, that's come to dinner bet. And Vegadas is looking, saying, did you miss your flush draw that you're now trying to bet in the river? Can I call off with my pairs? Counted out the calling chips there, behind the dealer's head. You can't see if he's counting out a raise.
Well,
He's called. He's going to see the bad news.
I actually think, and once again, no criticism, I think that's a bad call.
Yeah, I don't think it's a good call there. I mean, if you look, there's a 4-card straight on the board
And all overs as well.
and all overs.
I mean, what are you beating? A bluff?
He's beating a busted flush draw, that's basically
That's
it.
it, you're beating a bluff. All right, so Gwaine Vizaki down there in the sunny Eastern Cape. Okay, I'm going to tell you the story because it's quick. Gwaine is a Welsh name, and obviously Vizaki is a Dutchman's name. The rest you can work out for yourself. I always say to him, good job you're not a dog, you'd be a right mess. Good friend of the tour, good friend of the stream, and hope to see you with us soon on the next stop, or certainly on the stream. So all the best to you, my friend, and your family, and hope to catch up soon. All right, back to the table. Gavin will be under the gun, bottom or top right of your picture now with the orange mask. King 8 suited. Remember what I said about this short-handed game? This
Yeah,
is a nice hand.
It's a lovely hand to play. Given under the gun.
I mean, under the gun might make a fold here, but I actually like him. I like him. I
Well,
like
he's
to see a
put
bet
them into
here.
the box and he's looking round. Reaching for the raising chips.
You know, he gets really thins the field.
Great, 2,600.
Yeah, I like that. I like it a lot. You must have read that book I wrote, eh?
Call, 2,600.
Ivan calls.
Yeah, city connectors. That's a respectable. Henny's going to obviously fire here. You know, there's been a raise and a call. I mean, what Henny's got to decide is, am I going to just call here or am I going to raise it up? The 4 chips go on the back of the thing. Sometimes he puts a 5th one in the middle. I'll let you work out why and when.
I think from the button, Henny might decide to 3-bet this.
You know, yeah, absolutely right. Good observation there by Mark. He's on the button, so he's going to have position. So he's going to pick out some raising chips here. 7 in the pot, so he's going to stick in 10, maybe 12,000.
Raised to 5,000.
That's exactly what he's done. Yeah, Henny's a consummate pro, so he knows what to do there.
So 5.6 is the raise. So it's a min click, really.
Yeah, but he's asking the question.
And I think Gavin needs to just peel here. He needs to just call it off.
Yeah, I think once you've raised...
And that'll bring Ivan into the picture. Well,
raised
Ivan's
two-
already called, sorry, should I say.
Yeah, you've raised 2.6. It's basically a min raise. You've got soldiers in the field. You want to see your flop now. He does so, and then Ivan won't fold.
5,600 total.
I'm priced back in.
3,000 more.
And then Ivan's passed back in, of course, and away we will go. It's an interesting hand developing here.
But by re-raising there, only small, and he's found out that you're not super strong because you didn't come over the top. And secondly, when the hand plays out on our position over everyone.
Yeah, and of course now the ace has come, and the ace from space, but of course let's not be shy to the fact that the club draws come for Ivan as well.
Yeah, Ivan's picked up a good draw there.
Unfortunately, Gavin misses. I still liked his call. I mean, Gavin will not participate further in this hand. Henny's going to bet his ace and maybe take this down. Ivan's got a flush draw, remember?
Yeah, I don't think Ivan's folding his flush.
Imagine how much the bet is by Henny. 8,100.
Into that size pot. The pot is now 27.4, so Ivan has to call into that. Getting 3.5 to 1 to his money.
Yeah, I think it's I was
Yep,
going to say it's
snap
an
call.
instant call for me. And 8 outs still remain. None of the jack of clubs has gone to walkies. There's a 7.
7 is a blank. Ivan checks.
Joker pairs.
And Henny has to continue the story here. He needs to build the pot at the same time. 35 in the middle. Let's get 15 in there, Henny. But if you're going to play small ball, 10. Well, I think he
That's
smells
unusual.
something there. Well, he
Choose
didn't
no
get
help.
there.
Check.
Action back
Well,
to any.
this will be bet fold anyhow. So.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit fold.
Got us 8,100.
Yeah.
And Henny will take down the pot. Well played, Henny. Unlucky Ivan and unlucky Gavin. But we will move on.
Showing the players how to play a hand in position, the sort of min re-raise to find out how strong the original raiser was.
Yeah, the min click was good there. Nice little play, of course. Had a change at the bottom of the board there. Ivan has dropped down to 38 bigs, and Gavin is up to 44, courtesy of the win on the previous hand. And but no real danger zone there. Our blinds are 500, 1,000, 1,000 on the big blind ante. It is hand number 18, and the same player Ivan is under the gun.
Now there's 6,000. No.
Beginning, just sorting his build up there. We're going to move on to the next hand. So right,
Okay, so the blinds are up, Mark. 600, 1,200.
all right, so cost of living has gone up.
Indeed it has. I'm just going to set the timer on my clock here, so we've got a good rough idea of when the level will end. They are 40-minute levels, and that takes us up now to level number 7. As I said, folks at home, if you want to come on down, this is going to run through till level 11, and up until there you will be able to take part. 10 grand gets you 50,000 chips, which is well, no longer 50 bigs, but certainly a fighting stack. Welcome Max with his ace jack of diamonds.
And he's gone standard 3x on the new blind level. He can dust jack 5 off into the muck. Chandra Jeeves will fold her small blind. Alright, he has Gavin got a defendable hand in his big blind.
We've got a raisable hand, I would suggest. That is a call.
He's played quite a bit against Max as well, so he's just going to flat that off.
Do you know, I enjoy playing against Max. It's always a good conversation.
It's always good fun.
Never any sort of tough, nothing too stuffy and too straight. It's he's just good guy to have at the table. 3
Wonderful.
spades here.
Yeah.
Ace comes out on top, so both these players get a piece of this, but will be wary of the flush. Of course, Max is ahead, and you'll see the outs at the top of your screen there for Gavin. Any 10 basically.
Yeah, no, Gavin has checked to Max. Max is going to continue. He was the original raiser.
Well, Max is better pot size here for sure. Yeah, just about. So
Very close to pot. I think he's particularly against those spades because he's
that's
holding
exactly
ace jack of diamonds.
that's exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, Max is very good at this. But if you were wondering why, the viewers were wondering why he bet so much, it's to protect against that spade draw.
Yeah. Because the 2 of spades is beating him if it gets there.
Absolutely.
Well, Gavin now is also thinking the reverse. You know, has he got the flush draw and is my ace good, or has he already got a made hand? And those are the sort of questions Gavin's asking himself. Or has he got a better ace? And of course, the answer to that is affirmative. And there is no spade redraw for either player. And it looks like he's just going to flat this off.
I
He's
think
canning
what
out calling chips.
He wants to flat it off to see, you know, what will happen on the turn.
A little glance across to Max there. Max, I can see on our preview camera, is stoic in statue mode. Okay, that's not a good card for either player.
No, that's a big slowdown card for both players.
So basically now a spade for a chop.
It's gone check because of that spade.
And your winner is Mr. Max Santorini.
Satriana.
Huh?
Satriana.
No,
it's gonna-
Satriana, that's it. Yeah.
It's going to depend. Now, Gavin is making a strong move here. He wants to bet out into this. And then there's the 4-card flush draw there.
2,500.
He's putting the pressure on Max here.
Can Max smell this one out?
All in.
All in.
Oh, wow, what a move. What a move.
Strong play by Max.
And you know, Gavin, it's a fold. You tried much on it.
He tried, but it can't. You know, this is why Max is so good. Such a strong move.
If this was me, I would be just putting my hands on my cards, sliding them out there and saying, I can't beat your spade. And get away from it.
Taps the table, chips go to Max. Well played, Max.
Yeah, nice hand. Unlucky, Gav. Okay, Max picks up a pot and he will be our under-the-gun player. Looks like Ivan and Max got the memo for the t-shirt colour today.
Yeah, they matching colours down there.
Gavin only got the memo for the mask colour.
Yeah, but really strong play by Max there to come over the top like that. Saying if you've got a weak spade, I'm now going to rip that I've got the king of spades, and if you don't have it, how do you call me?
Well, that's exactly what his thought process was. He puts him under maximum pressure. And of course, if had he had it, he would have found out very, very quickly.
He would have found out very quickly. He did have Gavin covered in the hand as well.
Yeah, so Wei Ming Lo is a friend of ours. Go Max, go Gavin, go Henny, go Ivan, go away. That's Wei's online. Good to see you, bud.
And we're giving shout out to all his mates on the table, all the players that he plays against and knows.
Yeah, for sure. Trying to remain impartial.
Very, very likable character.
Hello. When did Chandra get to the table? Did you see her arrive?
Yeah.
And Chandra's in the hand with the king 4 here. She's on the button, so it's taking advantage of position. Suited king.
And she says, I've been quiet for a while. You must give me respect now for raising.
10, 8, 9. That's a pretty nice flop if you're Ivan.
Yeah, Ivan has flopped big with the hands that he's been calling with.
Brings on board lots of possibilities for Chandra in terms of ads.
On bet call.
She's looking for the spade on the river, and those runner flushes
Oh,
are
there it
always
is.
difficult to see.
But the problem for her is that the board is
Paired up.
paired up. Right? It's gone bet call. She shows the flush.
The second nut flush.
Yeah, that's why she couldn't re-raise there because of the
paired
paired board. Right, so we're looking at there. Gavin down to 21 bigs after that big hand against Max. Ivan just on that loss on 22. Then there's a gap up to the next. Max is on 61 bigs.
So we're getting a division of haves and have-nots.
Yeah, we've got two players down towards the other, and the others all are above 60 big blinds,
Yeah.
which is very comfortable.
So we're going to try and get Jakey to find us a timing clock so we can have a look at that, just to see how many players are in really, and see what the prize pool is looking like. We know that we've got about 30, 34, 35, 33 minutes to go on the level. If my clock is right, my clock is not right. So when we put the blinds up earlier, we must have been a little on the late side. Let's just play this hand through and then we'll go to the timing screen.
Right, so Henny under the gun folds the 5-4 off. Ligondas quickly folds 6-2. Chandra cut off with 7-6. Let's go. Gavin on the button with the ace-9. We'll raise this up.
2.5. Raise to 2,500.
He's raised it to 2.5. Ivan has been calling with the Jack-8, Jack-9 in that range all day.
He loves that. Defends his small blind there for sure.
Max folds. He had 8-3 offsuit.
2 players for the flop. Okay, so ace high remains out in front here with Gavin. So Gavin's got to continue the story here. Obviously, Ivan's out of
It's
position.
gone check.
So essentially, Gavin's shut down here.
I think he got hurt in that hand against Max, so he's tended to shut down a little now.
Ivan checks again. Checks
Oh,
back.
check.
Forward pairs.
You might find Ivan leading out now to rep that.
And I think he might get a fold out of Gavin.
And he's done so.
I mean, Gavin's got ace high here, remember?
Yeah, he's only
He's losing
beating
to
a
any 5,
very
any 7,
replay.
any king, any 3.
There's so much that he's behind too.
Yeah, he's not beating anything really here. And that's the question he's got to be asking himself, what am I beating? Or conversely, what's beating me? Well, everything. All pairs. He's contemplating the call, all credit to him.
When he makes the call, Ivan taps the table and mucks. Ivan taps the table and mucks.
Don't show your cards, don't show your cards, don't show your cards.
And he won't. He's listening to you, Gary.
Yeah, I wish more people would. Okay, we're going to go to the timing screen quickly. And we have got 14 minutes to run on this level. Then we'll go to the next level, which is on my books level 8. And then at the end of that level, which is 40 minutes, will be a break. 55 entries, 35 players still in, 462,000 in the pot, and 78,000 and change is our average chip stack.
Yeah, it's still quite a bit of time left for re-entry. And of course the satellite's still running, which will bring another player or two in. So there will still be additions to that number. Right, and Vigandas under the gun has folded. Chandra's folded. Round to Gavin. He's found another ace. He's been picking up this ace 9, ace 10 range. Looking at the size of his raise. And he's actually just limped in this time, which is quite unusual. Ivan on the button with the jack 2 off is folded. Round to Max in the small blind.
How many times has Gavin had ace 9, ace 10?
That's what I was just saying to the viewers while you were talking to the tech team, Gary.
Ah, okay, so we're both
Plenty.
thinking the same.
Yeah.
That's good. Means we're aligned.
But he's chosen to limp in this time.
And what has Maxi done? He
Max
raised
has
it
raised
up.
the king-queen suited. Max loves king-queen suited. It's one of the hands he likes to play. Now Gavin having limped in is now going to call off with the better hand. But the shift is to Max because he was the pre-flop aggressor.
And Max is out of position here, obviously, so he's going to be first to act. Well, 7, 7.
2 clubs for Max, so Max will continue on that, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that's a board he's going to like.
He's going to definitely fire into that. And hard for Gavin to continue because what does he really have?
4,500 bet.
4,000.
He's got ace high. And you'll see on the statistics, his ace high is actually statistically behind now.
Yeah, and also he's just won once with ace high. He's going to try and chance his luck again.
No.
And that looks like a negative to me.
And body language is saying fold.
See, now for me, if he wants to show his ace, I'm happy with that. That's sort of, you know, I'm not over here just floating with every hand. I've got an ace, and
He's
you know.
nodding his head, folds coming. Shows the ace, exactly what you said. Coaching
send-
101, Gary.
I'll send you the bill, Gavin.
Send him a bill there. I'm just trying to see where that earpiece to him is. I can't pick it up on the picture.
There's life in the old dog yet. Oh dear. So 78 big blinds for Vegas.
Yeah, and well played by Max again.
Ivan at the bottom of the scale here, 15, approaching the danger zone with 18,000.
And you can see the class of Max in the hands that he has played. He's made strong moves.
Oh yeah, he's nobody's fool. Just got to keep him away from Tony Simmons.
And then the adult beverages that will flow with Tony.
Yeah, they're brother-in-laws, by the way, Tony. And they are just the most amusing pair when you get them both on the table.
Yeah,
Very good fun to play with.
We used to play a good home game with them a while back, and a lot of fun was had around that table.
Okay, Sandra with under the gun King 10. So what's he going to do? So that's just a flat there. Gavin will get out of the way and hijack, I suspect. He needs a rest, Gavin.
Yeah, he's going to fold that.
Looks like the earpiece is still working.
And Ivan's picked up a big hand here now.
All in.
Okay, Ivan doesn't want to have any competition here.
Yeah,
He
no,
just wants
Chandra
to take that.
limped in under the gun. Ivan's short stack, but I still think, I don't know if I would have gone all in there. I want to get some value for my kings.
Yeah.
And it's going to be snap folds all the way around. He picks up plus 4.2 to his 18,000, but I think I would have liked to value them a little more without any criticism.
Yeah, he shows them to Max. And, you know, I don't like the show there. I like people to think I had 9s or 10s there, maybe jacks at best. And, you know, next time you do it, maybe you'll get paid. I don't know. Listen, if I was that good, I'd be out there, wouldn't I?
Yeah,
So
well,
everybody who sat at this table has paid 10,000 or satellited in for their 50,000 chipperoonies.
Well, I'd
So-
argue against that, Gary. I think you are good enough. You just on the commentating, otherwise you would be out there.
I'm just resting, waiting for the next big one. You know, I'm like a big bear, you see. I have to hibernate during the summer or the winter.
Yeah, well, I want Max's secret for the winter. He's really hibernated well and come out looking fighting fit and trim.
Jeepers, he's lost a bit of weight, eh?
Yeah, looking really fighting fit,
I
Max.
told you, I think Gwen's been bloody starving him.
Right, so we go to Gavin under the gun and Queen Jack off.
Raise.
We're going to raise. Ivan's a quick folder. Max folds. Henny's going to fold that, I think.
3,200.
Up to Vigandas. Big blind, he's going to let it go. The small blind, sorry, Chandra in the big blind. Shows I can't defend with that. Says that, take my blind.
11 double.
Just a little double blackjack with that.
400 change there. 1,004.
And we'll move on to the next hand.
So
Sorry.
we just give Max a mention there that Bianca and Legan produced twins in the lockdown period.
Yes, wonderful news for Max.
So Cooper's got 2 brothers or 2 sisters. I don't actually know what make they were.
Two brothers as far as I'm aware.
Is that what it was? Yeah. And Bianca, just a beautiful young woman, and Legan, just a lucky man.
Oh, absolutely. Bianca's an absolutely lovely person. I've known her for many, many years as well. And she always used to come around with her dad to the poker tournaments and that. And obviously Legan, a very accomplished player as well.
Yeah. Very, very blessed. And a lovely family, and a beautiful family. And not forgetting, of course, Warren and the family as well.
Yeah,
on the
no,
other side of that
Warren,
court.
lovely person as well.
I'm surprised we haven't seen him. Maybe he's still hibernating with the COVID. If you're listening out there, Warren, all the best to you, my friend. 22nd in the World Series of Poker. Great player.
Absolutely, and he followed it up with a number of good results locally as well.
Yeah, excellent player. Where are we back here? Ivan with the Jack 6. You're right, you know, he likes those Jack suited things. doesn't
Anything
he?
suited, anything around there, Ivan's wanting to
He
see
might have
flops.
a problem here. The Red American Airlines have just come into play, and I don't think Gavin is going to go all in here. There's been a raise to 3.2, min click or a call, I like here. A call to stay hidden, or a min click to try and build the pot.
He's counting out a bigger raise than that.
Pre-raise 7,500.
That's a min
Just a min
click.
click. It looked like more.
Coaching's paying off, Gav.
4,300.
I'm definitely going to go out there and check for that earpiece, Gary. He's following your coaching manual 100%.
There we go. So there was a snap, obviously, from Ivan. You're not going to get rid of him
Not
with
on
a
a
min
min
click,
click, no.
which is exactly the process.
Oh, and look at that.
And silence is golden. Look at that. Look at that. the unfortunate thing is that
Check.
Ivan didn't get much of it. Now,
Check,
nice
check.
check.
Now there needs to come something on the turn to get Ivan interested. That's not the
Gavin
card.
must
Gavin
check
check
again.
He does.
And he has to value the river in the hope that he's going to get paid here.
He's not going to get paid because Ivan hasn't hit
And the
anything.
board's become a bit straighty, so I think 5k into this pot and see if you get paid off.
Do you know what? I'd actually check here because Ivan has shown a propensity to bluff at the river.
Yeah, but okay, well, let's see what he does. I would bet 5,000 here and see what happens.
Yeah, go bet fold then.
11,500.
He bet 11, so over the pot. Try and make it look a bit bluffy.
He shows one ace. And then he shows
Yeah, so wasn't listening to me when I said don't show the cards, but Gavin picks up a few extra BBs there, and he's up to 36.
and Ivan slides it down.
Yeah, Ivan's now in the danger zone for sure, and he'll need to start making a few moves unless he's prepared to reload. And it needs to be a, you know, I'm not criticising Ivan's play here, but maybe a little more patient, and rather than playing those suited jacks, let's see what we can do. Though Max is under the gun here, so Ivan's got the big blind here, and the big blind ante, of course.
You see, I see the thing with Ivan is I think he's trying to build a stack, and then he will splash around in the rebar period because he will reload.
Okay, I mean I don't know if he's a reloader or not, but
No, he definitely will.
Max is going to come out firing here with the ace queen off.
So it's not a criticism of his play. He's playing a little bit looser because he's trying to build up a stack.
3,700. Raise to 3,700.
There's a battle of the boardies over there. Look, this chap
Yeah.
delivering the dinner to Henny. He's giving Henny some competition on that board head. In fact, I think Henny's coming second there.
Good sheen going on both.
Yeah, Henny's coming second to that baldy for
And
sure.
look at this, it's raised and called by identical hands.
So Henny and Max might mix it up a bit here.
Yeah, they're going to cross swords here.
I mean, if they miss the flop, oh my word.
And there's a king-queen suited.
He's going to put that in.
And he has done so
Oh yeah.
with a short stack.
Max is going to call him off.
Now,
It's whether or not he isolates.
yeah, now, the thing is here for Max, he's got Henny to his left.
4,200. Yep, 500 more.
And Max is going to decide if I go over the top and isolate, because if Henny had a stronger hand, he would have re-raised me.
We're not a phone.
Okay, we've lost our graphic here. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, they're both called.
Okay, so check, I'm sure.
Yeah, with the player all in now, it changes the dynamic for them two to bluff.
Bet.
Check again, I'm
And Henny's
suspect.
got the ace of diamonds here. And Max sitting with a queen of diamonds, so the diamond on the river will be disaster for Max.
Check.
Go on, check, check.
Okay, let's see if we get our diamond for a bit of fun. There we go.
And there it is.
Check a bet.
And
That
he,
is 10,000.
and he bets 10 straight away, and Henny sitting with the nuts. Not quite 6-7 is the nuts, but he's sitting with a nut flush.
Well, Henny's going to re-raise this. Max is going to fold. Ivan's going to go rebuy somewhere. And Henny are scraping the chips.
Yeah, he's not going to put Max on the straight flush. He's going to re-raise
Yeah, of course.
with the way the action went pre-flop and that.
I mean, he's either going to min click here, or he's just going to bet about 20.
Henny counting out nicely.
Well, min click is 20, so
Yeah.
it's one and the same.
Raise.
Max gets his answer. Behind to the king of diamonds, behind to the ace of diamonds.
17,700.
What was the offer for the East Diamond only?
27,700.
Yeah, so essentially a min click.
Go and check the other way. I can open the 6-7, eh?
Yeah, Max knows. He's folding reluctantly, I think. Not happy, but
17,700.
He's saying I'm donating, yeah.
He hasn't donated yet.
Call. Show me the key. Oh,
And he's got the stone cold nuts, so Ivan can turn over what he wants, it doesn't matter. So we'll lose Ivan for the feature table. Henny picks up a massive pot there at 30,000. And unlucky Max, you know.
Yeah, he knew. He said I'm donating, yeah. It was a reluctant thing.
So we've lost a player from the feature table. Whether or not we'll get one back soon remains to be seen.
Yeah, we're down to 5-handed on the feature table. And Henny rakes in a very big pot there.
Yeah, 30k profit. So we're just looking across at the timing screen here, and we're 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and we have a new level. So the blinds will be up next hand.
Henny up to 102,000 now.
next hand blinds are around 860. Next hand blinds are around 860. Together, Jake. Shots. 1,200.
Okay, Vegan's been very quiet, huh?
Yeah, he's gone shutdown mode for a while.
His shop is closed. I thought he left the country. Here we go. Pocket fours for Gavin. He's on the button.
Has raised in the cutoff. Says I haven't played for a while. Raised the king 9.
So we're just going to see a call here from Gavin. A call or a fold. And the fact it's Chandra, who's been very quiet,
Call.
it's just a call.
2,600 total.
Gone on
1,400
set
more.
mining.
And just to remind you of the last hand, there's a couple of diamonds, Max.
Call.
Yeah, I think that's why
Why
the
don't you
call's
just
going in there
rub it
quickly.
in? So Max in the big blind and out of position in the hand decides to defend his position. His big blind and soldiers in the field.
Yeah, I think he's a little unhappy with himself. He knows he should have folded the previous hand.
It's tough when you're short-handed though, Mark, as we know.
Very.
Okay, so pair of tens here for Maxi.
He's actually ahead, but Chandra was the original aggressor.
Yeah, remember Max's first to act here, so he's going to maybe put one of these two on an ace. And why did he fold?
Because it went check and then Chandra bet, she c-bet.
Ah, okay.
Did it seem check? Did it?
Okay, so Chandra saw Max check.
Yeah, and then
And it
she
was
bet,
bet.
and then Gavin folded, and she's just letting the dealer catch up. He got a little distracted with the player being moved.
Well, I've got to tell you, so was I.
As my focus was still there.
Yeah, we've got a new player coming in.
I have no idea who this
Looks
is.
like Ryan Dreyer.
Was that Ryan?
Yeah, it looks like Ryan, huh? I could be wrong, I'm just catching a side view here.
It is Ryan Dre, you're absolutely right.
Yeah, not badly recognized from a quick glance there.
Yeah, you are top of the class for top of head recognition.
Yeah, somebody else that we've all played a lot with. Former commentator and producer of the All Africa commentary and
Better behave
stream
ourselves then, hadn't we?
Yeah, I'll get some critique from Sasha. I'm sure she'll be watching Rhino play.
Okay, so that looks like Ivan's coming back to play.
A lovely
So
couple,
Ivan with a new stack.
a lovely couple as well, and Sasha also quite an accomplished poker player in her own right.
So Ryan joins us with a 28,500 stack, just for information purposes. And believe it or not, Ivan joins us with a new stack.
Yeah, I said to you he'll reload. Let's see how he plays his second stack.
Well, we get to see the whites of his eyes now he's moved over there to seat number 6. So let us have a look how he plays.
Yeah, I'm going to tease him a little bit. He's packed on a few during COVID in the reverse to Max, as when I can see from this view, and I'm one to talk.
For sure.
So Rana's going to come in on the button. Big and Dust will be under the gun. Let's see if he's going to get a little more active. Having been quiet for so long. He's looking around.
So Ryan Dre's asking, why did I not get any cards?
Yeah. And dealer's apologizing. See, yeah, I was supposed to deal you in.
Well, then it's a misdeal.
Yeah. But
So the rule states that if there's been action subsequent to the 2 blinds, and it's been 2 people who have acted involving chips, then the hand cannot be cancelled.
Yep.
That's what the rule says.
No, but I opened it. You want? Next. Maybe it's 200 more. Small blind, huh? Small blind, 200 more. Kevin.
Blinds up. Max has just been told.
Thank you. 1,600 total.
All right, it's been limp pot so far. Ivan's limped in. Chandra limped in.
I actually think that they should have redealt this hand.
Yeah, I think so as well. Rana brought it to their attention prior to the 2 limpers, I think.
I think Ryan's going to actually complain. He should have been dealt into that hand.
Action's now on Henny. It's been limped to him. He's got ace-8 suited. I think he's contemplating a raise here. And he's going to check his option. Nice suited ace. See what the flop brings. It will be well disguised then.
For sure. So the rule that you'll be looking at is substantive action rule. I haven't looked it up, obviously.
No, you just know it, Gary.
Well, been doing it a long time. But yeah, I think Ryan would have a case there. But we've now passed the point of no return, so we do have to continue with the hand.
And Max getting a bit frisky. He leads out into that pot with the bottom pair from the small blind.
He's not going to get away with it with his 2 diamonds on the table.
Yeah, no. Chandra's going to call him. But he got everybody else to fold. He got Henny to fold the ace-8, which was
for sure.
Actually the hand that was leading at that point.
So unbelievably, Max is still ahead here.
Yeah, he's still way ahead.
Massive draw with 12 ads for Chandra.
He's going to check now.
Goes to the free card. Could be the death card.
And she finds the ace on the river.
And, indeed she does. And Max will be kicking himself because he let her get there. And he's going to come out and rep this ace.
He's going to come now and rep to 2 pair.
6,600. Call.
Snap call by Chandra.
Go. Yep. Now we go to 3.
Max says he doesn't show. He says that's.
I have a 2.
I only had a 2.
And of course, Chandra could insist on seeing his hand there because she did pay to see it.
She did.
But you know, Max says I've got a 2 and I'm folding.
She's good-natured about it.
She doesn't need to see the rest of his hand. You know, if it's a new player, you don't know who they are, whatever, I would insist on seeing their cards. I want to know. So, Henny's got a veritable feast of green and pink there.
Yeah.
Looks very healthy, which is very un-Henny-like.
Yeah, he looks like he's got a. Looks like less healthy could be down the bottom.
Maybe his good lady has got to him.
Yeah, I think the less healthy stuff is hidden from us. We're just seeing the healthier stuff on the other side.
Yeah, I think he's hiding the good stuff under the table there. All right, so Ivan will be our under-the-gun player here with the black hat and the salmon-coloured shirt. Puts them in the box, gives us a Queen 7, which of course we know is the computer hand. And he's going to have a little call here by the look of it.
So he's still trying to see a lot of pots.
Chandra is going to be raising this up with those 2 black ladies.
4,200.
2 black ladies for the lady dressed in black.
4-2. And now Gavin's in a little bit of a quandary here with the hijack with the pocket nines. Late position, average size pocket pair, facing a call and then a subsequent raise from, which I think is a tight player. Chandra has been quite
she's
tight at the table.
I don't think I'd be re-raising her with the 9s.
He's
Other
looking
players,
across and
yes.
thinking this, contemplating. I mean, of course, if she's on ace king, ace queen, or bottom of her range here, suited ace jack, I think.
Still have a lot of players behind you as well with those 9s.
I mean, if you're ranging Chandra here, I think ace-jack suited is probably bottom of her range at the moment, based on hand history. Would you agree?
Absolutely.
So he's got to put her in that bracket. I mean, she's not nitty, but she's certainly been tight at this table and not been too active.
Yeah, no, definitely not a nitty player.
So what does he do? Does he flat it off or he folds?
He folds.
Yeah, and I tell you what, I think that's actually a very mature play.
It's a solid fold.
Ryan has woke up with the hooks here. No, he's definitely not going anywhere.
And he's in trouble with those.
Yeah, I think a re-raise even. Yeah, and he
Yeah,
goes.
all in.
So Ryan's,
That'll get rid of everybody else.
Ryan's stay at this table could be short-lived. Because I don't think Chandra's going to be folding.
No, I don't think Chandra's folding. Also, Rana was fairly short stacked and she had over 100,000 at the start.
Yeah, I know. There's no hand history here, so she's calling this completely cold.
Cool. Yeah.
And she'll be pleased to see the jacks. And we'll be off to the flop cam.
There was one queen folded from what I could see.
Yeah, I think
I don't see
you
any
know,
jacks folded.
it's, you know, this is
But, good luck to both players.
75% 20. Well, it's a 78-22. I was going to say 75-25, but there or thereabouts. Let's see if the flop delivers. 8-8-3. No help for the jacks.
Yeah, so
two outs to come.
No jacks were folded.
Two outs. And
Oh,
there it is.
there it is.
There it is.
And now she's drawing very thin.
There's only one queen, so it's a case queen. And this is a sick game, guys. Sick game.
Very
Gain
good
of
sick game.
34,000 for Ryan.
Fortunately, she had a healthy stack at the start of that hand, and Rana was fairly short stacked, so the damage isn't too bad.
No, not at all.
Still puts her down a bit and then shoots Rana up the standings there.
That's super standard. There's no
Yeah.
criticism there. Super standard.
No.
He shoves. She's got a call with the queens. She gets her money in good. He gets his money in bad. Turn card comes a jack. Can't beat the variance. Have a nice day. Let's move on.
Standard play.
It's absolutely super standard. 29 minutes to go on the level. Chandra, for her troubles, will now be the under the gun player. So that'll refocus her mind now. She'll dust herself down, pick herself up, get back in the saddle, as they say.
Yep.
And we will move on to hand number 29 of the day. I've got to tell you, I still think this is a slow start. I don't know why. I just got this.
Yeah,
I think we should have been further feeling going on.
Gary, I think we've been spoilt over the last 3 days with the amount of action that we had, and we were slightly shorter handed a lot of the time. So there was plenty action all the way.
Yeah, and talking of plenties, there's plenty of people out there watching the Facebook stream and the YouTube stream. I might even actually have a little log on to the Twitch stream here in a
Might
second.
have a look as well.
See what's occurring there.
Chandra deep under the gun with a 10-2 off, is going to let go. Texas Dolly. Gavin in the cutoff there, is it? No, the hijack. Oh, he's woken up with pocket aces here. Second time.
Is that Gavin?
Yep.
He's been spoiled. I'm busy logging in here, so you keep talking.
He's raised to 4,200. Rhino's a quick folder. Around to the 9-6. Max 8-3 off will go into the muck. Up to Henny 7-2 going to the muck. Vigendas folds as well. Ivan Pekiri in the big blind with 9-6 suited will defend.
Nice. Twitch has decided it doesn't like me anymore and that I must go into my email and get a verification code.
All right,
How about
so
that?
two-handed to the flop. Oh, that's a monster flop for,
Wow,
for
look
Ivan.
at that.
Flop the flush draw and the up and down straight draw.
Up and down and a flush draw. And I'll tell you what, you could see quite a big bet. I was surprised
One
there was
check,
big
eh?
bet there. Bingo.
And bingo card is there.
That's tragic for my friend Mr. Gavin.
Tick mark is against Ivan already. He cannot lose the hand. Unless he folds.
Gavin's going to call you. He can't hold this.
Yeah, he can't fold yet. It's very sad for him. Oh, it's got an all-in call.
Oh well, goodbye Gavin.
He sees the bad news.
Unlucky Gav, did he have him covered? What's the story?
Going to work out the chips now. I think he had Gavin covered because he'd rebought.
Uh-huh.
Oh,
So there was an all-in and a call.
Oh, no, he was way. No problem.
It looks like Gavin is eliminated with that hand. And Ivan, defending with those suited cards, has finally paid off for him.
37.5.
So Gavin may well head to the cashier's desk for a re-entry.
Thank you.
So Ivan has built up a nice stack there with those aces.
Yeah, with cracking the aces there.
So some healthy numbers across the viewers at the moment. We're doing very well on the viewers. Henny continues to eat, the perpetual eating person. And there's a young gentleman just come on our stream called Chris Brackets Doppel Allen. I wonder who he is.
I wonder who that is.
That is
Relative, Gary.
That is my young child, who in fact has just had a young
Absolutely,
child.
and congratulations to you and the lovely Shelley with your 5th grandchild, I believe.
It is indeed.
And the last of your children to produce a grandchild.
Yeah, well done Chris and Louise. Fantastic, the beautiful Mia. I'm going to show Mark a picture as we're waiting.
You get a new one, because I have seen several
Oh, no,
videos.
no, I got like 20 this morning. I mean,
Oh,
this is-
wonderful.
This is proper full on.
Gary going to bring out the brag pictures. Oh, beautiful, Gary. The viewers can't see. She's absolutely gorgeous.
Oh, look at that
Oh,
picture.
little folks. That's a picture for Grandpa.
Indeed. So welcome online,
All right.
Chris, and awesome to have you with us.
And the American Airlines are doing their rounds. The 2 red ones for Rhino now under the
Ryan's
gun.
been spoiled since he sat that. Trust
Jacks,
me.
and
Jacks
cracking
bad.
queens, and then aces.
Indeed. And 8s for Henny, the snowman. So he's going to come along as well.
He comes along.
I did ask for some action, Mark.
Yeah, and you've got it now, Gary.
We did ask for some
Is it
action.
folded around? We're going 2 to the flop. 80-20%.
I must just say, Chris, by the way, is in the UK in South London. Go Palace.
All right, and safe flop for the aces, and might get Henny involved with only one overcard
Yeah, I think Henny's not going to run too far here unless it's a massive
there. Rhino
bet.
will continue. And then Henny will probably peel one off to say, have you got ace, queen, ace, king, let me call. But look at Henny, he's watching him. And they would have played against one another many times.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, there comes the call. Go to the turn, 2 outs for Henny.
No outs for
There's
Henny.
a lock for a lock on the hand for Rhino.
No outs for Henny.
Now what does he do? Does he check here or does he continue? There is a flush draw there, 2 flush
Against
draws now.
Henny, I would be betting.
Yeah, with the 2 flush draws, I think Rhino has to bet to protect his hand. He doesn't know what Henny's got.
What Henny's got is a problem. Is what he's
Bet
got.
12,000, and Henny's saying now, well, if you did have ace queen or ace king, you just caught up on the turn.
Or are you just repping it? The bad news is, Henny, you're drawing dead.
Yeah, Henny will fold this. He
And
knows.
sniffs it out. I wonder if Ryan's going to show him.
Rhino, yes.
Yeah, I thought so. Look at him putting him up against the window. So like,
But scary.
you know, poker players are a strange breed, and not a criticism. When you've got aces, it's almost like you have to show them.
It's like a brag sheet,
look
isn't
at
it?
my muscles.
Yeah.
Look at what I had.
This is what I play with.
But now it seems
Don't mess with me, brother. I've got the airlines. I've got the old bullets.
Yeah, Rhino's an experienced player. He shows what he wants to. He shows
Well, that's
very
what I
little
said.
else.
You know, Rhino's turned up the table, pocket jacks. We gave him a jack on the turn. He doubles up. We give him aces. He gets Henny to pay him off. I mean, seriously, what else do you want? It's not even Christmas yet.
All right, Gary, and not long to run on this level, and then 20 odd minutes.
20 odd minutes to go, so let's see if Ivan can continue to spin up, having knocked out my old buddy Gavin Sardini.
And then we'll have a break and probably a change of the feature table.
I think we will definitely have a change at the feature table. I'm sick of looking at Max, sir. He's far too good looking at that age. What's that say on his t-shirt? Raw.
They always call him the Italian stallion,
He's a lovely man, eh? And a good looking man to boot. I can say
but
that.
he's a lovely person. Him and his good lady Gwen.
Yeah, I'm a bit jealous that he's lost all that tummy. Obviously been off the booze.
The lock-
Anyhow, talking to good-looking men, and the apple to act.
King 7 suited in the hijack. He wants to recover some of those chips that he just shed.
Wait, what am I doing? I should just
What am I doing? He says, it should just be eating. You're absolutely right. Andy.
You see now, that's a little gamesmanship to say, I've got a big hand, because the general rule is players that are eating or drinking and get involved in the hand, they've got a big hand.
Yeah, of course. I mean, he's at it because it's Henny Apple.
Yeah, absolutely.
What he doesn't know is he doesn't want to flush it.
He doesn't want to see clubs on that board.
Oh my word! Thank
No
goodness.
clubs there.
If there'd been 2 clubs there, it could have been a problem.
Backdoor clubs only. It's gone check.
Ryan's
From
ace
Ryan.
high is ahead. Kings and 7s only. And of course
And
now
more spades.
it's all spades.
Gone check again.
Pity that wasn't a club. That could have been quite amusing.
And he's now deciding, do I now bet? It's been checked to me twice. I was the raiser, reaching for chips.
Got his 4,000.
Yeah, I don't think Ryan can continue here.
It's 4,000 into 9, so yeah, you're right, Mark. He gets rid of
There's
it.
nothing
Well
for him there. That's the problem.
done. Yeah.
You know, the spades will scare him. There's a lot. He's like, what am I beating with ace 2?
Well, one of Henny Apple's bluffs is what he's beating.
That's all. That's all.
And Henny is top of the shop with 60 bigs. Ivan with his second bullet and knockout of Gavin is now in second place with 54,000. So we're 8,000, 800, 1,600 on the big blinds.
And 32 now, Gary. So hands creeping up there. Max will be in the big blind. Henny under the gun player. See if he's wanting to eat or continue getting involved.
Henny is a perpetual eater.
He's going to fold that
The only
under the
person,
gun.
there are other people who are perpetual eaters, and if you're listening, Jared Solomon, he's a perpetual eater.
Solo. Yeah, I missed Solo this week as well.
Yeah, I don't know what he's up to. Busy being in love somewhere. Going to make a wonderful dad one day. Just got to stop supporting that Liverpool team.
A wonderful person, Jared, though.
Oh, good human.
Very
Good
quiet
human being.
spoken, good human being.
Yeah, and a great player to boot.
Oh,
If you're out there, Jared,
magnificent
big
player.
shout out to you, Machana. We miss you.
Yeah, Solo, we miss you around the table.
Send me a text, tell me you're okay. Tell how old I am, I talk about text. I mean, now it's Zoom me, twit me, and whatever, you know.
Right, so the ace high is still ahead here. Well, Ivan's going to bet into that.
Nice little suited ace here.
Yeah, and I think everybody will fold. There's nothing for them there.
And also, Ivan's coming in heavy now. He's got a big stack now.
Yeah, look, as I said to you, he was playing all those suited cards and gap connectors and whatever because he wanted to build a stack. He was prepared to go and rebar. And that's exactly what he's done now. Cracked the aces with a 9-6. It was very unfortunate. It was a monster flop for him. He flopped up and down with a flush draw.
Yeah, he's definitely not going.
He was actually statistically ahead after the flop, which is quite scary when you're holding aces.
Yeah, pretty frightening. So our under the gun player with his head down, making pretty patterns with his chip is Vegan Doss, who has been card dead to be fair.
Yeah,
to
he
him.
hasn't really had much to play. He made a few strong plays and then has gone totally card dead and not found a spot since then. And he won't with that hand either.
No. So Vegan Doss continues his rich vein of bad form. Ivan picks up the snowman here, so we'll see him lead out here.
He's just limped in.
So he's limping in, set mining and undercover. Ryan will get rid of the best hand in poker. 7-2. 4-2 for Max. Max wants to play, you know,
You can see it.
but he's not going to be able to. And discipline is a good thing.
Yeah, and it's, you know, it's always enticing. You think, oh, I just have to complete the blind, look at the value out there, but you've always got the big blind behind you that might raise. You think, am I shedding chips? Do I get involved unnecessarily in the blinds? That debate.
Okay, 3 to the flop.
What does the flop bring us?
2 spades.
And brings top 2 for Chandra.
And Queen 10, Robert Varconi hand.
Got us 3,200.
And that should get it done.
It'll get Henny done. Ivan will probably get rid of this quite quickly as well.
Yeah.
Nods his head, shows her the eights. She'll just show him the queen.
And, you know, she didn't need to show him the queen. He knew.
No, he knew. Yeah, but because he knew she showed him, she didn't show him the other one. To show him exactly how strong she was.
I actually don't think she knew if she was picking the queen or the 10 up.
No, if you pick either one is done.
Either one was going to work.
Yeah.
All right, so Max is down, getting near that little red zone with 22 bigs. At the top of the shop is Henny Apple with just under 100k. Must be a difficult adjustment for players who played in the Grand Slam yesterday when they were, you know, sitting with 1 million chips and essentially sort of, you know, 20 big blinds.
Yeah, that is. Look, Henny did play the monster freeze after he got knocked out of the
So an
Grand Slam,
adjustment.
so he had an adjustment period.
I remember coming out of a a high roller and jumping straight into a main event at WPT, and I was making raises, and people looking at me, and I'm like, I'm making raises from the high roller here, you know what I mean?
Adjust your sizing.
Yeah. Are you mad?
Right, Max on the button here with the suited ace.
And he wants to play, so he's going to play in position.
And it's been folded to him. So he's only got the 2 blinds to his left.
So
4,200, raise to 4,200.
4,200, so pot size plus 200.
And Henny did an unusual thing there. He didn't already looked at his cards and put the 4 chips on them.
No, I think he looked at them, realised they were rubbish, and thought eating was more important.
Yeah, but he put the 4 chips on the back,
Oh,
which
okay.
was quite strange. Maybe it was a little double bluff.
Yeah, maybe he was trying to keep Max at bay and on a short leash. It obviously didn't work.
Vigendas is defended with a jack 8.
Big Vigendas is second not getting any cards.
Oh, it's a good flop for Max.
Well, if you're flush drawing it is, and he's also ahead, of course, with his ace. He's going to bet his draw here.
Yeah, and he will. Max isn't shy on the aggression factor. It's all in.
Well, that's what they call a bet, eh?
Yep. Just take it down right now.
Vigendas has the sum total of nothing.
Yep.
And normally not shy of a few words after someone pulls a move like that on him. Okay, so we've got the chip counts, we've got the Monster Jam Poker Tour, the Sun International and the Cardstream logo. So who do we mention first? The Monster Jam Poker Tour coming to you from Carnival City, here in the Eastern Rand?
East Rand.
Oh, we'll call it East Rand, not the Eastern Cape, I was going to say. I'm mad.
Yeah, it's the East Rand, the good old
Bloody
East Rand.
Pommies, eh? Eastern Johannesburg,
In
if
the
you're
old speakers used to be the Eastern Transvaal. It's now
Of course,
East Rand.
Of course.
It was always the East Rand within the Eastern Transvaal, but it's now just the East Rand.
And not forgetting, of course, our lovely friends here at Sun International who have been looking after us over the last couple of, well, week or so while we've been setting up, etc. And of course, over the duration of the tournament. So a big shout out to those guys, and of course, the card stream here with Bradley, Hugo, and Jake. And happy birthday to Hugo Huggies here.
Yeah, big shout out to Hugo for his birthday.
One of our
Happy
team,
birthday,
apparently he's 14 today.
Oh,
Maybe 15, I'm not quite
yeah,
sure.
I'm not so sure with all that facial there.
Yeah, he matured earlier.
They were early mature.
A scary Harry.
Was it all that steroids in the milk nowadays or something?
He's a scary Harry at 14.
And
Watch out, girls, he's coming to
viewers
get
won't
you.
see him, but he's gone a brighter shade of red here in the commentary booth.
Happy 30-something today. All the best, Hugo. Vegan Dust, 9-4 suited, 800 to call. Check from Ivan, and we'll go 3 ways. We didn't pick up Ivan's cards there, so 10
No.
to Queen.
They will remain a mystery to us and to the other 2 players. Gone to Max. Max was the aggressor, so he will bet out.
3,800.
Quick fold from Ivan, so he didn't have any part of that. And Vigendas folded as well. So Max has picked up a few chips now. He's wanted to play. And he was very unhappy with that hand with Henny, so and he was itching to get back in after that and put his stack, build his stack back up again.
Yeah, so Max making moves in the right direction. Ryan, even after those 2 big hands, has still only got 42 bigs.
Yeah, Ryan arrived at the table very short stack though. He only had 28,000 when he came to the table.
Well, he's managed to spin it up so far, so Good work there, sir. Good work.
Yeah, he got his welcome to the table package.
I wonder if Henny's got any more food on the way. Looks like he's running short over there.
Geez, Henny, do you need another table to help you?
Yeah. We'll have to call in the table people. Henny needs more food. Trouble is, he never gets any bigger.
Yeah, he stays exactly the same size.
I mean, he's always been that size. He's like Henny size, and that's it.
That's it, yeah, no change.
There's something to do with having no hair, I suspect.
Yeah, well, then I'm hoping to get to that portion. I'm almost there from we saw from the overhead
Well,
shots. Maybe I'll get thin down a bit.
As you know, I'd normally shave my head, but my wife asked me nicely and pleasantly to grow my hair a bit, so I'm sporting the new Cobus Visa look.
Right, so Vigandas on the button with a 10-9 suited. I think he might get involved here now and raise. He hasn't played a hand for a while. Just defended against Max, and that was it. He's raised.
And I like 10-9 suited. I mean, I'm a Jack-10 man, but 10-9 will work for me as well.
Yeah, well, it works very quickly. That
And the fact he's been quiet and not played many hands, it gets that through very, very
gets a
quickly.
plus 4,000.
Yeah, so Ivan and Vigandas mid-table. And, you know, to be honest, Mac's not in the danger zone with 29 bigs. He can work that stack.
He'll work that stack well.
So we're going to be up to hand number 37, 800, 1,600 on the blinds, 1,600 on the big blind ante. We've got about 9 minutes and 40 seconds to run on this level, which is level 8. At the end of this level, we will take a short break, change out the feature table for you, get some new faces up here. And I'm intrigued to see who's registered since we came in here this morning.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see who else comes in.
There's a who's who out there already, and of course a big shout out to Doc Eben, and of course his big buddy Rudolph Furey, who
Yes.
we mentioned yesterday as being conspicuous by their absence.
And they've both arrived last night, so it's good to see them here.
So ask and you may receive. Eben did tell me he was listening to our commentary and enjoying it very much. So
It's good to hear.
thanks Doc. We always like a good bit of feedback from the more mature and knowledgeable players, shall we say.
Yeah, Doc and Rudolph have been around for a long time. They used to play a very big home game down in Bloemfontein before they moved up this way, and that whole Bloemfontein crowd, always a fun characters to have around.
You know, I've never been to Bloemfontein.
I've never ever been to Bloemfontein, Gary.
I've skirted around the Freestad a few times, but I've not actually been to Bloem. So I must get up there sometime.
Yeah, I think when the tour goes down to the Eastern Cape, I have to join you. PE is one of the few places that I haven't been in South Africa.
Well, there you go. You're missing out there, Chumma. Let me tell you, Port Elizabeth, Sun International, the boardwalk is a hidden gem.
Yeah, I'll have to make sure I don't break my one strike here, and hopefully to come along with a ride for you down to there.
Yeah, it'd be awesome. Trust me, absolutely awesome. The boardwalk is just a beautiful hotel. The boardwalk itself has got a myriad of beautiful restaurants, as you can sojourn along on the bridges and over the water, etc.
Oh, it
there.
sounds stunning.
And then, of course, the event is actually held in the ballroom within the hotel, and it's a 15-meter walk across the walkway just to the casino if you want to go there as well. And notwithstanding the fact that Port Elizabeth is one of the most beautiful towns in South Africa. I mean, the only downside is that it gets a bit drafty down there on the coast.
A little windy, it is known for that.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if you like flying kites or paragliding, I mean, that's the place for you. But it doesn't detract from the fact it is a beautiful, beautiful place. And, you know, the balcony that they have outside by the liquor room there is enormous. You know, you could have maybe 200 people on it.
Wow.
It's huge and it overlooks the sea. It's just a beautiful place.
Sounds
So,
stunning.
yeah, shout out to the guys down there in PE. Hopefully, in the new year, we'll be heading that way. The tour hasn't been there for a while, so we're looking forward to that with great anticipation.
Yep.
And my wife will definitely not miss that. And of course, from the point of view of the stream and that, we get a ballroom to set up in. You know, we can actually go dancing in our little area, unlike the box we're in now. Not complaining, of course. Ace King for any apple.
Under the gun. 4 chips gone on the back of the cards. The raise comes in. Vigandas gets away quickly. Ivan does in the cutoff. Chandra deep folds. Round to Rhino. He gets rid of his.
And that, as they say, will be that.
Max in the big blind. Let's see what he has.
No resistance.
My only hope. Don't fold any, he says. Gotta love any.
Yeah. And he'll probably show this.
He'll probably show this to get some credibility. No, good old professional doesn't show much.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm counting for you. What do you mean?
So we have a break in 5 minutes and 55 seconds. 555.
Right, so Max will be in the small blind, Henny the big. As the chatter still goes on. Rana will be on the button, and Vigendas will be under the gun.
And of course, we're going to change all these people out from our feature table during the break. And will we miss them? No. Okay, maybe
I'll
a little
miss
bit.
some of my mates around the table there, that's for sure.
We'll miss them a little bit. But it's been good having them. Some interesting action, some interesting
Yeah,
plays,
we-
and of course, sorry to have lost Ivan, who then rose from the ashes and returned, and sorry to have lost Gavin as well. But we wish these players well as they go to the outer tables, and we look forward to seeing what our
Featured
Hobson's choice brings us for the second round, as it were.
You asked for action, and you certainly got it after that, Gary.
Jesus, lunchtime. I still remember breakfast.
Yeah, it's,
13:06 local time.
the time has gone by, Gary.
When you're enjoying yourself, Mark, when you're enjoying
It's
yourself.
absolutely wonderful here in the commentary booth. It's the second best place to be other than around the felt itself. Bird's eye view of everything going on.
Yeah, for sure. And it's an education being in the back here because you see everybody's cards, you see everybody's actions and reactions,
Absolutely.
which are obviously as important as the actions. And we've had 40 hands this morning, so if you think we've had two 40-minute sessions, 40 hands, it's an easy equation. There's 20 hands a session. You know, in a normal environment, 20 hands an hour is well, 22 is the average. So for us, the dealers are doing quite well. We're getting the action round. There's not a lot of tanking and misbehaving and nonsense.
No, and we had to swap out a deck, and you had to shuffle around the table in the beginning.
Yeah, so it's a good number.
it is a good number that we've reached. So Ivan under the gun with a 10-9 off. He's like to play those connecting cards. It's just limped in. Chandra gets rid of her hand. It's folded round. Rhino folds. Max on the button with a king 4 off will fold. Henny in the small with a queen jack off.
It was a bet from Henny here.
Yeah, I think he might raise it up. He's going to look at Ivan limping under the gun, and maybe he just completes.
No,
You
he's
see, there he comes the speech. Ivan, he's asking him, what are you doing?
of course, of course.
He wants to get info. What are you limping with? Yeah, but Henny will ask the question. What are you limping with? Let me find out.
Raise to 4,100.
And the answer will be, I think Ivan might take him on here.
Ivan will. Ivan hasn't shown a propensity to fold at all.
4,100 total. 259.
Ivan will look up at the clock, and we want to mess around with this guy with 2 minutes to the break.
Yeah, he's going to call. He likes to see flops with those cards.
So the 6, the 7, and the 4 brings a gut shot for
For
Ivan.
Ivan, it's gone check, check.
2 overs for Henny. That makes it a little juicier with the 9 now for
Yeah, Ivan now pays
Ivan.
up. Henny's going to check. And Ivan will now lead into this and probably get Henny to fold.
There's 11 in the pot, so something around 6 or 7.
I think it's a bit under that. 3.5.
Oh, okay, he wants him to play. I mean, there are 2 hearts and there are 2 clubs on the board. Remember,
Yeah,
so,
and Henny knows that that kind of board suits Ivan's limping in range and then having called. Yeah, and he gets rid of it.
yeah. So, and he gives that one up, and 7,300 profit chips will slide across to Ivan, who's now in the top spot. They've leapfrogged each other, and Henny's with 58, and Max has got 26 down the big blind.
Yeah, we got a shout out from Lazan. Him and his twin brother play people that I've played against quite often. So They're saying hello to us. Hello to you guys out there.
Good morning. Well, good afternoon even. It's morning somewhere, and somewhere else it's 5 p.m. No alcohol for me, but it's a reasonable excuse. Right, under the gun, Chandra will fold these this 10-6 off. She'll not be interested in getting involved in those. She's looking up at the clock there, thinking, can I stretch my legs? Ryan gets out of the way. Max will play his pocket threes in the cutoff. And he'll size this up, 3.5, something like that.
Raise, 37. 3,700.
Okay, 3.5 is 3.7. Any with a 10-4 and a button. Not interested, they're going to the muck. Vigados has the ace-jack he'll play out of the small blind, might even see a raise. And Vigados calls because there was a 7 already.
Total 3,700. Total. Yes, sir. 2-1 on top, right? Yep.
Alright, so we're going to go three-way to the flop here.
Queen 9-4 rainbow.
Ivan gets the best of that.
Ivan has got a queen here, so top pair.
Chocolate. Your action say chocolate.
Ivan has checked into Max, who's the original raiser. Vigandas will fold the ace-jack. Ivan will call.
No, I'll do that tomorrow.
Max talks him into letting it go.
Yeah, he turns into because of the kicker. You see, that's the problem when you call with that.
Okay, so we're gonna quickly dash out and change everybody on the feature table. And we'll be back in about 14 or 15 minutes. Stay tuned.
the button.
Yeah, so the button's
So, so you're not coming in with small big.
He snaps with queens.
What's it? 1, 2 now? No, you're
No,
not in
you
the
can't.
set.
You can't
Because you
come
weren't
in.
You stay on this one. So dead.
So I like
So
Yeah, it's no, yeah, it's right because it's dead. Dead.
He can't come in.
This was Johan, right? Yeah, it's dead. No, it's dead small.
Yeah.
He can't come in with the small.
what was you on? Small or big?
Big one.
Big, so I'm big, brother.
Yeah.
Go Storm.
No.
We
you
are
can't
back.
come in. You're not coming in.
Yeah, we're back. Welcome back to the viewers after our short break there and change out on the feature table.
Be aware that PS6
We'll
is
give
not
you
coming in now,
information of all the players once they're
because
seated.
you can't come in between the flag.
So you shift on
We're already looking around at a few familiar faces. I've seen seat 1 is Jaco Storm, never short of a few words. It's going to have competition from, looks like Naeem Lum on the right hand side there.
I have just appointed Naeem Lum as the table policeman. I figured it's better to give him responsibility than anything else.
2000 to play.
So where are we? So action is on seat 1, Jaco Storm, with his back to us there. He'll fold.
2000. Thank you.
And action around to Leonard. I'm sure Mark will talk about him later as we get on in the hand. But a new online
And
friend.
then Tony Van Eden, well known to all of us as well.
Air conditioning Tony. Loves a glass of white wine.
Gareth
A
Edmonds.
connoisseur of note.
Also well known to us.
And Gareth is a nice player. We enjoy his company very, very much. And he said to me, what do I have to do on the feature table? I said, just be yourself. And Wojciech folds, and it looks like Lum has called. And the flop comes.
5-5.
So a bit of everything there. Lum has found second pair. Gareth's found top pair.
Check a bit.
Found bet call.
Okay, I lost the action there. What was there a bet?
Yeah, there was a bet and a call.
Check a bit. 11,000.
So 11,000 to a pot of 23. And Gareth's ahead here by a long, long way.
Absolutely.
So Lum's bet into this. So Gareth has got to go back now and decide what is the price to keep him in. And the
Yeah.
answer to that is there isn't one. He's just going to raise and he's going to fall.
Yeah, he's hoping that Lum's got a 10 of some description so that he can get paid off.
And Lum will know that his little tricks are over.
41,000.
And Lum will not take too long.
Yeah, and the big raise comes in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time to fold, Lum. Well,
He's normally a quick folder.
okay, he's actually seriously considering this. And Lum is normally gets pretty sticky. And Lum is actually looking at the player, not those chips. Trust me, he wants to know the breathing and what's he doing. And as you can see, if you can, Gareth's got a bit of breathing going on here.
Yeah, he has. And that's normally one of two things. Either I'm scared, or I'm so excited I want you to call.
And Lum's going to see the bad news. A absolute monster.
Yeah,
And
and
that
a
pot was
very big-
100 plus, eh?
yeah,
54,000
huge
a
pot
game.
there.
Massive. Well done, Gareth Edmonds.
Slide Lum down the standings.
And Lum didn't believe it. So if you don't believe, you don't believe.
Yeah, and Tony Van Eden on a very short stack there. 7 bigs.
I was just talking to JP Oaks, I was talking to Rudolf Ferry, I was talking to Doc Eben, I was talking to Cole Myberg,
Small van.
and they're on a table where there's been about 10 all-ins already. Rudy had kings, another player had queen rag, flop comes queen nothing, player goes all in for 200,000, Rudy
Wow.
snaps him with the kings, and of course the queen came on the river. Rudy is now rebought. And
And
my
telling his tale of woe.
understanding, there was a subsequent hand where the same player who called with the queens made the nut flush and took another several 100,000. So the guy sat with 400,000 plus.
Wow. Okay.
And they've got JP Oaks, they've got Rudolf Ferry, they've got Carl Myberg, and a real who's who of poker on that table. They're all
Yeah,
getting
rough
smashed.
table. Smashed by the unknown.
Well, I know who he is. It's
Oh, okay.
Mike. And Jaco's woke up with the aces here, 2 black ones. And no disrespect meant, but it's the guy that is Mike from Monty, plays in the Monty again. Nigerian Mike, as we call him, because there's Mike Finley, American Mike, of course, and they just prefix it with the country. So Nigerian Mike is the guy over there causing havoc.
Smashing them all.
Yeah, getting lucky if you listen to the other side of the story. If you listen to Mike, he'll tell you that he's just a genius.
Right, so we've got Jaco will be in the big blind here, and the player that you were talking about, Leonard Wilkin, under the gun. He's a fairly newish player to the bigger tournaments. He satellited in. He won his satellite on Friday evening before the tournament started, so he's won his seat in. And he was telling his tale of woe for the monster seat when he flopped the straight with King Queen and Carl had pocket jacks, and Carl flopped the set, and then Carl turned quad jacks. So he was telling that tale of woe online to us all. He's someone that we played on in a little, on one of those poker apps where the home games all come together, the clubs and that. So he was regaling his tale of woe the next day to everyone.
He got Myburged. Aha! So Wojciech with the pocket threes here. So Wojciech could just put all his money in. Used to be a Grand Prix driver. How about that? There's a bit of trivia for you.
There's a bit of trivia for us. And well known for hanging around with Vigandas, the two of them together.
And he never actually made F1, but he did race in F2.
Oh, that's an achievement on its own.
Well, and let me tell you, now this goes back a lot of years. In the early days, I mean, Wojciech will tell you himself that he actually looks younger than he is. And I'm a great F1 fan, as people will know. And he and I have had many chats. And before lockdown, I said to him, what are you up to this weekend? He said, I'm going to Britain. He said, I'm just going to go to watch the British Grand Prix. I've been invited there by so-and-so and so-and-so. And I said, oh, okay. And then I chatted with him again. He said, yes, I was talking to Jensen Button on the phone the other day. And he said, I must come to Abu Dhabi. And he knows them all. Yeah. And he's a real encyclopedia of motor racing. So Wojciech there, a real interesting character.
Yeah. I see a couple of comments coming through the side on Facebook there. Andrew Barrett, well known to me as well. Shout out to him. Hello, Andrew. And he wished Max and Ivan good luck when they were on the table. The stream, of course, being the half an hour behind.
And Andrew Joseph, I might add, Diab. Hi, Andrew, and to your dad, Brian, down there in KZN. Shout out to you. Had your brother Clayton at our home game a couple of times, and nice to see him. And if you're up in town, then come along and join us for a bit of fun. And he says, Queen's cracked, aces cracked, unlucky guys.
Yeah, very unlucky.
He knows the feeling, I'm sure. Okay, Wojciech is all in again here. And Wojciech's on a mission here.
Yeah, putting the foot down onto the pedal and saying, right, I'm all in, pick up the dead money.
This is not the Wojciech we know and love. This is an interesting, interesting Wojciech Perron. No relation to Eva. No, that's a bit of a subtle joke. You need to be a bit older.
No, pick it up.
Yeah, other people need to be a bit older to understand that one.
Well, I think Madonna in her movie made that famous to the newer generation.
Please don't cry for me, Argentina.
So the younger generation were brought into that with that movie, I think.
Yeah. Google it for yourself. Eva Perron, very famous woman. And of course the musical Don't Cry for Me, Argentina was based upon that. And first sung by a woman called Julie Covington. What a voice.
Yeah, an amazing voice.
Okay, back to the game. King 10 offsuit for Gareth. Gareth still enjoying that big pot with Lum, where he managed to run out with his good old Jack 10 there.
Yeah, got a nice stack of chips up against the divider there.
So Wojciech isn't going all in for a change, but he's certainly pumping up the action here.
King Queen off.
He's obviously read that little paper we've written about aggressive play six-handed.
Yeah.
Lum's having none of it. He wants his money back. 8-7 of hearts. These suited connectors. Fold. 2-8-7, and good old Lum is going to get his own back here by the way.
Yeah, it looks like it. Picks up the top two.
And Wojciech's going to continue with the 2 overs here. So what is the sizing? Lum's loving this, by the way. I like a flat from Lum here, by the way. I know they're all black cards, but I like a flat.
one?
He's pumped it up straight away.
Yeah, and no criticism. I would like to have seen him just flat it.
Yeah, we can say that because we can see the card. I think he's scared of the flush draw.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, you know, if Wojciech stays in the hand and hits one of his pictures, then he's going to get paid off here.
Yeah, and he's got runner backdoor with the king of spades as well, but he'll get rid of that on the re-raise.
Yeah, and Lum's happy with the 23 game.
Lum shows him just one card. Shows him the 8, the top pair. Right, and we look down at the stack. Tony on the 5 bigs heading towards the rebuy zone if he doesn't spin it up quickly.
So Wojciech, top right of picture, will be our under the gun player, first player to act. He's got 47,000 behind, so trying to get himself back to starting. He's been very aggressive since he sat down.
Yeah, uncharacteristically so.
Yeah, normally he's quite a tight player. I've played a lot of tournaments across from Wojciech, and you know, I know we spoke about his racing career, but actually he's a very dry and funny man as well, and a smart guy as well, and good company.
2,000 to play.
I think he's originally from Poland.
No,
Jack 4, what's a Jack 4? We all know.
Player we haven't spoken about yet in the
James.
C10, James Zaki. Because he hasn't been involved in anything yet.
Big James Zaki.
And Leonard completes.
For 11,000.
And Tony's gone all in straight away.
Yeah, Tony was looking for that spot. He's got
Yeah.
2 pictures here. He knows he needs to get it spinning up ASAP.
Gareth says, I don't have anything to call with you. And Leonard having limped in on the button with the 3-2. Yeah, it's way too much. Just get rid of them. You shouldn't have been limping in on the button with the 3-2.
Nope. And Tony gets his rewards, a gain of 6,000, and the grind continues.
Yeah, Leonard's a player that likes to see a lot of flops. So he's looking to limp in with those kind of hands, find a sneaky flop with it.
So Tony Van Eden was very complimentary of our commentary yesterday. I spoke to him during the break, and he says, wonderful, wonderful. You guys are super.
Excellent to hear. Talking about Ron Drayo was sitting in Yaku's seat earlier. He always called 2-3 the silent nuts. He said because if it hits hard, nobody ever sees it coming.
Well, that's Carl Margenberg about that. That's right in his wheelhouse. 2-3, 7-2, 2-4, 6-2, 5-3, 5-2.
Yeah,
To name but a few.
to name a few. No, but I particularly remember Ryan saying 2-3 the silent nuts.
Yeah. Okay, James gets out of the way. Yako with the 9-5 has been very quiet, uncharacteristically.
Gareth picked up a nice big hand here on the small blind. He's only got Wojciech to his left, so he's got to decide now, if I limp to him, will he pull one of his moves that he has been doing, or do I raise it up from here?
Yeah, I think we'll see a little raise here.
6,000.
And he has done so.
4 more.
3x,
Wojciech looks down at his chips.
standard 3x.
And Wojciech could be thinking to himself, I know this guy's stealing here. And he was just about to reach for those and raise, but he's going to fold. He's going to fold.
Yeah, and then the wise move.
The twitch towards the chips, but didn't quite get it.
And Gareth's a very, very solid, good player. He's not going to show him anything.
No.
Quietly slips his cards into the muck. If you think I'm at it, that's fine. You'll pay me off next time.
For sure. You know, I fancy eating sweeties. Who has sweeties? No sweeties? You have failed, all of you. No, I can't have those sweeties. That's Mark's sweeties from his daughter. A sweetie bar.
A sweetie bar
I
that
think at the next break we will invest in some sweeties. I'm not sharing with you lot, no. Just for me.
Gary talking to the tech team here in the background.
2,000 to play.
Bradley says he's going to run and get me sweeties. No, I need you to stay here and be the overseer of all things technical.
Right, we're into the next hand. It's folded so far around.
But thank you. Just a shout out for the satellite that started at 10 o'clock this morning. They're down to 7 players. 2 ladies still at the table. And they're playing for a main event seat, a turbo seat, and a rebuy seat for the turbo.
Yeah, which 2 ladies are still in, Gary?
Well, one of them I'm married to, so...
That's why I was asking.
Yeah.
Well done to Shelley, and we wish her well.
Well, I told Moon I was going to kill him if he knocked her out, so...
Moon's still sitting there too.
yeah. giving me lots of chirp. Elvin Brooks is still there. Dobby's still there. So,
Yeah, right. She's in tough company.
no, indeed she is. But I think she's playing the chick card, you know, and getting away with it. And long may it continue.
She should just play that. Don't upset me, otherwise I'm going to tell Gary.
Yeah,
card.
I mean, she has got a big husband as well. We'll see.
All right, so
Okay,
back
Lum
to the
is
action.
top pair here.
And it's been checked.
Don't like that spade draw there coming now. Gareth's probably going to stay involved here.
Yeah, with the king of spades, I'm sure he is. And Lum has got the jack of spades as a backup to his queen.
Yeah, and that in itself is dangerous. I mean, you know, I could even raise here, you know. I think he's just flattened that off.
No, he's flattered it off.
No.
No, he has flattered it off.
flattened
It's
it
the
off.
colour
see the
chips you've
chip
got to
colours.
get used to. So Lum has got a lock on the hand.
Yeah, and
He'll bet, and I think it'll be bet fold.
so what's that, 12,000 there? $12,000 in the 28.
Yeah, and Gareth will fold.
Au revoir, mon ami. Shukran, goodbye.
I had a little catch up with Max in the break. And I said we did compliment you on your new slim trim look. Has Gwen been starving you? And he said, no, I've been disciplined and back in the gym.
Well, good for him. I mean, at his age, in the 60s, you know, he should...
Oh, you'll kill us for that.
Oh, dear. I'm sure he'll give me a bit of flack. No. You know, with three young grandchildren running around, you've got to keep fit, eh?
Yeah, absolutely. And a young grandfather, he's still in his 40s, Max. So, yeah, he's looking good and slim and trim. Says it's hard work in the gym that's not starving.
At least he can get in the gym at 40-something. I'm going to be 60-something soon.
Ah, not 60-something, just 60, Gary.
Yeah, but 60 in a day, 60-something.
Semantics.
Oh dear, Leonard with the ace-queen here. Let's have a look, see what
Yeah, he'll
Leonard
raise
gets
that
there.
up.
91,000 behind, 5k in the pot. I fancy 3.5, 4 here.
7-5.
And he's slightly down from his overnight stack. He had 102,000 overnight.
Made a statement, bet over the pot, says get out of the way, I'm running you over. Folds around to Wojciech with the 5-4. Lum wastes no
James
time.
Zaki is calling. We can't see his card. It's called out of the big blind. Could be just defending the big blind. At this point, we're not sure. Ace is there. Going check. Leonard will reach for chips.
7-5.
He's betting 7-5 and a quick fold, and he'll take down the pot. Yeah, Leonard known to a lot of the guys online as Oki, for those that are out there listening. That's who you're watching. But so Gareth is sitting very comfortably up top there after that big pot against Lum.
Good. And I see Lum is taking his policeman's role seriously. He's talking to James there, saying you must put your cards in the box. And Lum, no stranger to the feature table, so
yeah, he's been
hence
around.
his appointment as as the alpha on the table.
And a job he'll relish in as well. And a good appointing him, Gary. Probably keep him out of mischief.
Well, that's it. You know, you've got to control the mischievous ones. Just promote them.
Give them responsibility.
That's what they did to me in the army. They couldn't control me, so they promoted me.
Right, so we're on to the next hand. Leonard will be under the gun. Tony folds. Gareth with the king 8 off in the hijack. That'll go into the muck. Wojciech, king 6 off. Folds Lum.
Lum's on the
with
button.
Let's go of jack 8. 9-2 for James. He'll fold.
Thank you, James.
Yako
Putting
gets
your
a walk.
cards in the box, and Yako gets some free
And
money.
just as well, because Yako is one of those that is totally married to his big blind.
Listen, I've seen Yako play some monster hands who've scared the hell out of me. When you know, putting big players to the test.
Yeah, we'll remember at the last Carnival City Series on the final day at the final table, he pulled off that big bluff against Jared Solomon.
Massive bluff.
Massive bluff against Jared. Ruffled Jared's feathers a bit. Solo, the good professional is, he came back. He said, I bluffed him back, and then my ego was restored and we could move on.
And took it down, of course, Jared.
Yeah, and Jared took it down. A magnificent player, Gareth Solomon. Jared Solomon, and we miss him here this week.
Talking of magnificent players, the young Tony's got jacks. This will go in.
Olen?
Ace-7 for Gareth. A little think about it, but you're too early in the queue to be playing these against an all-in. Yeah. It's a nice hand, buddy, but there's too many players after you. That's what you're thinking. And I'm going to have to fold, but such is life.
Yeah, if I was in a different position, I'm
Last
calling.
to act, I'll call all day. And there you go. Reluctantly lets them go. 9-4, so good fold anyhow. A lot of your hearts are going here.
And there's some more of the hearts gone out. Well, James Aki has woken up with a big hand here.
Yeah, I mean, he's got Jakob to his left, so looks like he's just going to call him off. Whether or not he wants to drag Jakob into the
Try
pot.
and drag Yaku into the pot as well.
And Jakob folds. Leonard's going to fold here for sure.
Yeah. He looks at the ace, but then nah.
Cards on their backs. Thank you, gentlemen, and we'll go to the flop cam.
Tony sees the bad news that needs one of two outs.
It better be all in CB, otherwise we'll have a problem.
Yeah, cards couldn't be exposed if it wasn't. Alright, so we go to the flop.
And there's the ace that Gareth said he should have called with.
And Leonard folded as well. 5
No help. Jack and Jack only, otherwise AC Tony will be on his way. Indeed he is. Thank you, Tony. It's been nice seeing you, even though it was a short cameo appearance.
He might rejoin us again. I'm sure he'll head to the re-entry booth.
A small libation en route. Knowing Tony.
Adult beverage will be consumed.
Yes. Some falling over water. And congratulations to James Zaki. He will pick up that pot and a gain of 22,000.
Yeah, nice pot for James there. He hadn't played any hands really. He defended once and picked up the queens and got paid off.
And we shall continue six-handed, and unless there are some bodies out in the outer forum that are available. Jeez, and the dealer lets everybody know there's a seat open. The seat open looks like Colonel Sanders has sat on it.
Yeah, good advertisement for them there.
Colonel Sanders in seat 3.
Right, so Gareth will now be in the big blind.
And number 53, so Wojciech under the gun. And Wojciech turned up firing, and now he's just settled down back to the old Wojciech.
Yeah, well, he hasn't really had much to fire with since then.
Lum with the 9-7 suited calls off. James with his newfound wealth has decides to fold. Jakob Storm with the Queen 10 will get involved here on the button. And now we look at the small and bigs.
Leonard is going to complete. Round to
And
Gareth.
Gareth will probably check this off.
Check his option.
Back here, Tony.
And I suspect that's Tony Van Eerden coming back.
Tony coming right back in. I said he'd head to the re-entry booth, and he has done so. Right, so we all the way to the flop. The 2 pair for Leonard in there from the blind, and he's checked it and induced the bet.
So Leonard checked, Gareth checked.
See, and Leonard checking his 2 pairs got name to his bet, he's up and down.
I see that.
Yaku is called because he's hit the 2nd pair.
So I can understand the call there by Leonard. I thought he should have raised.
He's raised now.
Oh, he has raised.
He's raised. He checked in the blind, flopping
Yeah,
the 2 pair, waited
sorry.
for the bet, and then re-raised. Lum folds his, Jakob folds his, and Leonard picks up a nice pot by completing the blind, flopping 2 pair, and check raising.
Yeah, nice little move there. We like that.
Yeah, well played.
Tony would join us with a starting stack, I think is 50,000.
Which will be a lot of newfound wealth to him, considering the small stack he came to the feature table with.
So welcome back, Tony. We missed you. No libation en route, so
Yeah, I think early in the morning for Tony.
it's afternoon and it's
Yeah,
5
for
o'clock
that's
somewhere
Tony
in the world.
early in the morning. Wait until we hit till about 4 or 5 o'clock this afternoon, then maybe.
What and a very generous man. I mean, several times he's come and sat at dinner with us and will let us pay, and you know.
He's a lovely person, you know.
You have to fight him to pay the bill. You know.
Absolutely. He's in that type of mode. He's a very, very generous of spirit person.
Top chap. And a big shout out for him as well. And his company, they just fitted some air conditioning into one of the offices at our factory unit. So, and a great job they did too. So, you want any AC done? Speak to Tony Van Eden.
There you go.
Good
Usual
prices,
shout-out,
good
Tony.
workmanship, and timely and quality delivery. And if you want Tony's details, send me a message and I'll private message them back to you. Unfortunately, we can't put people's details out on the air. I did that once. I gave my phone number out on the stream.
Okay.
That was just stupid.
Right, so we've got a limp pot all the way around. There's one player's cards we can't see. That's the player on the button, Leonard, who rake to
So
the
this is
previous
going to be
hand.
interesting because King 5 and King 7 have hit here. Backdoor diamonds draw for Nathan Lum. And here comes Wojciech betting his king.
He's betting his king. Gareth checked his king. So
It's a big bet as well, 12,000.
we'll
So
find out
pot's
what
up to
Leonard
22.
lumped in on the button with now, because whether he calls this or not.
And that's a sure sign he's going to fold.
Yeah, that's a fold.
And 23 outs. It's not often you see that on the screen.
That's all the split possibilities as well.
Yeah, of course. I mean, all the chop pots are in there. And, you know, it's not often you see a hand like this where there are 23 outs.
Yeah, okay, we go to the turn. Oh, Wojciech from way behind is now way in front.
He's golden, eh? He is golden.
There are now 8 outs only for Gareth.
Yeah.
Some split pot possibilities, and then of course the 3 sevens.
And Gareth's kicker isn't that strong, so he will be aware of that. So big bet might get rid of him here.
Yeah, I think Wojciech will fire heavily, yeah.
So, I mean, 34 in the pot, so, I mean, we've got to see 15's half, maybe 20 something.
Yeah, between 18 and 20 odd.
Yeah, I think so. 27. 24.
Yeah, he's gone in heavy. Because he knows he's protecting a weak kicker there that's now managed to pair up, but he could still get outdrawn on the river.
Looks like Gareth's going to be a non-believer here.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Well, you can see the outs at the top of the screen there, ladies and gentlemen.
You're asking how much have you got left? All in?
It's going to be an insta call here for Wojciech, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think with what he's got left.
Yeah, insta call.
Yeah,
Cards on the back. Gareth will see the bad news, drawing to 8 outs.
yeah, a couple of split pot possibilities, and then the 3 sevens.
Look at
to actually
Gareth,
take
he
it out.
raises his eyes to the sky, knows he's been caught. And a new trick, we've got the flop box at the bottom of the screen. How's that for a
Yeah,
trick?
that's a new one. All right, and that's.
And there you go,
hole
we
two.
get to see the players' faces when the cards come down, and that's the reason we put the flop box there.
Oh, that's a new one, Gary.
Yeah,
Interesting.
I told the guys to do it in my lunch break yesterday.
Oh, I didn't realize you were that tech savvy.
I'm not, I'm lying. We've been reading the manual.
All right, oh, coming up with new tricks all the time, improving the
You know
viewer's
me.
experience.
You know me. I'm all about evolution. I'm all about evolving and as a team. And well done to the tech team for that. And we'll be seeing some other party tricks later in the piece.
Small blind.
Yeah, all the streams are running nicely. They're on a break at the moment.
Yeah, I see that.
That 30-minute delay, but I just went through and checked them that they're all running nicely.
Good,
Since
good.
our glitches, they seem to have sorted out the Facebook issue as well, which is nice.
So the Tony's persistence and his return has been rewarded.
And he's been given the American Airlines.
6,500.
Gonna raise. Because it was a limp in by Leonard again.
Gareth is still licking his wounds from the previous hand. King 6 is an improvement from King 5,
Yeah,
Wojciech.
but not to the raise.
Lum is already folded,
Lum's folding.
and that comes around,
Around to the limper.
yeah.
Does he decide to enter? He's decided to come along for the ride. So we go 2-8 to the flop. No help for Leonard on that flop. The ace is well in front. And Leonard a little misstep here. He's reached for chips and bet, and Tony's going to bang them all in.
Ole?
Insta bang in, all in. Yeah, and Leonard's going to posture a little bit here, but he's been caught having a little steal at the pot, and he can't continue from here. Card still in the map. Nice hand, Tony. Your welcome back to the table package is paid off. And we'll move on to the next hand. Right, so Yaku top of the table there, 69 bigs, 140,000. At the bottom, Tony, even after that, is some 36 bigs, 72,000 with a starting stack of 50, so he's plus 22 to that. And we are on hand number 56 of the day. Gary's just stepped out to the booth for a short while, so I'll fly solo. And Wojciech will be on the button. Small blind Lum, big blind James Zaki, and Yaku Storm will be under the gun.
2,000 to play.
Insta fold with 8-5 off. Leonard the Jack 6 off should go into the muck, and does so. Tony with a suited ace in the hijack. Contemplating limping in, which he's done. Gareth at 10-6 off in the cutoff. To the muck. On to Wojciech on the button. Queen 6 suited. He might decide to peel off a flop here. He's let go. Lum will complete, I'm sure. He's folded. James has checked his option in the big blind with 10-9. So we go 2 to the flop. James finds the second pair and he's gone well in front. He's going to lead out on that, which is the right thing to do.
6,000.
Betting 6,000 in, and Tony will put his cards into the muck. He'll show Tony the 9. Gain a bit of credibility. The button moves to Lum. James will be in the small blind, Yaku in the big blind, and young Leonard will be under the gun for the next hand. Yeah, the guys are constantly improving on the technology. The new box that we've got there, it makes it good to be able to see the players' faces while we get the flop as well. So well done, shout out to the tech boys there. Three of them flying in the booth here today.
2,000 to play.
Right, Leonard under the gun with the ace-7 off. He's limping in again. He's shown that he wants to play a lot of pots, limping into a lot of hands. See what the flop brings. Folded round to Wojciech with the suited 9-2, let go. Lum on the button with ace-jack won't allow the limpers in. There comes the raise.
8-5.
And a healthy raise because of the one limper in there to factor that in as well. And he also knows that Yaku likes to defend his big blind. Quite a wide range, shall we say. Small pair gets gotten rid of. Yaku folds his king 8 suited. Now Leonard has to make a decision heads up. He's got a weak ace. He's faced a big raise from somebody that will play him hand in position. He's decided to call. We go 2-8 to the flop. Yeah, and there's trouble for Leonard. He's hit his top pair, but Lum has flopped top 2.
7-5.
Leonard actually led out in that pot. I thought he had checked. It was just the way he was banging his hands. And Lum's going to be loving this. He's got a player leading into him, and he's sitting with top 2 pair. And take his time a little. Decide whether to flat or to raise here.
And
straight away the raises come. 15,000 more. He's going to call with his ace. He needs a lot of help on the turn, otherwise Lum will get the check mark. And the 3 is no help to him. There's only some split possibilities out there. Lum continues, 30,000 now to the check. This puts Leonard in a tough spot now. It's getting expensive to continue in this hand. He knows he's behind to ace queen, he knows he's behind to ace king, and dreadfully behind to ace jack, if we're just looking at all the ace possibilities. He's gonna call. He's gonna need some help on the river to get a split out of this.
Check of it.
10 is going to bring him no help, and Lum gets a check mark, and he's going to continue. He's fired all the way. He's working out his sizing here. $25,000, a little value bet on the river. He says, well, if you called 30 on the turn, you must call 25 on the river. So let's see if Leonard does. He's doing it into a very big pot. 118,000 in the pot. And he's gone all in. That's putting pressure on Lum. Lum was called. And a little misstep there by Leonard, and unfortunately he's been eliminated. He might have to head to the rebar booth. He wants to continue in the tournament. And Lum will welcome those chips.
No, about me. He's forever complaining about me.
Yeah, good natured, just comes and
But I
shakes
guess
Lum's hands.
after
Congratulations,
COVID,
well
everything
done,
is
Leonard.
alright.
Good, plays the game in good spirit always. Lovely young man. There's just unfortunately a tough spot for him with Lum flopping top 2.
Anybody was over with you?
Right, so
I'm talking about you.
How about me? I thought you talking about
Button will need to move.
Small, big.
Button moves on to James.
I only did
Yucca
one
will be
thing.
in the...
I said, don't open a queen or a king if he's got ace
Big
queen.
blind,
Because I know I've
Yeah,
got
alright,
he
that's
hasn't
what
got
the
ace
button...
three.
I've got the match split.
The Yucca was just big blind, that's
Wait,
correct.
wait, can I
I knew I had him with the jack.
Yeah, but I thought
Yes, he was okay.
Yeah, Yucca's corrected it. I was correct the first time round. So Yucca's in the small blind. Tony will be in the big blind. James on the button. So Gareth Edmonds under the gun with King Queen suited. You'll like the look of that.
2,000.
We're one player shorter now as well.
$5,500.
He's raised to 5,500. We check with the Jack 8 off will fold. Lum will fold. James on the button will probably fold the Texas Dolly. Now to Yaku Storm in the small blind. He's going to peel off a flop. We can't see Yaku's cards. And Tony in the big blind with Ace Jack. Now going to contemplate whether he wants to 3-bet or just flat call.
5,500. Toe chat.
We're going to call. We're going to go three-way to
Next
the
10
flop.
blinds are up.
We'll sweat with the other two players with Yaku's hand. We're not sure what he has. That could very much be in his wheelhouse. He's gone check to him. And he will lead out there.
8-5.
Tony's a quick folder. And Gareth's got to decide what to do. He's just got the two overs. There's no draws for him there. No straight draws, no diamond draw.
8-5.
8,500.
Remind the people in the paper room to wear your masks at all times. In the first meeting of Jenny, please replace your mask with your nose and your mouth.
All right, while we're waiting for Gareth to make his decision here, we've got a hello from Mshlanga from Gary Citron, our good old friend from there, well known to all of us. Big shout out to you, Gary. Enjoy the streaming down there in Mshlanga and enjoy your good weather. And nice to see you that you're watching with us. Now Gareth has folded there. He had nothing going for him on that. So we'll move on to the next hand now. Yaku is on the button. And Tony will be in the small blind. Gareth will be in the big blind.
Blinds are up. I did mention it while the hand was still on 1,025.
Yours stays the same.
Right.
Hello, everyone. 2-5.
Wojciech under the gun with the king 4 off, and Gary has rejoined us in the booth.
Sorry, I had business to attend to outside. Doesn't matter what it was, but my wife was busy winning the satellite.
In the words of Robin Williams from Goodwill Hunting, I had to see about a girl.
Okay, Tony's working up with Ace King here.
And Moon is joining us.
I've just been chatting with the Moon literally minutes ago.
7-5. 6-5 more.
And while you were away, I gave a nice shout out to Gary Citron, who's well known to all of us down in
Oh,
Mshlanga.
yeah. How's it, Gary? Nice to see you online, my
And
China.
you can deal with the next one.
Daniel Blackman. I have no idea what that is, Daniel, and I'm not going to read it out on there.
Me neither. That's why I'm saying you can deal with it,
Daniel,
Gary.
you need to stop smoking your socks, Jonah. I have no idea what you're talking about. Okay, we will ignore those comments.
Shall I go back?
10-9, Jack, Ace, and Ace King. Only Jack's working here for
Yeah, big hand developing.
James.
And while you were away, young Leonard was
6,500.
eliminated.
Oh well, no wonder why that seat was empty.
Yeah, and he lost a lot of chips to Lum. He lumped in again with Ace-7 off. Lum raised with Ace-Jack. The flop came Ace-Jack. And he led into Lum, got re-raised, called off all the way to the river, and then went all in on the river. And saw the bad news when Lum called him off the top two.
Wow.
11-5.
So a small misstep. It's the younger player. He's learning his way. Likeable young fella. Shame he went across and shook Lum's hand. Congratulated him. So good spirit.
More bit.
Good for them. And you know, it's nice to see the youngsters upholding the old traditions.
Yeah,
and
that was good.
honour
Good
and integrity. You know.
Good etiquette. That was nice to see.
Yeah,
So
for
making
sure.
mention of it again. I did at the time, but just catching my co-commentator up here.
Thank you very much. How do you ban people from the stream?
Yeah, these block him. I think you can block him, can't you?
Can you block these people? We will find out. Hide comments. There's
There
the
we
first
go.
one. That'll work for me.
2-5 to play.
Just go to all his and hide comments.
I'm learning something new every day.
There you go. Yakustorma in a hijack with a 9-6 suited. There has been a raise.
6,500.
He's going to re-raise to 6,500. Moon has to call. Was the blinds go up while I was not watching the Gary getting involved here with you? Don't even with the suited ace jack. A lot of spades out there. Tony has called. Wojciech's folds. So we're going to go two-way to the flop. There were a lot of spades out already, so if the last few come, there'll be trouble for Jaco. And maybe he'll get away from it on this one. He's going to check. Tony's hit the ace.
So we're on level 10 now.
10,000.
And he's bet 10,000. Jaco will look at his cards, slide them into the muck.
So we're on level 10, which is 1,000, 2,500.
Which is where the 2.5 came from.
Aha, there we go. So anyhow, congratulations to my wife who was busy winning a turbo, sorry,
well
the
done.
satellite.
And you said to her this morning, jump into that satellite, and well done to her.
Yeah, I mean, they did a deal which resulted in Moon taking the seat. My wife didn't want to play in the main event.
Okay.
So, but she was by far the chip leader. She smashed them all.
So what are you telling me is actually that the better Alan was out there playing, and
What I'm
the
telling
other
you
one
is I'm a
commentating
good
in the
coach,
box.
is what I'm telling you, is I'm a good coach.
So she lays claim to the best playing poker player in the home, does she, Gary?
Indeed she does. It's what happens when you've got poker table at home and you play poker and you watch poker and you commentate poker and you play poker.
I will have to congratulate her. Very well played out then Shelley. And such a lovely lady as well. And I really do mean that, Gary. Lovely lady.
I'm blessed, huh? I'm blessed. I've got a wife who understands me, understands poker, and I don't get any flack, so I'm very blessed. Big shout out to Shelley. Okay, Tony with the pocket crabs here. He's going to call. Looking to get go crab hunting.
Yeah, and Gareth on the button with the ace-9, deciding what to do here.
9,000.
He's going to raise it up. Going to make it expensive for Tony to hunt for that set now. Yeah, and it was a raise and a quick fold. Right, so if you look at your chip count now, you'll see that Lum is now sitting on 207,000. 82 bigs after that big gain. Jaco Storm still on 56 bigs. James Zaki on 55. So they're sitting very comfortably. And Moon's at the bottom of the list only because he's just got a starting stack, having just come from that satellite. So he's got a starting stack of 50,000. And his famous 2 bullets.
Which shouldn't be on our table because they're metallic.
The metal, so maybe you'll have to go and re-educate him, Gary.
I will.
Moved on to the next hand. Jaco Storm under the gun. Gets rid of that quickly. 9 suited for Moon. Let's go. Tony folds his 10-7. Round to Gareth Edmonds in the cutoff. Hasn't put his cards in the box for us yet.
7,000.
Right, and he's raised it up. We can't see what his cards are.
So shout out from to Shane from Oz.
Yeah, maybe we can ask the dealer to get him to put his cards in the box. He hasn't done so.
Who's that? It's Gareth.
Gareth, yeah. Because we need to know what's going on for the viewers.
So Shane has just sent me a personal message saying, I'm actually curious how much those cards cost.
Yeah, I didn't let on stream. I just said they were very expensive and that they were imported from the US.
So there you go.
Answer him privately, Gary.
No, let's run a competition. Guess in dollars. How much is a deck of cards to be played on the feature table?
Yeah, there we can make a nice competition. Yeah,
There's
Gary.
a competition. So you can talk to us in a half an hour. 2:15.
Yeah.
At 2:45, we shall take some guesses. I'll see if I can manufacture a prize, maybe. Let's see. But maybe not.
So
maybe just some love from the brothers here in the back.
Yeah, on the Facebook feed, if you guys want to enter that competition, Gary's saying in US dollars, guess what one of these playing pack of cards costs, and he says he'll manufacture some sort of prize for you.
Even if it's just a hug from me. And by the way, Shane and Oz, you can't join.
No, because
I've already told you. I already told you.
Right, so it's Moon under the gun with a King 8 off.
2-5 to play.
Folded around to Gareth in the hijack. He has now ace queen off. He will raise again.
7,000.
He's going to be aggressive all the way through. That's the way he plays. Very strong player. Folded round to Yaku in the big blind with the jack-8 off. And there he goes, yeah, I told you Yaku doesn't like to let go his big blind.
Okay, 2 to the flop. And the queen is good for Gareth. Big
Yeah.
kicker as well.
Top pair, top kicker.
Probably check, bet, fold.
I would imagine so. There's nothing there for Yaku.
Yeah, Yaku's had a stab here, but unfortunately no good.
7,000.
And his big blind will have to be surrendered at last.
Okay, here's the Yaku that we know.
The Yaku that we know and love. He's going to repop this, is he?
70,000, 10 more.
And Yaku won't know, but he's run into top pair, top kicker here.
Yeah, and in a player that he's not going to be able to push around either.
No. And if Gareth puts him on the draw here, he's just going to shove it in. No, he's just going to call it off.
Call it off.
Yaku's lining up for a bluff on the river here.
Yeah, he's and
And
board's
he can wrap
starting
the
to help
second
him.
7.
The board's starting to help him with the second 7 coming, and if a diamond comes on the river, he's going to rip one of the two. Keep firing.
21,000.
Classic Yaku storm this.
Absolutely.
And sit back and enjoy. Of course, Yaku's drawing dead now.
If he can't get Gareth to fold.
And I think Gareth's actually thinking about it.
Yeah, you know, Yaku's reputation for defending the big blind's known, so the 7 being in his hand is not beyond the realms of possibility. Yeah, but Gareth's a very, very good player as well. He's not going to just let go that easily.
Correct?
Brick on the river. Well, not a brick, as in
Not a
there's
brick.
two
You
on
see,
the
those are
table.
all in Yaku's wheelhouse, those cards, and he's ripping that I had Queen 2, 7 2, Queen 7, any one of those hands in the big blind that I defended.
This is a tough ask, and I mean, he will barrel here. There's 100k in this box.
33,000.
And he's put a big bet in here. Look at Gareth now. Jeez, I've got top pair there, I've got top kicker, but that board, am I still good? Oh, he's reaching for chips.
He's using the peripheral vision to see what Yaku's doing here. How much have we got left afterwards?
Yaku's putting him to the test here. It's not a snap call here at all. Yeah, you've got top pair with top kicker. Then a strange run out board. 2 ducks there. And
The fact
two
that Yaku
sevens.
was in the big blind is helping him here.
100%, and he's
Oh, he's
range.
called
Yeah,
it.
he's called him.
That's on the back.
There should be a tap of the table here, and that
Yeah.
should be the end of it.
Yeah, he's big pot, big pot for Gareth there.
Good
Well
try,
played.
Yaku. Good try. Unlucky, Montana.
Yeah, he's run against one of the few players at the table that would probably call him down. The other one being to his immediate left.
Small blind.
Dare I say we've put the 2 crazies in the same corner?
Yeah, for sure.
Poker-wise, I am saying poker-wise.
Yeah.
Lovely people, both of them, but wild and crazy as we just saw.
You're exactly right.
Two 5 to play.
Right, we moved on to the next hand. It's Tony Van Eden under the gun. It's folded. Gareth Edmonds is folded. Wojciech folds. Round to Naeem Lum, 7-4 off. Fold in the cutoff. James on the button, 9-8. Let's go. Yaku in the small blind with Queen 2 suited. It's just been. He says, I'll just call, make a friendly pot between himself and Moon. Moon will check his 5-2.
And
We go to
Yaku's
the flop.
right back in there with his Queen 2.
He says, don't I wish I had that hand the previous
Big,
one.
big draw here for Yaku.
Yeah, for both, you know, this is the problem because Moon's flopped an up and down, and Yaku's flopped the flush draw. So we're going to see action, yeah?
6 of spades would be interesting.
Oh, 6 of spades killer. There you go. Yaku checks
All in?
and check all in. After he induced the bet from Moon. Well, actually, he bet and Moon re-raised him. Let's get the action right here.
Yeah.
He sneaked in the 5,000. I didn't see it. Moon re-raised him to 20 with the up and down draw, and Yaku's gone all in. And Yaku is way ahead here. He's blocking some of Moon's outs with the spades that can't come to make the straight. Yeah, Moon will let go.
Yep. He made him pay for his draw. Classic lesson there, huh?
Yeah, absolutely.
Classic lesson.
The lovely Shelly has joined us in the commentary booth, and we're giving her a round of applause for a well-played satellite. Believe absolutely smashing all the boys. Right, we'll move on to the next hand. Yaku will be on the button. Moon in the small blind, Tony Van Eaton in the big. Gareth Edmonds under the gun.
So Gareth Edmonds will be under the gun here, and he'll be quite satisfied with his play in the last 10-20 minutes.
Yeah, he called off the bluff of Yaku, and Yaku put him under serious pressure.
Yeah, I mean, Yaku's no slouch when it comes to putting chips in the middle.
And he fired, he barreled all three, he didn't let up.
2-5 to play.
And his sizing was right to make it look like he had something.
So ace-6 is a nice hand, short-handed, but not first in the queue. Wojciech has got ace-2 suited here, looking down at his chips, so he fancies a little move here, something around 6 grand maybe.
Yeah, maybe a little bit more.
He's inclined to bet the pot or just over, so let's have a look.
8-5.
Yeah, gone a bit over. Fold from Naeem with a suited Jack-9. Yeah, all the aces basically gone. Gareth folded an ace-6. James folds an ace-6. Don't even need in the big blind. Gonna let go, and Wojciech will get through by being the aggressor there.
Yep, as we say, the aggressor is normally the guy not with the best hands. Gareth with 208,083 bigs here. Bottom of the pile is Moon. And Moon only recently joined the tables, down to 9 big blinds, 24k, so he's lost half his stack already.
Well, he lost it in that hand to Yaku, where Yaku bet, he re-raised, and he had to fold.
Yeah.
So he folded the up and down draw. Yaku had the flush draw.
And you know, you need to understand the psychology. Moon's just been grinding since 10 o'clock this morning in a satellite to win that seat.
Yeah, and suddenly he's left very short.
Yeah.
Right, so we've got Wojciech under the gun here. Put his cards in the box first, thank you. King 4 offsuit.
2-5 to play, sir.
Gita's going to remind him you to speak. Fold, sorry, apologizes, moves on.
Well, Yaku would like to play these 2 picture cards.
5-5.
Yeah, he's raised it up to 5.5 from the cutoff. Round to the big blind of the person who you just had a big clash with. We don't know, Gareth's got 9-2 off, so he'll have to fold that.
Yeah, he'll surrender that very, very quickly. Yaku will pick up a few chips. And I mean, you can't pick up the chats and see with the masks, but Yaku's normally quite vocal on the table.
Yeah, I can hear him bantering away, and I know it'll go along the lines of, right, that's the first repayment, you owe me so much more,
Yeah.
etc. You know, Yaku.
Yeah, that's why I was asking, because
You know, I don't
he got
know,
a few chips back from Gareth.
Yeah, so I got my first installment from you.
So I was big blind.
Button moves. Wojciech in the big blind. Lum will be under the gun. So Moon will have to move fairly quickly here with the 9 bigs.
Oh, for sure. Needs to make some moves.
To play.
Okay, Lummer's folded here. Pocket ace for James. He's a big unit, James, eh?
Yeah, he's He's a big man. He'll fit into
7-5.
our front row of the scrum there, Gary.
Yeah, he'd be welcome in here. He can come and be in our front row any day. Okay, so the raise was 7-5 from James. Round to Gareth in a small blind. He's got a few chips here. He might fancy a little float with a 6-4 suited here.
He might well do. Interesting that you said big unit. That's a term from old rugby term.
I am old and I play rugby. That fits.
And the sad thing is that I knew about it, so it puts me in the exact same age group.
And James shows people the 8, so building a reputation. And Moon with 9, Lum with 82 big blinds, 206,000. So a healthy stack there.
Yeah, and Gareth's playing very well. Look at him at 80 bigs there. He's moved up significantly since he came to the table.
And I think, you know, I don't think Gareth's had any big cashes, but I certainly think he would be due one.
Yeah, definitely.
And, you know, I don't think anybody would begrudge him either.
Five to play.
James has got ace-9 here under the gun, so albeit quite healthy, short-handed, he's certainly, I would imagine, should be folding this. What do I know?
Yeah.
There we go. So he's going to just
Just
flat
limp
that
in.
off. See if he can get it round.
Moon's going to limp in to see a flop. King 10.
And of course, Mooney, he's not a 2-card man.
No, he likes the 4-card version of this game.
He's a proper gambler.
He loves his Omaha. He's got a title or 2 for Omaha. Picked up a few trophies for that.
Yeah, but he loves it. He loves 4 cards, not 2. 10 to 5. So the 10 of Moon has been profitable here, and I expect a bet from Moon.
Yeah, he's got the best of this by far, and he's got a decent
4-5.
kicker.
Wojciech will get out of the way. You've got the 2, Wojciech.
Wojciech getting stubborn here.
No, you got to fold here, brother.
You're saying Moon bet, I'm calling.
Lum will get out of the way.
James
James
will
is
fold.
ace-9. So 2 players to the turn.
And only 3 outs for
Rainbow
Wojciech.
flop.
Choco bet.
The ace will not be a welcome card to Moon, but at the same time it doesn't have Wojciech. So if Wojciech bets this, you can get away with it.
Check. It's called check because of the ace.
A little glance across
Check.
there.
Jack's no help to Wojciech. He's going to go check and he's going to go check back.
Yeah.
And Moon will show him the winning hand.
So Moon picks up 14k, and he'll be
Moon's
pleased.
looking at look at the
Yeah.
did you see
What
did
were
you
you
see the
calling me
expression? When he saw the 2 only, did you see that expression? And that
Yeah.
told 1,000 words, that picture.
Moony.
The kind of surprise most of us get on our faces when Moon turns his cards over.
Yeah, we need to see Huawei's sun at the table, because we need to use our quote that the sun and the moon were both on the same table. You know, we waited so many years to get that in,
Oh,
and
dear.
Mr. Sun's not pitched up. He's busy doing something else, which is a
Yeah,
shame.
he's from Botswana, Mr. Sun. Him and Nicholas Zakam often used to travel together.
A pair of pests, the pair of them. Well, Nick is anyhow. Little rascal.
He is Nicky. Yeah, no, I've known him for a long time as too. Spent a lot of hours around the felt with Nick. Right, so the action continues. Moon folds, Tony folds. Gareth will fold in the cutter from Shaw with a 10-7 off.
2-5 to play.
Round to Wojciech. The button's going to fold. Lum with the 8-6.
Wow.
Give him a walk. That's unusual of Lum.
There you go, James. Free chips.
He doesn't normally give you a little bonus like that. Especially with 8-6. He'd like to normally peel off a flop.
Those are free chips.
Right, Moon's moved from 9 to 15 bigs to that pot that he took there. So he's starting to head back in the right direction.
Climbing up the stairs.
Moving back in the right direction.
Say your prayers, I'm coming up your stairs.
Well, we've got a delay on the streaming, so we'll have to wait half an hour before we start getting the entries, I'm sure.
Quarter to 3 will be the first landing of the guess of...
Guess the price of the cards.
yeah, I haven't managed to snag a prize off Monster Jam yet, but We will keep a record in case we can snag a prize. So, you know, at the end of the day, maybe just for kudos. First one through the door. Okay, Gareth folds ace-jack for Wojciech, and with his loose calls, he'll now get little credibility for his race.
Yes.
So it might work in his
9-5.
favour.
James
James
has
is
stepped
away.
away, so his cards are folded.
Yako Storm with a queen 5 suited in the big.
Decides not to defend this time.
Wow.
That's unusual as well. So we see Lum fold a small blind with 8-6. We've seen Yakulit go queen 5 suited in the big. You know, I'm have to check that I'm not in the twilight zone here, Gary.
It must be in the air. It must be in the air.
Mr. Stars, you're the big blind, eh? 2525.
Okay, we are approaching hand number 71 of the day. Tony, top left of your picture, wearing the T-Champs t-shirt, sporting the very shiny head there. Could be a competitor for Henny. That is the baldy seat, of course.
Yeah, it has proven to be so.
Tony is another classic baldy.
So there's a future for me in there somewhere. I can slot into that baldy seat if we
Oh,
look at
you've
overhead
got
pictures.
some work to be done on that one,
Fine,
my
fine,
friend.
fine.
Even when I had my head shaved, I couldn't compete with those.
Yeah, Lum's heading in that direction as well.
You know, they say busy streets and moss growing and all that.
All that sort of thing.
Yako is
Check of it.
obviously called here.
Moon has got the best of this flop, but it's gone check because the ace has slowed them all down. Now Yaku, yeah.
5,000.
Yaku's still got his cards there. We're not picking him up on the graphics.
Moon's got a check mark here, so that means that
Yeah, but that's on the graphics. But I think Yaku had Jack 10.
yeah, we're missing Yako's cards here. So
Unless he folded. Oh no, Yaku better than everyone folded there.
so tell me what happened there. Yako won that hand, huh?
Yeah, Yaku won that hand with the Jack 10. Moon checked the flop when he was ahead with the 9. The 10 came on the turn and Yaku led out.
Okay. All right. Well, I think our tech guys are caught up there. Small glitch.
You know, the amount of hands that we have, an odd little glitch here or there can be expected, and good on them for keeping it as honest as they do and keeping the chip counts.
It was an ID 10T error.
25.
Right, so we've got, from the looks of things, Gareth under the gun is going to fold. Wojciech folds. Lum's folding quickly.
Okay.
Folded all the way around to Yaku on the button. It's going to fold. Now Moon with the ace queen in the small blind. He's going to raise with the ace queen.
9-5.
9-5.
Okay, so Mooney's raised it up to 9-5. Tony's trying to extract some information.
Yeah, Tony likes those sort of cards as well.
He'll fold it.
But he'll fold it. Moon shows him, I wasn't stealing. Look at him. Buys credibility, nod from Gareth as well. And Mooney, you need to buy some credibility from time to time.
Well, he's trying to get off the bottom of the pack here, but he's growing, but he's not moving. Sounds like me. I grow, but I don't move much.
Economy of movement is one of my sayings for myself, Gary.
Yeah, for sure. Why? I'm like a big cruise liner. I take a time to get up there, but when I slow down, it takes me a couple of miles. You know.
Right, so we'll move on. Moon will be on the button. Tony in the
Wojciech
small.
is our first player to act. Top right of your picture.
2-5, okay?
Nice suited cards. Early position. Got to fold. Lum will have folded already in his head. James is probably going to fold there as well.
Well, James is playing a fairly tight game.
Yeah, pretty solid. I've never played against James, so I
I
can't.
played against him once or twice.
Check
He's got a
already.
decent stack there.
Oh,
Fancy odd little gamble every now and again, but he's playing good solid poker now. Yeah?
no complaints, sir. No complaints. Okay, 2 to the flop, 10-9, and a king 2 suited. I think that 2's in good shape there.
Yeah, the two's looking very strong.
Let's see if Tony is first to act here in the small blind, so let's see what he does.
Yeah, if he's
checked
he's
it.
checked, and then Gareth,
5-5.
And then it'll be
Gareth's going to bet the gut shot.
You are moving.
and he said, "You are moving, Mr. Wojciech." That was our tournament director.
The next big blind is being moved.
So we're balancing tables here.
So we'll go back down to being six-handed. Lum will inherit the big blind, take over from Wojciech. Tony will be on the button, and James will be under the gun.
All sorted out. Hand 74. Off we go.
First walk. The first walk on the table. We haven't had a walk. Can you believe it? The first walk. I don't. Not yet. Oh yeah, you had walked on me. Three walks here. It's not a sin to give a walk.
Okay, Gareth has got ace 10 in the small here. There's been no actions thus far, so he's going to try and steal off of Lum, and Lum's got the 10-2. Gareth opens his cards, says, "I'm not stealing, I'm actually betting a good hand." And he picks up the spare money. Look at that. Tony has found himself a small libation.
It was only a matter of time.
Well, I told you it's 5 o'clock somewhere in the world.
Is the lamp just raised? Raised.
She's saying raise it.
Raised.
So I'd like to formally announce that Mark is now a member of the tech team because he's learned how to block people on our stream here. So you know who you are. I'm not even going to give your name out.
Yeah, annoying little flea.
You have been blocked with your nonsense.
Yeah, he was just posting lots of annoying comments and stupid nonsense, like 15, 20 in a row.
Yeah.
So
You no longer have access. Have a nice day. Enjoy the rest of your life. Mooncalm with ace 2
I have had
suited.
some success, my friend. You are gone.
Au revoir. Look at this. That's a suited ace just gone by Tony. According to our graphic, it's now round to Gareth.
Yeah, well, Moon raised with the suited ace first. And you know, every time I see that ace 2 of diamonds, Bozo comes to mind.
Oh,
and
don't mention that.
It's going to haunt him for a while.
He'll have a heart attack.
6-5.
Yeah, but as we said at the time, if I asked you, would you like a call with those cards, you would have said every day of the week.
Of course.
Small big blind 80.
Right, so Moon up to 17 bigs. He's moving that stack back to the starting stack. He's just shy of it now. So we've had one big knock against Yaku, and he's now rebuilding. And he's got back, and he's 2 famous bullets on top of his chips there.
So we're not going to try and fight with the announcer outside. We'll just listen to what he's got to say.
We've already blocked him, Andrew, but he's come across Andrew Deeb. He said, "You need help, bud," to the guy that was annoying us.
Thanks, Andrew. He's been sorted.
2-5 to play.
Right, so folded round to Gareth in the cutoff. He's folding the 4-2 off. Naeem with a Queen 3 suited on the button. He's folding. And James flexing his muscles for the first time. I think he's raised it up. Oh, but look at Yaku.
Yaku with the X.
Yaku with the jacks.
So 2 players to the flop, doesn't want to see a king. Boom, boom, king 7. Top and bottom pair.
James flops 2. It's gone check, check. The ace.
Got a draw now, Yaku. Any 10, any jack. James will 5,000. Yaku would not be slow to pull this off.
Now he calls. Go to the river. Oh,
And,
full house,
full house for James. He might get paid off. No. Good,
Yaku
solid, solid, Yaku. Well done.
And you get shown the 7 and the king. Yaku won't like that. He says, you want to see my hand, look what I had. Yaku's going to give him a lot of banter, because he showed the king 7.
He showed it?
Yeah, and Yaku gave him a lot of disgust and said, you want to see what I actually raised with? See my hand, and he showed the jacks.
Oh, wow.
So he said he wasn't happy.
The battle lines have been set.
Absolutely.
Shots fired.
Yaku will return fire.
Shots fired. That'll make it a bit feistier.
Yeah, it would make it a little bit spicier there.
So Tony with nothing under the gun, having a think. That's why we're all staring at you, Tony.
Yeah, he lost his thoughts there. He was deeply lost in his own thoughts.
I think he'd already folded in his own mind.
And here's a nice shout out from a lovely lady, Maria de Gouveia.
Oh, lovely. She won one of our prizes last time.
Yeah, lovely Maria, to see that you're listening to the streaming. She says, as usual, great commentating, great job.
Yeah, she's a lovely lady.
Lovely lady Maria. Played a lot of poker with her from way back from the days with Tony and Max and Sandra and all of them.
8,000. 3,500, sorry. 3,500.
8,000.
3,500.
Ah, 3,500.
Let's get back to the hand here.
Super is at 8,000, change it to 3,500. This I'm still folding.
Yaku will pick up that hand. Right, we move on to the next hand. The button's on Moon. Or is the button on Yaku? You've got to watch with your screens, yeah?
I call it kaleidoscope syndrome.
Yeah. So the button is on Yaku, small blind Moon, big blind Tony. Yeah, Gareth helps by putting the button further back so we can see exactly where it is.
Good man.
Right, so when we resume action, Gareth will be under the gun.
2,500 to play.
Seven 3 off into the muck quickly, I'm sure. Lum folds. Lum's been quite quiet since he took that big pot. He's like closed shop almost. And James flexing muscles for ace king suited. So let's see if Yaku gets involved now with the Star Wars hand.
It's actually reasonably close. Ace king versus 4-4.
Yeah.
Not anymore, of course. Now the other hands are in.
Right, so we're going to go 2 to the flop here. James has found the best of this with the ace king. Found top pair, top kicker.
Battle lines are drawn.
He's going to lead in, and I think Yaku will have to get rid of this pretty quickly.
Yaku will wait for a better moment, I'm sure.
Yeah, he gets shown the king and the ace. James says to me, see, it's not always king rubbish. Yeah, but the battle lines are definitely there now between the two of them.
Can't wait to see this. Let's get it on.
Yeah, it's going to be fun.
Okay, so the time is now 14:46. That's just over a half an hour since we asked people to start guessing things. So maybe we'll see some answers soon. Looks like we're approaching the end of the current level. Maybe this hand, and then we'll be upping the blinds and antes. question came through online just a second ago. It said, when is the freeze out? It's after level 11.
All right, the other bets are coming in.
Jared Glass, $2 US. You've been smoking your socks, Jared.
Eugene Snyder's 112 US.
Not even close.
Not close, brother. Not close. So our first two guests, Gareth. I think Jared just having us on here $2 US.
2.5. But next time
With all that technology in those cards, Jared, not even close.
2.5.
Right, go back to the action here. The hand developing here. There's been two limpers in. King 10, that. Tony with the pocket nines in the small blind. He's got, he's just called. And Gareth has got the same hand as James limped in with, King 10.
Better both. Better both. Better both.
So the nines are a big favourite here, pre-flop. But Gareth's going to be the aggressor. He's not going to allow everybody to limp to him.
Here we go, and looks like Johan de Groot is just joined us.
11,000.
That'll spice up the table as well. Very, very good player. Ran deep in the high roller. Yeah, he came third. Decent cash for our friendly butcher.
For sure. 113,000 some changes, I would
Yeah.
recall.
That'll buy a few steaks and chops.
I just heard all in here from Tony.
So well played by Tony. He limped it in. He waited. Gareth is an aggressive player in the big blind. Gareth has raised. The other two folded.
How much is the all in? 40.
Yeah, it's a big all in. 29,000 to call.
29.
He raised to 11. It's 29,000 to call.
Is Gareth committed here? I don't know. 58 in the pot? No.
Yeah, he's not quite getting the right odds in that pot to call with
But
King
not
10.
even close. That's a fold.
He's counting it out though, eh? He's sitting over 200,000.
Mathematically, it's a bad call. Unless he's got a read on Tony. He's made the call. So we've got a race, but because of all the cards that were folded, there were 3 10s folded, there was a king folded. He's in pretty bad shape here, Gareth.
Yeah, he's 70-30 behind. So 3-way to the flop. Oh, so 2 of them in there.
And then, as they say, will be
You know
that,
what? There's 3
unless there's
7s.
runner.
There's 3 7s as an out. Now there's jacks been added as
Jackson
outs.
7s, that's it.
Oh,
my
it's a
word.
Again,
Sick
Tony,
The
game.
sickest game you'll ever
I
see.
also made a
It
straight
is-
on you with 5 9s. Look at that, a set.
Tony can't believe it.
Unlucky, Tony. Jeez.
He's just sitting there, ruining it. It's very unlucky.
Got his money in good and got out.
Got his money in very good.
Runner again.
Yeah, and he's been eliminated. He's not leaving the table quickly.
Big blind 8.
Tony heads off. He's contemplating maybe whether to rebuy again.
I had a queen 10. Twice you hit the 10.
The Garrett's going to rack up the chips.
So, just the viewers at home, I said mathematically that was a bad call. It was a bad call mathematically.
Correct,
but
Gary.
What we must say is Gareth had a few. He sat next to this guy. He's played some hands with him. He's got all the history and the data. So I'm not actually criticising what
No,
he did. I'm
Gareth's
just
a good
saying,
player, so
you know, mathematically it wasn't the right call.
Yeah,
didn't get a prize.
it wasn't a criticism, it was a statement of fact.
Yeah.
Mathematically, it wasn't bad.
And, you know, Gareth is sat there feeling the heat from Tony. So,
Yeah,
well done. Good call.
but there's a bit
What do
more,
I know?
bit more than maths that goes into a lot of the players' minds when they make calls. So
Oh, listen, if you're going to be a GTO player, then yeah, c'est la vie. Go with the math forever and ever, amen. But you know, I like to be an exploitive sort of floater type player.
yeah, I think my style goes more towards the GTO, not fully, but more towards.
Far be it for me to comment on your play, young Mark.
Yeah, I think you could, Gary, but you don't want to embarrass me, so you'll be kind. You'll be
No,
kind.
heaven forbid. Okay, we've got an all in here from New Undergraph. No messing around, let's spin this up. Max pressure.
You look at the second one.
Let me look at the second one. Oh my word. New Undergraph in the house.
Was it? I say.
And quite talkative this morning, eh?
Well, at least he's not got a hangover.
He had sufficient adult refreshments, shall we say.
Yeah, by his own admission, I'm sure. But oh
Well,
my word.
Here's Tony, and he's steaming.
You didn't delete Tony from the system, did
And
you?
he's
I hope.
steaming though, you can see it. The way he put those chips down,
Shame.
he's not happy. And I can think there will be some fireworks. So we've got two at the top of the table, Yaku and James.
So
And now Tony and
Van
Gareth.
Heerden will return in seat number 4. We lose our graphics while we update his name in the system.
Free to play.
Right, and James falls under the gun, goes round the table.
8,000.
Graphics is rejoining us. Moon is raised. Is he raised? We're just trying to check. Yeah, Moon did raise.
Why you never played
And it's got it through. So you'll add 7,500 to his stack.
And he likes that old Jack 9.
Yeah, and
Moon, sorry.
Yeah, and he's heading back to his starting stack.
He's getting there. He's getting there. Tony was 16 bigs if you join. So you heard it here, folks. If you want to join before the end of level 11, and the blinds are up.
Right, so Johan will be on the button.
Bit blind.
So the blinds are up, and the blinds are at 1,500 and 3,000, with 3,000 on the big blind ante. And this is level 11. So Mark, no more buy-ins after the end of this level.
Yeah.
The field will be set and the prize pool will be calculated, and then it's all about the cash.
Yeah, and having a look at one of our other screens there, maybe in between hands we can put this
7-5?
timing board up and just have a look where we stand. Amount of players, entries, players left, etc. Right, so Tony is facing a raise.
Tony's got ace jack here.
Yeah, and Yaku's raised with the queen 10.
Tony wants to shove this in so badly.
He's just called. Gareth in the cutoff needs to call with king 7 is going to fold. Round to Grafi on the button. King 5 suited. And he says, I fancy a piece of this.
He's going to raise it up. No, he's going to call.
He wants to see a flop there in position. So we're going to go three-way to the flop. It's clubs versus spades versus
I don't
hearts.
normally root for players, but good luck, Tony.
Yeah.
Yako picks up the 10 here, and he'll bet this, I'm sure.
Yako's got the best of the flop. Tony had the best hand pre-flop.
What's in the pot? 30, so he's going to come in with 20 here, maybe 15, 20.
Yeah, and Tony's going to have to be a quick folder. And
15-5, yeah.
Johan as well, he's done nothing for him there.
Nicely played, Yako. Flop the best hand, and there we go.
It is our
All right,
timing
so we are round 11, 81 entries to date.
Only 32 players in is what that
Only
is
32
telling
players in, that just shows how many rebuys there were.
me. There have been plenty rebuys then.
Chip count is 4 million, so that gets the average stack at 126,562. And the prize pool is currently sitting at 680,400 South African rands.
It's creeping up to the 700,000 mark.
Absolutely. So you'll see there 31 minutes to go on the level. We're currently 15 and 3,000, 3,000 on the ante. Next level will be 2-4. And it's 31 minutes to the break. So at the end of this level, that'll give people an opportunity to surrender their stacks if they want to buy a new stack, and obviously new players to buy in, etc.
There we go. There's more guesses. Maria de Gouveia, $15 US.
Get out of here, girl. Get out of here.
Way too low, remember?
Don't tell them it's too low. You're giving them clues, Mark.
Yeah, no, but 2 and 15, come on. We said it was expensive.
Yeah.
Do I look that
it's all-
cheap that I'm going to call $15 expensive?
It's all relative, you know. Johan with the 7-5 has put a bet out there, and he's raised it up to 8,000. Johan has come to play.
8,000.
I must remember those cards have all that technology within them.
For sure.
And it has to be thin enough to still be a normal playing card. Remember that as well. So
No, I have to sit on them when they arrive. That's how they get so thin.
I thought that was the extra job you gave me at the back, standing on the cards.
Yeah. Okay, so the flop will bring us 7, 3, 10, and Johan has got the 7 here. And like I said, he's come to play. 20 grand.
Yeah, make that gut shot expensive for Jaco.
Well, I think Johan and Jaco will be old foes.
There's my bet.
20,000.
Jaco says I'll give you a pair of jacks. Shows him just the 1-7.
Well, at least he didn't show him the 5,
Small
Yeah.
blind.
which is kind of rude.
That would have been rubbing it in.
That's kind of rude as well.
Right, so we move on to our next hand. Moon and Tony at the bottom there with 14 bigs each, and Gareth the top with 83 big blinds.
Another 10%, it's 3,000 shares or 3 weeks ago. So these are results.
3,000, okay?
Now you're looking for China.
No phones and there's anything. One from study.
8,000.
Yeah, and forever active since he's sat down.
Yeah, he's been active,
8,000.
Ralphie.
I told you he's come to play. Jako's has got fighting cards here now. Ace 10 suited. I like a raise here with Jako.
No, because they say to themselves, whatever.
Looks like he's flattened it off, and Moon's in the mix as well.
Yeah, going 3-way to the flop.
And 2 hearts, 3, 5, 8. No real hope for anybody, so
Bottom pair for Kraft out of all of
yeah, I was
that.
going to say, Johan has got the bottom pair here with the king kicker.
Oh, he's outflopped Jaco there. It's gone checked all the way around.
Things now change. Jako takes the lead.
And Moon has picked up a flush draw. And a gut shot straight.
11,000.
Your check.
15 nuts.
Finds the queen, which was one of his outs.
Yep.
I'm sure Jaco will continue bets, and Moon goes all in.
Jako can't call that off. Or has he called it?
Ah, rivet.
I wasn't here on the floor. Sharp.
Oh, this is the sprint race. The spring of Carnival and
Yeah, I don't think he called him, he folded. To show. A nice game for Moon there. Moved up quickly now to 27 bigs.
Yep.
He was bottom of that stack with 14 with Tony. And just like that, he's moved up to 27.
Interesting game.
Big blind ends.
There's another guest come in here from Natasha Lipman. I think that's Darren's good lady. She's got 90 US.
Well, we're getting a little bit warmer.
Yeah, still not. But remember, we had an earlier guess of 112 and we said that wasn't good.
Oh no, that's a little bit warmer, but not no clues.
3,000.
So 90 no good. Yeah, there were a lot of babies born during this COVID period. Mr. Sandler and his good lady Kate had a baby. Terry Mendes, that's one of the ladies, Dila had a baby. And Darren and Natasha had a baby as well.
I did. I saw some pictures yesterday. And his pops, Howard, he was over the moon.
Yeah, so Mazel tov to all of those.
like in the hairstyle
Right. Moon is raised with ace king.
As he should do, to 20,000. James has been asked a question which he will answer pretty quickly, I'm sure.
Yeah, he's going to fold ace 7. James playing solid. Yeah, the one hand with the king 7, a slightly loose call against Yaku, but that's because it was Yaku. And he got paid off.
Do you know, I have not heard much about the Mr. Khalil, my favourite Ewok. I don't know, is he playing in the main?
I saw Kevin
He was
this morning.
satelliting this morning, or trying.
Yes, I haven't seen him since then. I don't know if he's on the outer tables.
No idea.
He played the Monster Freeze. He went quite deep in that. I think he was out just...
I did get
down
the,
to
I
2
did get the
tables or
Tale
so.
of Woe.
Did you get a Tale of Woe?
I did indeed. I don't recall, to be honest, because I get lots of Tales of Woe.
Yeah, I'm
Kevin
sure,
is a good buddy of mine, as you know.
I'm sure at our home game next week we'll hear the full story.
Sure, for sure.
We'll hear the full story in great detail.
The full debrief. Okay, Lum's thinking about joining the Jack 10 Club.
I just keep donating, yeah. There's another 3 for the donation.
So he's, I keep opening here, it's just a donation. Let's see how we go. So that's the speech for Lum. Hoping that he's not going to get re-raised.
Check or raise.
Yako gives him a bit of action with his ace here. Gareth with the option is to check this by the look of it. Yep.
The first time Gareth's actually checked. Every other time it's been lumped to him in the big blind he's raised.
He had to check once, had to be right once.
Tony is checked in the blind. Checked Gareth. Checked all the way around. There's been no help for anyone yet. Now the Jack of Lum goes way in front. From check to Lum. And now bet 10,000 with the Jack. There's nothing really for Yaku there. Get away. Tony quick folder. Gareth folds and Lum will take in the pot. First hand Lum's played for a while that he's had success with. He lumped in a few and had to fold.
Yep. And Mr. de Graaf is going to leave us.
He's going to leave us. He was action while he was there.
Striking form here. So I take you away for it. Striking form here, but
Right. So
you want to be there.
we're back down
It's a
to
big blind.
short-handed here. More than normal, 6-handed instead of the full 7.
Get those guys and I just move to the whole farm.
3,000 to press.
Right, so go to James under the gun with a 9 3 off. He'll fold that.
You know what I like is that you know what I like is what people like.
On to Moon in the cutoff. His card's going to the mark. Tony's card's going to the mark. Gareth in the small blind has ace king.
And we shall see some action from him.
I definitely think we shall see some action from that. And it's blind on blind here, so depending on what Lum wakes up with, Lum might think Gareth's being so aggressive.
6-5 more.
And here we go. Lum has got king queen. So I definitely think he'll defend.
9-5.
9-5.
Right, so we go 2-8 to the flop. No help for either on the flop. The ace king is still ahead. Gareth doesn't continue, he checks. Naeem checks behind. We've got the turn. Turn brings a third diamond on option, and Gareth has the back door. He has the flush there, and there's Lum with the king and the queen.
Check correct.
The ace high is good. It's going check. Lum will check as well. Sees the ace king. Puts his hands in the muck. Says I only had the 3 outs, the queen. And we move on to the next hand. So Gareth on 85 bigs. Tony at the bottom there with 11 bigs. Like you said, we're unbiased, but shame after Tony got that, we're slightly rooting for him to adventure up the ladder there a little bit.
He's our underdog.
He's our underdog, your favorite underdog.
I thought it was a champion and never been to German.
I had a banking everything.
Yeah. was expecting a much better run than that. It was a time when it won. They make the other stable making was
3,000.
came under the box or something like that.
So while this hand is progressing, I've got to give a big shout out to Nolan Ribeiro. Nolan, a good friend of ours.
Yeah, we've played a lot of poker with Nolan.
Nolan would normally be here, but due to all of the madness in the world, he's just sent me a WhatsApp message, in fact, a personal WhatsApp message with a photograph of the stream.
Okay.
And he says, "How's it, Gary? Always a pleasure hearing commentary from that side, all the way from Portugal," and sending all his best to everybody over
Yeah,
this
well,
side.
Nolan,
So,
shout out from both of us.
and I've just sent him a message back, actually. So lovely to hear from you, Nolan. And hopefully, when the madness subsides, we'll see you back in the harness over here. And all the best to you and your family. Keep safe, brother. Sending you our best wishes.
Anybody want sweets?
Right, on to the next hand here. Pick up on the action.
6,000.
I got another text message here. It's from my wife. She says, "I'm at the Portuguese restaurant."
How's that for serendipity?
Yeah. Unbelievable, eh? That was
All right, and there's the money card for Gareth.
Yeah, that's it.
He's picked up the straight now, and there's now only 5 outs for James to get a split.
11,000.
And he's continuing to bet with that 4.
He's firing. I like
trying to
his,
rip the
I like
flush
it,
here.
yeah. I like it.
He's ripping the flusher. Because he bet the flop with the 4. Gareth called him. Gareth has found his gut shot. But Gareth's been a non-believer all day. Called off Yaku, and he's calling off here as well. So we go to the river. It's a 10 of hearts. No help for James. The only way he wins the hands if he gets Gareth to fold, which is not proven easy.
11,000.
Bets a little value type bet bluff in the river. Gareth's looking up. Got the straight here. Flush is out there. But he's been very tough to get off a hand.
I think there's too much money in the pot.
Yeah, and he calls.
There was too much money in the pot there. He gave him a good price. Yeah, nice call. Well done.
The rich get richer. Gareth now nearly up to 300k, 99 bigs.
Good plan.
Nobody raised 3,000.
So Moon will be under the gun when we continue. Button on Lum, James in the small blind, Yaku in the big blind. Moon stack has grown quite nicely. He's up to 93,500.
The Moon Machine.
Hold it round to Gareth in the cutoff with the Queen 10.
Can I just tell you, I've been absolutely super impressed with Gareth's play today.
Yeah, I said when he sat down, he's a really good player, a solid player.
Yeah, I know, obviously I know, but here we go. He's got a proper hand this time, James.
8-5.
Ace King suited. He's raised. And he raises and gets it through.
But yeah, just getting back to Gareth, for me, suitably impressed.
No, he's played very well.
Got just a nice attitude, a nice stance at the table, if you know what I mean. You know, he's engaging but not engaging. He's approachable but aloof. You know, he's got all the bits that go towards making a nice poker player.
Yeah, and he's been focused. He hasn't got involved in any of the banter. He hasn't got there. He's just watching what's going on the whole time. Staying totally focused.
Yeah.
What you should actually be doing at the poker table.
Yeah, I always call it periscope up mode.
Yeah. Observing all.
Yeah, indeed. So yeah, well played to Gareth, and whatever happens, we wish you well, and we're enjoying watching you on the feature table, well, at least for another 15 minutes to the end of this level. Okay, Lum with Queen 9 is a call here.
If he continues with this type of play, we may see him later on in the tournament at the feature table again.
That'll be a pleasure. Be a pleasure.
Right, so we go 2-8 to the flop. Queen high is still good.
7,000.
Lum is taking the betting lead. There's nothing there for Moon, he has to fold. So Lum's aggression pays off and takes down the hand.
There is your runners and riders. Poor our underdog is still the underdog.
Underdog still, he hasn't had anything, shame.
Shame.
And such a nice gentleman.
Oh, I hear you. Eh? I mean, you know,
Can I change?
we've done some business with Tony and work with Tony, and you know, played a lot of poker with Tony. As I say, and he's just one of life's gentlemen. So we're adopting Tony as our underdog for the table.
Again. Again, yeah.
Right, so Jakob will be on the button.
Talking of air conditioning, I put my jacket on. Jeepers, it's cold in here.
Moon will be in the small blind, Tony will be in the big blind, and Gareth will be under the gun.
Must be some massive stacks on this other table.
Yeah, no, yeah.
3,000.
And this is an interesting position. Under the gun, 2 picture cards. Let's see if Gareth can get rid of this. Or he's going to come out firing. He's got a good rep at the table, so
And six-handed.
7-5 in the pot.
8,000.
Bets over the pot, so let's see if his rep is in good shape. Lum gets shot of his cards, James gets rid of his, and Jacko Storm will be coming along to create a storm.
Yep, Tony folds quickly, didn't have anything there. So we're going to go 2-8 to the flop with Yaku
4
in
cards to
position,
Broadway.
and then a little bit of history between the two of them when he failed with his bluff.
10 and 7, so Gareth has got the best of this here.
The gut shot for Yaku. He checks, takes the free card.
And a brick for the turn. 3 of hearts.
Yeah, Gareth is actually check trapped there, I think, because he knows Yaku likes to fire after that last lot. He said, I hit top, let you fire into me.
So 9,000 bets, quite a small bet into that pot. I mean, that might keep Jacko interested.
Yeah, he knows he's got the king as an out for the straight, for the gut shot. He's not sure whether his ace is an out, it actually is.
I get a count.
Jacko has just gone all in. How's about that for a move?
Wow.
Gareth immediately said, can I just get a count, please? Very calm.
5,
He's got about 30 odd K to call, I think.
8,500.
Yeah, and with his stack, I don't know if he's folding, eh? He hasn't folded to a single bluff today. He sniffed them all out. He's either stubborn or playing incredibly well, or a mix of the two.
Well, I think you need a mix of the two, to be honest.
This is 10, 20, 25. 8. 35, yeah.
He's counted it out.
33.5.
5,000 extra. No, 500.
Yeah, Yaku's going to need help on the river, or he'll be heading to that rebar cage.
Jacko needs an ace or a king.
Yeah. 5 outs because of those that were folded.
Give the guy a king.
We've got ace jack 3.
And we go to the river,
And the sickness has
and the
returned.
sickness has returned. Yeah, and the dealer nearly moved the chips to the wrong player, and chorus of no's from the players.
And Lum is giving commentary on all the sick
Yeah.
runouts for the week.
Yeah.
Gareth shouldn't beat himself up there. He made the correct play. He got his money in good.
He did. And the only one that may have enjoyed that more than Yaku might be Tony,
Yeah. I think you're right.
because he got a sick river against Gareth, so he's going to say, well, you know, karma goes round. Right, so the button moves on to Moon. Tony in the small blind, seriously short now. And Gareth in the big blind. Lum will be under the gun, still giving full commentary.
Only to be expected.
3,000.
So we've got about 10 minutes to run on this level before we take a break. I'm going to go find a Portuguese restaurant and see if I can claim my wife
You
back.
claim your wife back.
Probably have to go pay the bill, to be frank.
Yeah,
but,
that will be Callisto's down there next to near the Ocean Basket.
yeah, we had well, we tried to have dinner there last night. We got 30 minutes, so I managed to steal a bread roll off one table and chips off somebody else's plate, and then a chipati. That was dinner last night.
Dinner last night.
The life and times of poker commentary team.
Here we go. We've got to run in between with the breaks.
Well, you know, I mean, we're not complaining, but you know, when the guys go on break, we have to do chip counts, change out the
Yeah,
cards.
we don't have that full time available to
Do
us.
that sort of stuff, and most of the gang here are smokers as well. Not you or I might just
No,
add.
neither of
But
us.
the youngsters are smokers, so they've got to have at least 10 minutes to go fill their lungs up with nicotine.
Yeah,
Disgusting habit.
Get back to the hand. Jaco has flop top pair, yeah?
5,000.
He's betting 5,000 on the ace. He's got a weaker kicker. Tony has only got a gut shot draw on this. Gareth also has a gut shot. They've got one another's cards. One needs a 10, the other needs a queen.
And Jaco's newfound wealth will be put to good use here.
Yeah, Tony's folding.
And Gareth will be running a little scared here.
Yeah, Gareth's going to call the gut shot. And he finds it on the turn.
There you go. The 10 is king.
Now it's gone check, check.
Well, a total brick on the river, so Gareth's got a lock on the hand, so bet sizing wise to get Jaco to call. I mean, remember, Jaco's got top pair here, and if he doesn't put him on a 10, so Gareth's taking his time in working it out. I mean, half pot is 11 grand, and that's where I am.
He's gone for the big over bet.
He's going to go bluffy, bet the plot. 25k and some. I think he wants to get all his chips back in one go here. The one thing Jaco mustn't do is come back over the top.
Yeah, he's going to get snapped off.
Because he's got the coconuts here. That's a solid
Jaco
fold.
sniffs it out. Good solid fold.
Solid fold. Well done, Jaco.
Right, so the button moves to Tony. You have a little bit of respite with these 8 big blinds to find a spot to put them in.
Our underdog remains the underdog.
Gareth will be in the small blind, Lum will be in the big blind, and under the gun player will be James Aki.
Small blind.
I should be interested to see that outer table where Carl was earlier, and
You said there are a lot of chips flying around.
stacks.
3,000 to play.
Yeah, just to fill the viewers in, Gary said when he went out on his sojourn out there was one table that had been exceedingly wild where Mr. Myberg was sitting on, and one player had amassed in the region of 300,000-400,000 chips already.
Absolutely. Unbelievable.
Given a few sick beats out and a massive stack.
Talking of sick beats, here comes James with his ace-queen suited.
Quickly folded round to Gareth in the small blind.
And your spade draw's dead, Gareth.
And Lum folds his big blind, so James will take that hand down. And he's been showing. Shows just the queen. Then he decides I'll show both.
Trying not to compete with the guy out on the microphone outside.
Big blind.
Okay, so we're starting hand number 94 here on the feature table. Just over 6 minutes to go on the level. This will be the end of the rebuy period for the main
3,000
event.
to play.
I think the prize pool was sitting at just over 600,000.
Yeah, it was approaching the 700,000, was 680 odd.
And that was the 80 entrants, is that right?
Yeah, there's the screen. We can maybe get it up at the end of this hand.
That's 81 entries, I'm sure.
Thereabouts.
So, consult the oracle here.
9,000.
So Gareth playing strong play here. He's going to find out very quickly from the button. He's raised Jack 5 off. Lum has woken up with Ace Queen suited in the small blind. So I expect him to 3-bet from there.
If I'm right on saying it's 81 entries, they will pay the top 10 places. So that'll be
So money will be reached before the final table.
Yeah,
because we're considering we're playing 7-handed.
Yeah, we'll play. It'll be 10 people will get paid based on the formula that's used by most.
That's if there aren't more re-entries and...
Yeah, of course, but I mean, for that to change, there will have to be over 100 entries.
Okay, so we'll stick to 10.
This is between 70 and 100 entries, they pay 10 places.
Well, there's the big re-raise from Lum with a suited Ace Queen.
So, got Gareth to put some money in to get rid of Lum. James will get out of the way here.
Yeah, so Gareth tried to steal from the button with the Jack 5 off. And he's run into Lum with the big hand in the small blind. And there's the two big stacks at the table clashing here now.
Yeah, and Gareth will get away from this.
Yeah, I think he'll posture a bit.
I mean, he's got absolutely nothing to be messing
Yeah, no,
around
he's just
with
posturing and then he'll get rid of it.
And you know, classic case there, young players watching, young and new, leave your ego at the door.
Yeah.
Don't get involved. Someone re-raises you, part of the game. Tap the table, smile and put your cards in the middle. There is no requirement for you to get too egotistical and attached to your cards.
Right, I don't know if Jake's listening, if he could put up that timing screen for us.
So break in 4 minutes according to Jacob and his coat of many colours here. Just give us the timing screen, Jake, quickly. We'll look at the entries. Unique entries 83.
So there are a couple more.
83. So there will be top 10 places being paid.
And the prize pool is now almost 700,000 with those extra re-entries.
Yeah, I mean, there is an equation for this market, and it's 2%, 2%, 3, 4, 5, 6.7, 8.5, 13.75, 23% and 32%.
Yeah.
Sorry to rush through that, but there is a hand in progress. Jack 10
on the button. Lum has just played and won the previous hand, so he might play this Jack 10 on the button.
No, but like normal, bystanders.
Check a raise.
And he's limped in to Yaku's big blind. There's check back. Right, a little of something of everything there. Yaku's flopped a gut shot. Lum has flopped a pair with a gut shot. He's gone check, check. The ace doesn't change anything, it remains exact same. There's a couple of cards to split for Yaku as well now.
Don't give him a queen.
There's a bet and a quick call.
Don't give him a queen.
Lum needs the queen for his straight. He's saying, don't give him a queen, don't give him a queen.
A bit of reverse psychology. So if we worked it out on 690,000 for the prize pool, so it's there or thereabouts, I'm predicting around about 220,000 for first prize.
Which is a very nice payday for the 10k buy-in.
Yeah, so that's my prediction. I quote my prediction, and
it will depend on the final figures. Well, if there's a flurry of late entries or re-entries.
Well, my figure is 220,800 rands.
All right, and I think you're going to be very close to that, Gary.
Yeah. So we'll see. And the prize pool will be posted after the next break, and we will have our final count in terms of entries. So when we say entries, we're talking about not unique people, we're just talking about the amount of entries.
Amount of people that have re-entered.
So those of you 5 full bullets, thank you very much for your contribution. We got 1 minute and 26 seconds to run on the level. And this plays a part in the hand as well, the time.
It does, the timing plays, because players don't want to get involved just before the break.
And also they don't want to get involved just before the break on the featured table.
Now this is where players like Yako will exploit that, because they don't care. Yako will get involved.
And the pocket fours of James are still good. And he's going to bet them.
10,000.
Moon says, oh, no, none of that.
Yeah, Moon's got a gut shot draw. With 5s and the 8s as an out for him, 6 outs. 9 is no good. Well, it brings him more outs
I'm going to
because
say
now
it brings
it's
you
up
a
and
lot
down.
more outs, and any 10, any 8, any 5.
Check
Ace
Ace-
of hearts on the river brings the flush, but no help for Moon.
But now Moon is going to rip it. And I think he'll get the fold. And he does. So aggression winning there again, as we are used to.
We move from here now, eh? Yeah, but I'm saying, I think we move.
Huh? We're gonna finish. We're gonna play the one more.
No, is it done?
Done.
Okay, so we're going on break. And we'll be back in about, let me tell you, the clock is about to click over. 59 minutes. So
Yeah, it's quite a
dinner
long
time.
break. Yeah, it's lunch break or
Dinner break or whatever, I don't
whatever
know.
you want to call it, Gary. We'll see the viewers afterwards.
Well, it's showing an hour break, so we'll see you back in an hour.
This is a 15-minute break, a 15-minute break.
It's a 15-minute break, not an hour break. So the clock is wrong. We're 15 minutes. We'll be back shortly. Have a good cup of tea.
15-minute break, not an
Right, we welcome our viewers back after that short break. And Gary's busy out there briefing the players as to the etiquettes and the do's and the don'ts for those that haven't been on our feature table before. We see a couple that are well familiar with this feature table. Mr. Ahmed Karam in the forefront there, the winner of our Grand Slam event and obviously been in the feature table many other times. We've got David Bozo Rosenthal sitting in seat 1. He's also very familiar with this feature table. Vincent Ledet, who's a previous winner of the main event at Times Square, he's there as well. And Johan de Graaf, who came third in the Grand Slam, he's on the table as well. So we've got a good mix of players here that know what's going on. So anyway, they're busy sorting out chip stacks with everybody. So in seat 1 we'll have Bozo, David Rosenthal, sitting on around 111,000. Seat 3, Gulam Faye, sitting with 44,000 chips. Ahmed Karim on 192,000. Vincent Ledet sitting on a healthy 252,000. And Johan de Graaf, since he left our feature table, has built that stack of his. It's on 130,000. And Greg McLeod at 53,500 chips. We're going to go to our first hand. This is hand number 97 of the day. The first hand for these new players. And Vincent Ledet under the gun. The ace 8 off. He's going to fold. Johan de Graaf in the hijack. He's folded the 9-8. Greg is going to come along with the ace jack. Round to Bozo. He's got the Star Wars hand. Bozo looking around to catch up with what was happening. So Greg raised to 11,000. Bozo's called it. The pocket fours, set mining there. Ahmed lets go. 10-7 off. So we go 2 to the flop. Bozo's pocket fours ahead with the cards that were folded. It's a good flop for Bozo. And Greg was the initial raiser. He's first to speak. He's reaching for chips. Going to continue his story. There's 32,000 in the pot.
I'm back.
Okay, welcome back, Gary. You've briefed the players.
Yep.
And no sooner had you left, the dealer was having to tell them, please, cell phones off the table.
My word. There's some pretty senior players here. So, anyhow, be that as it may, Bozo's got a decision to make here. Is Greg bluffing or is Greg not bluffing?
Look at Bozo.
Quality, yeah.
Sniffs it out straight away, puts the man to test for all his chips. Yeah, and Bozo gets him to fold. Right, so Bozo quickly worked that one out. Put a man to test for all his chips and took down a nice pot.
Okay, let's look at the runners and riders. Vincent Ledet, a previous winner of one of the Monster Jam main
Yeah, at
events.
Times Square, I believe. I did to let the viewers know while you were out there.
Okay, Gulam Fakey, well known to all of us, and don't be put off by Gulam. He's only got a short stack and he can be dangerous for sure.
He'll push that around.
Ahmed Karim, well, he took down the Grand Slam last night, 226,000. Enough said. David Rosenthal, what do you need to say about Bozo? Another monster of the game. Johan de Graaf, you've seen him, he's built his stack up to 130,000. And Greg, the reason I call Greg the Hat, because I can't pronounce his surname. And he lets me call him that. But Greg's a good pal of mine and a nice little player and respected as well. And he's got game. So
yeah, no, he's normally hanging around with MK, the two of them. You'll see the two of them together. So yeah, nice to see Greg at the feature table.
Yeah, nice lad as well. Very nice.
Right, we move on to the next hand. Bozo has raised from the cutoff with the ace-9 suited and taken down the hand. Right, so when we move on, the button will be on Armored. Vincent will be in the small blind. Johan will be in the big blind, and Greg will be under the gun. Right, so action on Greg. And he's woken up with pocket rockets under the gun, Gary.
Good for him.
He took a knock in that last hand, and now he's going to say, please try that move on me again. He's going to raise again.
So David to his left. What's David got? Jack 6 off in a hijack.
Yeah, he's over-raised those aces there. He's raised to 21.5.
Got nothing.
He's going to need to find somebody to find a big hand to play against him.
Remember now, we're on a freeze out now. There's no rebuys. So the chips you have are the chips you have. Johan is 7-4 off in the big. Is he going to try and protect that, or is he just going to give it up?
There was such a big raise pre-flop. He raised to 21.5 with the aces. So he takes down the pot. Look, there's 10,000 free money to be picked up in the middle.
Yeah, take it. Rather than cracked. We don't like aces cracked.
Yeah.
I caught up with Tony Van Eden during the break.
Right.
And I told him we don't have favourites, but officially he's our underdog favourites. He must go make it happen.
Yeah, what did he say to that?
He said, cool.
He's
happy to be the underdog. He's off on a mission though.
Yeah,
I also caught up with Gareth on the break as well.
Right.
And complimented him on his play. And he was really pleased with the way he played at the feature table. We didn't discuss any hands because the protocols that we have in place. But I said to him, more of the same, you know, you should be proud of yourself, conducted yourself well, particularly when you got sucked out on a couple of times.
Okay.
And he was happy with his performance, so good for him.
Yeah, he should be. He played a very, very good session.
And Clive Kickier was chatting with him, and Clive said he never says anything nice about me, other than I'm unorthodox. So I patted Clive on the arm and said, "Go be unorthodox." Good old Clivey.
Anyway, meanwhile we move on here to the hand. There was a raise with a 9-8 from the hijack by Gulen, and Greg's now in the big blind with ace 10 off. He's well in front. He doesn't know that, of course. And he decides to fold his big blind. So Gulen with the aggression with the 9-8 from the cutoff is from the hijack has picked that up.
Told you could play.
Yeah.
Okay, got a couple more entries. Maria says $250. Theo Prinsloo, $660. Is that postage and packaging included? First class. Might have been a clue in there. I don't know. And
yeah,
then we'll keep that running for. We'll keep that running for.
And no comment on Maria's guess, Gary.
$250. She's wrong. There's my comment.
And on the 660, you made another comment that they must take their own clues from.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, ace king for Vincent here, suited. Pretty cards. 10,000 in the pot. Maybe a 7 to come along. He's picking up 2 5s here by the look of it. So.
Similar style of play and similar looking to Gareth, who's just left that seat.
Let's say Vincent's a previous winner of one of the main events here.
Yeah, he played very well in that event.
Yeah.
He was short stack for quite a while at that final table.
He was telling me all about his wife and all this sort of stuff. And last night I ran into him and he has his wife with him this year. So I was practicing my French with his wife. I've got to say, I'm glad she speaks good English because my French is pretty poor. Yeah. Anyhow, we managed to have a nice conversation, and Shelley happened by. So I said, and this is my wife. Yeah. And it was a nice little moment. So good for them.
Vincent's the only one at this table that I haven't played with previously, Gary. I don't know what your experience is.
Very good player, very solid, very perceptive, and considered as well. He'll take his time. He's not a rash player, and he's not the sort of guy who will act, you know, on tilt type thing, you know. I didn't see him get upset in any way, shape or form.
No, I just watched him on the stream when you were broadcasting from Times Square, and he got a lot of table time there, obviously, with winning the event.
Yeah.
And that's why I commented that similar look and similar style of play together.
Well, he actually went into that final table as a short stack.
Yeah.
And if you're watching it back, it's another good classic example of how to play a short stack, and he just kept kept to his philosophy, and as he got shorter-handed, he became more aggressive and won the day. You know, so good for him.
Right, we're two-way to the flop here. Blind on blind.
So officially, Bozo's got 15 outs at the moment. King 8, Jack. And both of them get a piece of the flop, obviously.
Yeah, and it's been bet and call.
And the diamonds, 3 diamonds come into play. So Bozo's 7 is the only diamond in play. 10 doesn't help, but the straight does get there. And Gulen's 10 is good.
Check, check.
Check, check.
Now the cards have gotten a bit mixed up. The dealer just had to sort out.
And you'll see that
Gulen has taken the pot down.
Gulen was ahead anyhow. Or was it a chopper before the 10? Maybe, I don't know.
No, Gulen was still ahead.
Okay. So Ahmed's got 45 bigs there. And we all know how dangerous Ahmed can be.
Yeah, very, very dangerous. And Johan's got chips as
About
well. He built out from
100
that
and something
Yeah,
thousand,
from
160 was it?
153 thereabouts. And he built that up from the short stack he left.
130 on arrival.
130 on arrival.
Yeah, so he's got 130 when he came. Talking of Johan, he's just picked up the snowman here. So 2 fat ladies.
He's down to 120 after the blinds and the few pots.
What's the sizing, Johan? What's the sizing? Oh, crikey, that's like 12 and a half, is it?
Yeah,
Oh, that's actually more. 22 maybe? No, it's 13.
13.
13. I was rather first.
Yellow 10,000 and a couple other smallers. Oh,
Oh ho! Problem.
here we go.
So, the Cowboys here raise the 13. And, you know, Johan will know that David's quite capable of pulling a move here as
He
well.
will do.
And I'm not saying David's got a reputation for being wild, but what I'm saying is
No, he's a strong player.
she's a strong player. And Johan can call this off. Now, obviously, we've got to get back to Johan.
And the problem for Johan is there's one of the 8s of that he
And
will
there's
need.
one of the kings. Even Stevens.
Even Steve, although Bozo doesn't need the help.
Yeah, quite. And he's saying, Bozo, Bozo, Bozo. And he's going to fold this. And he yells up the kings.
Bozo shows him the kings. Solid fold. Bozo shows him the kings. There's a very wild guess at your competition, Gary, and it's in ronds and not in dollars like you asked.
Eugene, I mean, what are you doing to me, Chana? Let me get my cash converter.
Convert that back.
198,500. $198,500.
He's coming heavy.
Done.
No, we must all think that you have kings every time you raise.
He's coming at $12,803.
198,000. You're off your rocker. You've been smoking your socks. 198,000 rands.
Yeah, it's 12,000.
You did say they were expensive.
Yeah, I did say they're expensive. I didn't say.
Well,
they
let's
were,
give him 19,000, and it's still.
I didn't say they had platinum inlay.
Oof. No, not even close. I didn't know we had that much money. David Rosenthal with kings again. Is that a mistake or is it a fact?
2 different ones, so it looks like it's correct. He has raised it.
It's not his birthday. I thought it was Hugo's birthday.
It's folded round. Now Vincent has the snowman.
Oh,
There's
this
a
is
bit of deja
bizarre.
vu.
This is absolutely
But
bizarre.
the action is different. The action is different. He can set mine because he's defending a blind.
Yeah, for sure, but still, it's a bizarre situation where
Yeah,
you should
very
have a pair of
bizarre.
8s and a pair of kings on the board.
And different kings and different 8s.
So no help for either player.
Oh, and that's a bad flop for Vincent, actually.
Yeah, so no help for either player apart from the kings are miles ahead, because
Yeah.
obviously Vincent can bet the overpair here.
Yeah, now he's got overpair to the board.
If he puts Bozo on ace-king here, this could get,
Always-
get
yeah.
very messy.
Puts him on ace king, ace queen, any big pictures. He's thinking my 8s are good. He may re-raise here. And there he is, reaching for chips. That'll be music to Bozo's ears.
Boza will tank for a while here. Look back at the cards. Take the one chip off the top. Put the one chip back on. Well, I'm surprised. Normally Boza would take his time. A snap call
snap
there.
call. 5's no help for Vincent, and still dangerous for him because he's still got the overpair.
Yeah, and the board doesn't really become too straight here.
No,
I mean, obviously there's a flush draw now with the spades, but I mean, you can't put them on that pre.
The alarm bells must be ringing for him that Boza just flattered him there. And did Boza just float me with still with the ace king, the ace queen to try and catch up on the turn? Am I still way ahead? Yes, I think I'm still way ahead.
He's got him on a big ace here. That's what he's got him on. I mean, Boza could be thinking set of sevens here, but he's not going to give up kings on that basis, trust me.
Yeah.
He might be going for the repop here, I don't know.
It looks like it's the re-raise there. Is it just cool? It's difficult to see from this angle. That's the big re-raise. And Boza's pulling the trigger now, but he listened to the extra bet on the turn. Vincent now asking Boza, what have you got behind?
So Vincent's in the tank here. Does he believe Boza or does he not?
Yeah, that's the big belief structure now.
It depends how well he knows David.
You know, that's part of the question I'm asking, what have you got behind? It's not just to check what chips you've got, because they can see physically. It's to try and get a bit of a read, see how quickly you answer, are you nervous, etc., etc. We all know the tricks. He's not going to get anything from Boza. I think he's going to fold, but he's not happy about it. Now he's looking at his chips, so okay, he's changed his mind. While he's contemplating, we're sitting down, a new player with quite a few chips sitting down at the table as well. Can't see right now, the graphics in the way who it is.
And that's a call.
Now he's called. It looks like Fabian Deppe that's joining us.
It is indeed Fabian Deppe.
That's a very, very
healthy stack,
player. Yeah, decent player.
Let's keep with this hand here, Mark. I mean, obviously, he's got the check mark now. There's one overcard, which is the 10. There's a check from Vincent, and now there's 152,000 in a pot here. So Boza's decided how much he's going to put in here. I mean, if he thinks he's going to call him off, I mean, 70 might be a nice little number.
And there goes the bet.
50,000.
And Boza's not committed to the pot. There's no way he folds after betting that. He knows his kings are good.
50k. So he's given him a price. He's got to bet 50 to win 200. So 4 to 1 is money. So he's been given the price. Boza deliberately bet that low.
Boza's the master at that. And Vincent's still a non-believer there. So reaching.
He's going to call. Of course he's going to
call.
call.
He's going to see the kings. See, the whole thing was that if you listen to the banter, he said to him, could you have kings 2 hands in a row? I don't believe you can. Could you have 2 hands? There you go. So Boza said to him, you did call it. So Boza gets paid healthily there for those pocket kings the second time round. He picked up a decent pot the first time, but he's got a really proper one this time.
No, hard, much better. Not
So
better
Fabian
than
is
Kings.
staying at the same guest house as us. I saw him at breakfast this morning. He was all very chipper, looking forward to the main event. I think he came in this morning.
Yeah, very, very good player. I played quite a bit against him.
Yeah, he likes a bit of cash as well.
Yeah, he does. He does like to play that as well.
And a very, very smart young man. Super smart, great vocabulary, very knowledgeable.
Yeah, and a
You
nice
talk with
youngster.
him, you
Yeah, I
talk
know,
with him,
he's-
and you realise that you know he's mixed in some high echelons. He's got some very good knowledge.
No, I've known Fabian for a long time, and a very nice young man.
As I say, don't judge a book by its cover. I mean, with all the tats and
No,
stuff
no,
like
no.
that.
He's a very nice young man.
Had his troubles and all that, but he's just a top boy. A very, very good lad. A lot of time for him. And also did a bit of commentary for WPT last time out.
Yes, he
They
indeed.
didn't actually have pictures or anything, but it went round, did some interviews and stuff, and he did a bit of anchor work. And I thought he was always welcome to come and do a guest spot in here if he feels like it. Give one of us a rest. Okay, Bozo with the crabs.
The Bozo are picking up quite a few hands. He's raised one or two, then he found the kings 2 hands in a row. Another pocket pair.
10,500.
You see the look of Ahmed across to Bozo there.
Well, Bozo was living next door to Ahmed for a while in Cape Town,
Yeah,
so
no,
they know each other
one another well.
very, very well. And not a bad next door neighbour,
Yeah,
talking
no.
poker.
And Ahmed doesn't want Bozo to run over the table, and that's at some point he's going to start taking stands against him. And
That's
there
a
we go.
relays.
Exactly what it is.
And the glance across from Bozo. Bozo's got his folding face on.
There's 48,500 in that pot.
17.5 to call. Not really giving him a tremendous price, but
Just under 3 to 1. But to set mine, he's going to tap the table and give it up.
like I said, Bozo had his folding face on. And 9-6 suited gets through. Great play by Ahmed.
Yeah,
Lovely play.
but you saw the look when he looked across at Bozo, and I knew straight away it was going through his mind. He said, "You're not going to start running over this table. I need to stop you now."
Absolutely. Okay, so the blinds are up to 2,000, 4,000 with the 4,000 big blind ante. Remember, everybody started with 50,000 yesterday or today, depending on when you bought in. This is day 2 of the Blue Ribbon event, 10K buy-in main event for the Monster Jam Poker Tour here in the beautiful Carnival City in East Rand.
Yeah, no, we'll get a look at the prize pool just now, but we're sitting just a touch under 700,000
I have
before
the
the break.
inside track on your mark, it's over 700,000.
Yeah, I thought so, with some more re-entries and entries at the break.
My prediction is now at 223,700. That's my
Okay,
new prediction.
You've upped your prediction
That's my new prediction.
for the main prize, and still paying 10.
Yeah.
Now we will see shortly, I'm sure.
It's not as easy as just adding it all up and dividing it up. And
No,
all
no,
that
no.
stuff.
There's a lot of formulation that goes into that.
Also, they have to get permission to sign off on it from the tournament director and, of course, the sponsors and all that stuff. So, and of course the casino, because they're holding all the
Yes,
money
absolutely.
through the MVG process. Okay, back to the table.
All right, so yeah, Vincent is raised from the button. Fabian is 3-bet with his A7. Vincent with his small suited ace. On the button now has to decide if he's going to peel off a flop in position, and he folds. So good strong play by Fabian there. The right play. He was ahead, but 3-betting, he's taken it down pre-flop.
So we will spell Fabian's surname correctly momentarily.
And he's sitting on a really healthy stack there. And Greg is on the short end of our table there. Took a few knocks against Bozo there.
Okay, we just updated the system with Fabian's correct spelling. So we'll go on to the next hand. Those will be under the gun player to the left of your screen top there.
And he's more than doubled his stack since he's arrived at this feature table.
He's a ledger.
Just like that, chop chop.
111,000 on arrival and 282, not even half a level in. Well played, John Man.
Yeah, he got full value for his kings.
And you know, that's a nice healthy stack to be playing in day 2. You don't win the tournament here, of course.
But it's a healthy stack. Armour going to raise with the ace-2 off from the hijack. This is the cutoff, let's go, 7-5. Fabian on the button with 10-3, and he's sitting on a very healthy stack, 369,000.
Plenty, as they say.
Johan folds. It's around to Greg in the big blind, jack 3 off, he can't defend unfortunately. He's only got 19k left. So he's going to be looking for a spot very quickly.
Yeah, and it'd be interesting to watch Greg plays this small stack with just the 4 bigs there.
Yeah, him and Gulen have to become busy.
Yeah, well, Gulen's nobody's fool as well, of course. So both of these players, you know, got game. I think it'll just be a nice little interesting study, see how they play the big blinds. I mean, it's worthy of note that next hand Greg will be on the button. He's playing his small blind now.
Yes, he's playing half of that of those few big blinds that he has left.
And Gulem's got it incoming next hand. So Gulen will be first to act here. And he'll know they're coming, but he can't do nothing with 5-3 suited, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'm going to give a shout out to our dealer as well, Petrus. He's been dealing for a long time. He first dealt to me in the tournament Silver Star.
Petrus Toffee Jelly.
Yeah, way back in 2010 he dealt at Silver Star in the tournament they used to have there. Big tournament as well. There's 10k buy-in.
I call him PTJ.
PTJ.
Yeah.
So shout out to my mate Petrus.
There you go, you heard it here first. Petrus Toffee Jelly. And that is really his name.
Yeah.
That really is his name. Lovely man.
Yeah, always got a good big smile. Very friendly character.
I said to my Louis, he says, any price you want.
Right,
Queen, 5 king, rainbow. 10 high ahead.
Johan's going to bet in position, yeah?
And as you'd expect him to.
18.
There's nothing for Bozo there really. Backdoor heart draw, backdoor straight draw.
Bozer's folding
Yeah,
there.
he's folding quickly, taps the table.
No need to sit around for the TV time. He's already a star.
Yeah, he's always got the good etiquette going.
Yeah, Bozo's tanking. He's tanking for a reason.
You like Louis as well?
Yeah, Louis. Yeah, I love him.
So Ahmed will be under the gun here. Ahmed right of your picture with the crimson, we're calling it, hat. He's going to fold his computer hand here, round to Vincent, who took that big hit with the 8s versus kings. King Jack, that'll be a smiley looking little hand for him. He's going to raise this, I'm sure. 16,000 is the bet. So 11,000, misheard that. Fabian gets out of the way.
But then Joe Ram's also
Round to Greg, who's going to fold. David's cards we don't see, but they're in the muck, and I think this will get through. Gullum doesn't want to give up his big blind, but it, unfortunately, that's where it is. Okay, so 4 big blinds left. A little bit of a rest for Greg now. Gullum's just played his big blind,
There's a fantasy league.
and he's now on the small blind.
Yeah, he's got a free look for a few hands to see can he find a spot. And there's one move for him with that amount of blinds. It's
Yeah,
all in or fold.
Yep. He's got to get it in, and he's got to get it in good.
And Gulen's approaching that territory as well. Got a little bit more play. He's still over 10 bigs. But Greg on the super short.
Okay, PTJ, we need a deal.
Eric Faroen's also doing well. Zero. Eric Faroen. Eric Faroen. Oh, really? Playing well. I don't know where he's in now. Doing well.
Okay, Vincent picks up the suited connectors here under the gun. I suspect he would like to play these. Last time I said that he did. I said he was going to fold. He played them, so. But this time he's folded. So.
He's mixing it up.
And of course you have to. Johan with the Queen 7, they're not suited, so they're going to muck. 9-2 for Greg, he's just going to sigh and slide these to the dealer. King 4 for Bozo on the button. Might fancy a bit of blind stealing.
Yeah, he doesn't want to go into Ahmed's big blind though.
Gullum's money's got to go in here.
Yeah, in it goes. Ahmed with the suited ace probably going to call that.
Possibly call this off, yeah.
Yeah, he's already counting out. Now he's debating it's 50-50 and in it goes. So the ace is ahead. Gulen's going to need some help on the flop.
Okay, so the Queen on the flop. Ace high still ahead.
Yeah, no help for Gulen there. Still looking for a king or a jack. There's 5 outs, considering those that were folded.
Straight draw on board as well here for
He picks
Gulen.
up a few extra outs now. And he finds the king on the river.
The king on the river doth deliver.
Ahmed just shakes his head.
And the king of spades was out of the king of spades.
Yeah, so Gulen got his money in there, blind on blind, like he needed to. And he's found the double up and he's up to 24 bigs.
Yep.
It's only queen that comes.
I don't know if the saying it forced your hand came from that moment, but his hand was forced there for sure with those two cards. He didn't have a choice.
No, he had no choice. It's folded round to him. He's got king jack suited. He's only got the big blind to beat.
Absolutely. So Fabian, top right of picture, will be under the gun. Not really heard much in terms of chips from Fabian. He's having a bit of banter with the boys at the table. But
he picked up one hand while you were busy, Gary. Vincent raised from the button with ace 4 suited. Fabian looked down at ace 7 suited and repopped him straight away and got Vincent to fold. Took the hand down pre-flop.
Wow.
With good strong play. From the small blind.
Fabian gets rid of that one.
There Greg's stack has gone in.
Getting a bit warm. We haven't seen Greg's cards.
Jack
so
9 suited from what I can see up at the top there.
Oh, there we go. It's Bozo's cards we can't see.
Jack 7 will get rid of it. Run to Ahmed. He has to fold up to Vince. Now he's got 4s.
Maybe I'll call this.
Yeah, I think he has to.
17k.
He has to call.
Like I can't fold, but I will give you 13,000.
If I can't fold, I'll give you 13,000. He doesn't realize that he's actually way ahead. Well, not way ahead. 52.48. Good normal flip.
Okay, good luck to both players. Greg bottom right of screen and Vincent in the centre. Ace Jack 5.
Jack pays straight away.
So maybe Vincent's prediction of a donation is right.
Oh, and there's
or
the killer
maybe
card.
it's not right.
Yeah, that's it. Game over.
He's not drawing dead. He is now. So we'll lose Greg, and nice to see you, buddy. Hopefully you'll join us in one of our other tournaments that is pending. We'll let the tournament director know we've lost a player from the table. And we will move
Like there's
on.
no flops where you don't hit something with Jack 9 suited. Like
Okay, so I think, you know, with respect to Greg, Vincent was due a bit of luck there.
He was. An interesting comment from him in that lovely French accent is saying, oh, Jack 9 is such a good hand, there's no hand flop that you don't hit some part of with it, either a draw or a pair or something. So he's a fan of the Jack 9 then.
Maybe he's part Lebanese. All the Lebanese guy call Jack 9 the Lebanese aces. And we've never really got to the bottom of
why.
Even Kevin Khalil doesn't know. In fact, it was him who taught me that. So, talking of King Jack and getting your money in earlier, this is Johann's turn to act first here under the gun in seat 8. I feel like I've been looking at Johann for 2 days.
Which you have been.
Okay, that's why.
It's a little deja vu there. He's going to raise the King Jack in the under the gun. Round to Bozo. Couldn't see his cards, he's folded. Gulen's 5-4 off for going to the muck.
I gave Bozo special attention pre-flop, pre-game here about this box. And I said that number 1, it really says Bozo's box. And that's where you put your cards. I won't forget Gaz, promise, he says.
To his credit, he's been putting them there, but it's sometimes just a little bit over the line or whatever, and then of course it's going to mess around with the reading.
It's a good job he's bigger than me. Okay, there's your chip count. So Gulem's on 24 bigs out of the danger zone. Johann going in a downward trend. Vincent kind of treading water in that bottom 3 there now.
Yeah, he lost a substantial chunk to Bozo there.
And it appears we're going to continue 6-handed rather than 7-handed, so no tables to balance from the outside. And David, top left of your picture, is going to be the first to act here.
Ace 3 of diamonds, not ace 2.
Yeah, it'll still frighten him, trust me. He'll get the collie wobbles every time he sees those diamonds.
What do the golfers call it? The yips.
Yeah. So he's fired out a 10k bet here.
Gulen with a suited ace 8.
So it's 2.5x basically.
Yeah, he's going to call.
And calls and he's ahead.
Ahmed folds. Vincent on the button's going to fold.
So what are the blinds going to have to say?
Fabian,
the blinds,
there comes the 3-bet though.
So Fabian is now you're going to have some action.
Yeah, he's going to 3-bet for sure.
The current raise is 10k, so we're going to see 3x of that, I'm sure. Is that 35?
35.
Yeah, 35. So that's message sent. Johann will get rid of his cards, come around to Bozo.
And Bozo will know Fabian very well. Played a lot against one another.
He's having flashbacks of the ace-2 from last night, so...
Yeah, and Gulen as well. He said, I wanted to see a flop. And the players down this side ask the right thing. If you show one, you must show all.
Yeah, of course, they want to see the information so they can see what Gulem's calling with there. And they can start adding that data into their range on the particular player. Everything you do with the poker table gives away information.
What else was I going to do?
Everything.
Like I had a job doing.
Someone said to me, that's not true. And I said, well, tell me. He said, when you breathe, you can't tell what you... I said, you can particularly tell what's happening the way you
Well,
breathe.
you picked up from young Gareth there when he was breathing quite heavily, and I said it's one of 2 things. You're either super nervous because you're bluffing, or you're super excited and you want to call because he had the full house. That's exactly which it was.
Yeah, exactly. If you breathe wrong, sneeze wrong, look wrong, aces for Ahmed here. Let's see what he's going to do. Yeah, everything you do with the poker table gives away information, and there is no exception. Even sweating.
Yep, he's raised it up to 10.
Line up, next 10, 5,000, 6,000.
Interesting in sizing there. David had ace-3 suited and he raised it up to the same amount.
Yeah.
Fabian had 10s and he re-raised it.
So
Obviously there's a different position here and he's looking for at least one customer.
yeah, Ahmed's just keeping it standard so that it's disguised, and because it's Ahmed, you might get a bit of action.
Unfortunately for him, he didn't get any. Shame, but there you go.
Yeah, and the dealer had announced that the blinds are up.
Okay, so
The blinds are now 3,000, 6,000.
okay, so that's level 13.
It's folded round to Fabian with ace 10 in the cutoff.
The background music, by the way, I've given up.
Yeah, I know it's your pet hate here,
actually
Gary.
surrendered. I have given up. It is finished and over. They have won.
There's the raise. And of course the bet sizing is adjusted to the new blind level, and the raise is now 13, where the standard was around 10. Johan considering what to do with the king 10 off on the button.
Flat it off.
He does so.
Those are with another ace 3. They're going to muck.
On the small blind, 10k to call.
Oh wow.
Wow, what a strong move by Bozo there.
Both players. That's pretty impressive.
Good and
Just to remember that Fabian raised it to 13,000.
Johan called.
Yeah, you aren't flattered, so alarm bells or weakness. David perceives weakness and repops it with the ace 3.
Yeah, and Fabian will fold. Fabian's a good player. The ace 10 to him is, when you get repopped that hard, it's not a good hand.
Yeah.
So very strong play by Bozo. Bozo's playing a really nice, solid session here, yeah?
Yeah, you know, day one of the Grand Slam, he and I had that conversation. And he said he's playing some of the best poker he's ever played. So
yeah, this is Bozo on top of his game. This is Bozo of old, top of his game.
and he said in commentary it's not a particularly good hunting place for this, and especially the main event, so he'd really like to do well here.
Yeah, he's done well in some of the other events here, but not ever in the main event, and he's looking for it.
Yeah, he'd like to add this one to the list.
And he's playing some really good poker, as we've witnessed already.
Yeah, and he was unfortunate to get knocked out of the Grand Slam, to be honest, you know.
Yeah, he was.
I think it was a 2-outer to nil. Sean, sorry.
Yeah, it was that 3 out of 6 that hurt him so badly.
Oh, listen, I thought he was going to hang himself. But, you know, he got over it, he walked away, got around it, came back, and already got knocked out, but on both occasions he was a tad unlucky. So King 10 suited strong on the button here. We'll see a raise from David.
He ran 9s into Ahmed's 10s, which was a standard hand, really.
Oh, that was super standard. Another one as well, you know, especially with the stack sizes. So Ahmed is going to keep him honest here.
Bozo's got him dominated pre-flop.
What's the bet? He goes check, check.
Yeah, on the 10 is found. It goes check. I think Bozo might bet because he was the pre-flop aggressor and has position.
Got the first bit right.
Small little bet into that size pot.
Ahmed's not letting you get away with that.
Yeah, they both hit the 10. So still the same outs that Ahmed's looking for, the 8. Jack changes nothing.
Yeah, that's not
now there's some splits available to Ahmed. He cannot win the hand anymore, he can only split. Bozo continues.
17k. And he's got a weakish 10 here on it, so and of course the 2 jacks on the board. Ahmed won't think that Dave's betting the jacks, so I think he might call this. Yep, and the call it is. So 7% to 93.
Yeah, he can only split. He can't win anymore.
Yeah.
There's
And
the
there is
split.
the chop.
He gets the chop on the river. Look at Boza. Yeah, and he managed to eke out a split on the river there.
There you go, lucky. Okay, there's your runners and riders. Gulam is at 12 bigs. Fabian's at the top at 62.
Right. Eugene Snyder's here has got the wrong end of it. He thinks he's guessing for what the first prize place for prize money is. We're asking for guesses on the cost of a pack of these cards.
Shame, man. Sorry about that. So you're not insane.
You're not insane. He was pretty close with that. I think he'll be on the under with that for first prize.
Yeah.
But we're asking for guesses on the price of the cards.
Yeah. And he's
in US dollars.
And he's gone with the over on the my 223,800. So what's going on here?
I'm sure everybody. Yeah, sorry.
Dealer's just trying to sort out what's happened here.
And you missed show the car.
So we'll get Dave to the feature table. Depends who exposed it. Depends which card it was in the order. That's what he's asking. Yeah.
Give him the next top card. Yeah. Okay, so your burn card will be the 2 of cards, okay?
Well done, David. Exactly the right decision. He asked if everybody had 2 cards. That the deal been complete.
Yeah. That becomes the first burn card. It's exposed that everybody can see it.
And he gets the next one off the deck. So essentially all they did was swap the burn for that one.
Right, so Gulen has got pocket 7s there on the
Shoving is what he's got. Shoving hand. I think he's just flatted this off.
Yeah, because Bozo raised first. We can't see Bozo's cards again. Surprise, surprise.
Well, let's go and beat him. So 10, 8, 5.
Bozo first to speak.
It's not a bad flop for pocket 7s.
Yeah, but he's got 2 overs. There's 10 that he's probably more worried about than the 8. We'll go to the turn. It's a jack. So Gulen didn't believe him on the flop and he called. Bozo asking how much have you got, and Bozo puts him all in.
Show them to the camera.
And Bozo's on a total move here. He's only got the 5.
Yep.
So the 7s are ahead, but it's tough for Gulen. He's put Gulen all in. And Bozo's, yeah, and Gulen taps the table, shows the 7s. Bozo just nods, says good fold. Slides his bluff around to the dealer.
And 30 seconds ago, that would have been a mystery.
Yeah.
It is no longer a mystery. It was just a great play by
He's playing strong poker.
David Rosenthal. Yeah, he's playing some good
really
poker.
strong poker now.
And, you know, it's worth bearing in mind that he's got Gulen well covered here.
He's got him well covered, but I mean, Fabian was the big stack.
Yeah.
All right, and when Fabian raised and Johan called, and not players to be trifled with, he re-raised with a way weaker hand and got them both to fold.
Yeah, and this looks like Nick coming in on the right here. Is that Nick Hanoi?
It looks like the top of Nick's head there. Yep.
I think he came and he left.
I went to the wrong time.
He went
went to the wrong table.
Nice to see you, Nick. Hello, goodbye.
He gave us a quick guest visit. Right, so well, it's folded all the way around to Gulen.
Who had pocket 7s, now he's got 7-2. Jack 7, another 7.
And I think he
Ahmed.
had 7-2 the previous hand, but 2 was exposed and he got replaced with a 7.
That's correct, he did.
And
Also
after he
did.
lost the pot, he probably thought I should have kept the 2.
Yeah, for sure.
14,000 raise.
But Ahmed's raised from the button with the Jack 7 suited. Vincent has defended with King Jack suited. Fabian has a price but decides to fold the 9-8. And we go 2-8 to the flop. Right, so there's an interesting flop. Vincent has flopped top pair and Ahmed has flopped the flush.
That's a big flop, actually.
He's going to continue.
6,000.
Small bet into that size pot.
If Vincent thinks he's drawn to the flush here, he
Yeah.
might just flat this off.
He does flat it. Turn comes, a 5 of hearts.
And that's the check mark for Ahmed. Vincent
Yeah.
can't win this now.
He's going to check. And Ahmed's sitting with the second nut flush here. So he's feeling fairly comfortable.
You'd think so.
Puts in an increased bet size into the pot. There was 52,000 in the pot. Bets 19. Now Vincent's going to call because he might think that Ahmed's still drawing to the flush.
That's exactly what he's thinking.
So Ahmed's playing this very well. Turn is a blank for the spades.
So the river card is no help.
Ahmed values this the right size, which he will. He'll probably get paid.
So Ahmed's bet was called, by the way.
Yeah, it was called the previous one. That's what I was saying when the 2 came on the river.
Okay, well, we've lost our graphics, so we'll just comment over the top. We know what both players have got. And there was 70-odd thousand in the pot, so, I mean, you know, something around 40 is going to get called.
47,000.
He's gone for 47.
Yeah, and that's almost just over half of the pot. And he's got top pair here with a good kicker, King Jack, as we know.
Sire from Vincent. Yeah, he has to pay Ahmed, yeah. Sees the bad news.
Yeah, he's took some punches today, huh?
He's been beat up a bit on this TK ride with a lot of chips.
So the last bet there was 47 and it was called off by the by Vincent.
So between Boza and Ahmed, he's taken a good few punches. Right, so we move on to the next hand. Johan will be under the button, under the gun, sorry. On the button will be Ahmed. Right, now we're getting our graphics right. Let me reset. Vincent will be on the button, Johan will be in the big blind. We'll sort our graphics out now.
Okay, so we got a new hand started. And Johan's center of picture is our big blind.
Yeah, he's not under the gun, he's the big blind. It's folded all the way around so far. It's blind on blind now. Or did Bozo? No, he didn't play.
David folded.
It's all folded all the way around.
So
It's folded around to the small blind now. So it's blind on blind. Fabian has an ace against Johan. He's going to raise.
Johan has
And we
a
know what
looker.
Johan has. He's got 10-2 off. We saw that in the graphics earlier and he'll fold.
Okay, cool. So A message from Manuel Achadijan. I don't know how to spell it.
Ajadan.
Ajadan. And yeah, Ale Vincent.
Some French support.
The frogs are in town. Vincent is a really nice chap, and I'm sure he won't mind me calling him a frog.
Yeah, and he's taken some big punches though.
Gulam's going to be looking to capitalise on this.
And he's down there. He was at his chair.
That is questionable. You have to be in your chair for the first card arriving. But the dealer is the dealer. We're not here to enforce the rules. We're here to make comment. So
He's raised it. Ace Queen suited. Armored folds. 960 folded. Vincent folds King 3 in the cutoff. And he's right down to 40,000. He came with over 200,000 to the table. He came with 252,000 to the table.
crazy.
Yeah, but between Bozo and Ahmed, he's really been beaten up a bit.
That's a shove, and I got to tell you now, it should be a snap call here. Yeah.
Yeah, so the money's all gone in here. Gulen is at risk.
And Johan's got a live king here, that's it. And diamonds are working for Gulen.
Right, so good luck to both gentlemen.
Ace 3-3, so Gulen gets the best of it here.
Yeah, he's virtually locked the hand. Just has to fade a queen on the turn, which he does. Oh, there's a jack that now popped its head up on the turn.
Yeah, quite. And Gulen takes that pot down.
And he'll take half of Johan's stack in that hand. So Gulen doubles up. He's come well from that short stack now.
And trust me when I tell you that Mr. Johan de Graaf will be getting very active very quickly.
Yeah, with 7 big blinds, he's going to have to be very active. Vincent shame right down to 6 big blinds.
Crazy.
From a big stack, and he didn't do much wrong. He had the overpair all the way through against Bozo. He had the top pair with a decent kicker against Ahmed.
And you blame me, you know that. Yes, it's all my fault.
Because you said he was a good, solid player, etc.
No. I said I'd been chatting earlier on before we went on the stream. That's all. Having a bit of banter.
So it's all going to be your fault, Gary.
Yeah, well, I got broad shoulders. So
again.
Fine.
You
Here
call for the cards, you know.
That's my
We've
fault.
heard this.
So Ahmed under the gun. Gulem's just bought himself some more time. Oh, it goes all in.
Goes all in.
We don't know what his cards are, so he's going to put them in the box, I'm sure.
There they're going to the box now.
We still can't see them. All right, we're sweating with everybody else.
And Johan goes all in over the top with the ace queen. Well,
David will
all
get
over the
rid
top.
of these.
Just a
Bozo.
few. Yeah, but Bozo's looking, both of them just over 40k. Yeah, but is Gulen still behind him?
Yeah. Gulen's got queen 4, they're going in the muck.
There's only a
cards
7,000.
on your backs, gentlemen.
Yeah, 7,000 different Johan will have left over, so
Vincent will be behind here.
Vincent's tournament
Ace
life
6.
exists.
Let's go to the ace of hearts and 6 of clubs, I think he's got.
Right, so good luck to both gentlemen. We go to the flop. So no help to Vincent there. He needs one of 3 sixes as an out. 10 is still no help to him. And the 7 is no. And sadly, Vincent has been eliminated from the table. And Johan gets a welcome double
As
up.
they say in France, au revoir mon ami, bon voyage.
Yeah. Thank you guys.
Merci beaucoup. And as always, Vincent, très bien cuit. Very well done. Thought you could speak French.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh dear.
My French is stuck to more basic stuff of oui. and a few choice words that cannot be said over air.
Well done, Vincent. Well done. Très très bien cuit. Au revoir, mon ami. Bon voyage.
All right, so we're now down to just 5-handed on the feature table. We've lost
Yeah, I think we need to balance
players.
up here, maybe.
They're going to balance up, I'm sure.
I'll check. The tournament director knows we lost the player, I assume. Guys, yep, he does. We've made the communication. If there's somebody to be brought, they will be brought, and we will continue. The clock is ticking. 19 minutes to go on the level.
Now, Fabian sitting there under the gun with 376,000, sitting quite healthily.
Yeah, he's not got out of line at all, Fabian. He's playing nice, solid poker, as you'd expect.
He wants everything.
I want all. Like, that's the point of this game.
He's got Jack 8 off under
Yeah,
the gun.
and under the gun, this will go in the muck, I'm sure.
Yeah, around to Krafi with the King 6 suited in the cutoff. He'll get rid of that. Bozo on the button with Jack 2 off. It's folded. Bozo's actually not at the table. Armour gets a walk. Bozo rejoins them. Here's our chip count, Gary.
Gulam's kind of surviving. Johan's bought himself a bit of time. And Ahmed is creeping down a little bit there. Of course, the blind levels go up, the big blinds go down, of course, in terms of your holdings. So we're currently on level 12, I think it is, level 13.
Yeah, Gary, and Fabian came to the table with a lot of chips. The big benefactor so far has been Bozo.
Yeah, Bozo's been doubled and tripled, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's virtually tripled the stack since he arrived.
Fabian came in with over 300 plus.
And he's still sitting there, 376.
Bozo has folded his cards. Gulam with the ace-3 will get it. No, he's going to get involved here. He's got position.
From the button.
You got a new job. Yeah, you just have to go to the Congo for it.
Raises to 18,000. Armored with the Jack 3 off in the small. Yeah, and he'll get that through. Funnily enough, all three of them had a 3.
They did indeed.
I think he wanted to come from the airport, or like he wanted to play main today.
And you see Fabian there, 364. Bozo
Yeah.
over 300 now, so he's
So
virtually
we're on
tripled up.
round 13, which is the 3-6-6 on the ante. 4-8 coming up. 22 players left in. 705, 600 on the pot. So we will be about 222 round
Thereabouts, Gary.
there. Yeah.
And the prize pool crept over 700,000, which is good news for the players.
Yeah, 705, 600 is the prize pool, so that's good. And another level for the next break. So
Like every couple of weeks, so this send me this whole long list of Germans.
Yeah, both are under the gun here. Got the snowman,
Right.
2 fat ladies, either or.
Bozo bet this under the gun for sure, and it'll
Oh,
be
guaranteed. They're 5-handed, remember.
strong. Yeah, it's going to be pretty strong as well.
15 till.
It's raised to 15, which was a pot size. Fabian with the king 7 and the small blind. Let go of that. Now Johanna's got ace jack in the big blind. And it's gone all in, Gary. So we've got an all in from Johan. Bozo's asking for a count.
Yeah, it's about 80,000, I think. So
Yeah, 80,000 to call.
I think Bozo's going to think about this, but it should be standard.
I think with the amount, it's in that 50-50. Do I call or do I fold?
120 in a pot. He's going to call.
Yeah, he's going to call.
Pocket eights there. So we're almost racing. 53-47.
Yeah, I
2
think,
overs against the pocket eights.
yeah, I think the only reason this percentage is slightly down, there may have been a jack folded.
Yeah.
We'll see when the graphics come up. Oh, he's still got his 6 outs.
477, 747. That's an aeroplane, of course.
No help for Johan. Still
There's
no help
2
for
pair,
Johan.
2 pair.
And the river brings no help for you, and we'll bid
Bon voyage,
adieu
Monsieur de
to our butcher friend.
Thank you very much for the biltong yesterday. You are awesome, my friend. Always a pleasure to have Johan at the table.
Yeah, and
Played fantastically well yesterday for his 100 grand and some change.
Yeah,
He did super.
113, it was an
Yeah, I mean,
wonderful
awesome
effort.
performance yesterday. Also played the small stack very, very well. Leaves us without a cash here tonight, and sorry to see him go, because always great to have him on the table. So my new prediction is 224,832 rand.
I think you're going to be spot on, Gary.
224,832 rand is my prediction for the first prize.
Yeah, and that pot will put Boza, I think, over 400,000 now.
Oh yeah, he's creaming the chips here.
And I mean, that's 4 times the chips he arrived with. Now, like I said, Ahmed's looked across, he's made one play at Boza, because he's aware if he allows Boza to, and Boza runs over the table, that he will also be a casualty.
Yeah, we need players at the feature table now. The four-handed's not good.
No, not four-handed. They can't play four-handed at the feature table.
But they're not going to stop the play.
No, they will
the clock is
continue.
ticking.
But they do require balancing. And I'm sure the tournament director is doing his job out there and sourcing players to bring to us. So Gulen will be under the gun. So Ahmed has raised up the ace-king from the cutoff. Fabian folds. Round to Boza, Jack-7 suited in the big blind. Does he defend his big blind?
I don't think oh, he is. He's going to defend.
Suited cards. He also has 2 live cards there.
This would be. This will be an interesting hand. It might just be.
Oh wow.
Well. The good news is there's not 2 spades in Ahmed's hand.
No, Boza's going to check for sure. He has. There comes this continuation from Ahmed. Boza's reaching for calling chips. Just flats it. Queen on the turn.
So Boza's got a lock.
He check quickly again. Alarm bells must be going off in Ahmed's head.
Ahmed will check back here.
Yeah, because Boza checked the flop quickly, called pretty quickly, checked quickly again. Yeah, there goes the check back. The danger for him if he catches the ace or a king on the river. He catches nothing on the river. So I think he gets away from it quite
Boza
easily.
bet fold, no?
Yeah, Boza's reaching for betting chips. What does he bet in here?
Pot's 50.
Yeah. So that defend by Boza has raked him in some more chips. You see, he's
lucky flop, but if you're running good, you've got to take it.
And got over 400,000 chips. He said, I'm defending my big blind. So he gets plus 22,000 courtesy of Ahmed, and Ahmed's down to 141,000 now, 23 bigs, 16 bigs for Gulen. Fabian on 60 bigs, sitting comfortably, and Boza up to 74 bigs, well over the 400,000 mark now, Gary.
I'll tell you what, if he can maintain that and take that into tomorrow, that'll be just awesome. A lot of play to come. Darren Lippman's joining the table.
Joining us. We spoke about him earlier and his good lady. And Doc Lottering down the side there.
And JPOs.
And JPR. So now we've got some competition for Boza.
Even Lottering.
Some strong players arriving at the table. All 3 seasoned players arriving. We will get their chip counts shortly. And dealer's going to shuffle, do a little shimmy shuffle while the players settle down.
It's a tournament. It's a tournament. Rather ask when not sure. Doesn't hurt.
So you're only feeling even.
You need
to do some miracles here, please?
And
Folded aces.
Darren Lipman already calling the dealer for some miracles, so he's obviously arriving with a super short stack. Players' hands are getting sanitized.
Maybe I'm spray some in my mouth.
New players arriving, all players' hands get sanitized, masks to be worn at all times. Right, and we go to the next hand. Ahmed's under the gun. And graphics will catch up with us shortly, but he's going to raise. So we're going to see this hand in the dark until the graphics, all the statistics are entered. He raised with ace-jack of hearts. Nice suited ace. But Darren Lipman has arrived super short. He's going to fold. 65k, yeah. Fabian Deppy folds jack 4. JP Oaks with the pocket 10s on the button. Now we could have fireworks here. So it's been raised to 14,000. JP has 100 and, well, he's 94.5. So I think he's contemplating, do I 3-bet, and if so, to what, or do I shove? And he's going to shove. So JP's all in. Bozo folds quickly. 5-4 off, 8-7 off into the muck from Gulen. So it's round to Ahmed. And he's asked for a call and he's called. So we have our classic flip here. So good luck to both. Ace-jack suited versus the pocket 10s. And we're off to the races, Gary.
I saw, I had a step away there. JP getting all excited as soon as he sits down. And he gets a set.
Oh, flops his set. So JP looking pretty safe here. He's got to just fade the turn that it doesn't bring a draw. There's no draw on the turn for him. He's got the check mark.
He's got a lock on the hand. And
Yeah,
he
so-
boats up on the river.
So that's really going to hurt Ahmed now. He's going to be way down to 46.5k after that hand. So he's down to 7 bigs. Darren's joined us with only 10 bigs. Gulen on 14 bigs. So we've got a couple of players in the danger zone.
And trust me, JP will have enjoyed that. There's been some battles in the past between those two.
Yeah, and I think JP's ended on the wrong side of the flips on a few of those. Doc Lotwing joined us with 33 bigs and 200,000, so he's sitting fairly comfortable at the moment.
Yeah, Eben's a good friend of mine. I had a lot of time for the Doc.
Yeah, I like the Doc. I've known the Doc for a long time. My famous story about Doc is we were at All Africa, and Oliver Berman kept raising from the big blind into Doc's big, from the button onto Doc's big blind. Kept raising. Doc said, "I'm warning you. The next time you do it, I'm shoving." Next rotation, Oliver raised. Doc shoved Jack 2. Oliver stacked him with pocket jacks, blanked the flop, and said, "Don't worry, the 2s are coming." Turn 2, river 2, they came. That's my lovely story about Doc, and that was way back in 2009.
Sure. He's a top man, the Doc.
Yeah, him and his good mate Rudy, I always see them around.
So Fabian's woken up with a hand here under the gun +1. He's got chips in hand, so we'll see what he's up to.
He's going to raise. Action on JP. 5-2 of suited in the hijack. Double checks. Doc folds quickly. 7-3 off. Oh, 7-3 suited. 9-5 of Bozo on the button. It's going to fold around to Gulen. 9-7 in the small. Ahmed with 3-2 in the big. Yeah, going to go into the muck. There's not much he can do there facing the raise. Right, so we move along, and Darren is going to have to post a big blind and an ante now, and he's got only 10 bigs. Ahmed is on 5 bigs. So we're going to see quite a bit of action now. There's going to be a lot of shoving, I think, Gary.
Yeah, I'm just trying to catch up to where the button is. I mean, Ahmed's in the small here, is he?
Yeah, he's in the small blind. The button is on Gulen, who's the other short stack. So we've got the 3 short stacks in a row there.
Uh-huh.
Gulen, Ahmed, and Darren, and Ahmed's the shortest of the 3.
I don't recall actually seeing Darren on the feature table for a long time.
He hasn't been on the feature table for a while. He's made a few final tables around the place, and they've been around for a while.
We did mention him earlier because he's recently had a child, him and his good lady.
Correct.
And they're first.
So the action under the gun to Fabian with King Jack. I think he's just looking at, is it too early, isn't it too early?
Yeah, it's always and the table's full now. We've got 7 players again, so you know, he's got to get through at least 4 or 5 of those.
Oh, he's chosen to raise.
JP will get rid of that. Doc with a King 4 will get rid of that in a hijack. It'll go round to the bozo, and David's got shot of that.
Gulen isn't there, so I think Fabian factored that in when he glanced round, that Gulen wasn't there, so it made it short-handed.
Gulen's an avid smoker, so I know exactly where he is.
And
him and his buddy Abdulessa will be skulking off somewhere.
So we go 2 to the flop.
It's an interesting flop, this, because it brings draws for both players.
Yeah, they both have a gut shot draw on that.
Yeah.
But Fabian's being the initial aggressor. He's going to bet, and Darren doesn't have a lot of chips. So the aggression is going to be key. And to be fair, Fabian was ahead.
Yeah, but also he saw that he was going to put Darren to the test there, for sure.
100%.
Okay. And we must just say Darren Lippmann is definitely not French, huh?
No.
Okay. I'm just checking. Darren Lippmann is definitely not French. Just asking the tech team.
Yeah, I think he sat in the same seat that Vincent sat.
Ah.
So he's picked up the French flag from there.
I think we're gonna baptize Darren Lippmann as Monsieur Lippmann.
Monsieur Lippmann.
The Frenchman.
Right, so he's going to be in the small blind. Ahmed's got a rotation here to have a look, as Gulen. Darren in the small blind, so he's...
Ahmed doesn't seem overly concerned. He's in the perpetual eating seat.
Yes, yes. Henny was there before he was eating. And
Queen 10, nice cards, but not that early. They'll be getting them up from Jean-Pierre. Another Frenchman.
Well, a very French name.
Yeah. And JP and known to Mark and us, myself, very close mates.
Yeah.
We've all been playing poker for a while together. And Gulen's money is going to be, I'm surprised he didn't shove there, I've got to be honest. I'd like to see all 5 cards of that and thin the field, you know?
I agree. He's going into 2 small stacks, and then he's got into the big stack of Fabian.
So 13,000 the raise. Darren folds, and
Fabian with ace jack, there we go.
And maybe it's going to work out for him.
He's calling.
Ace on the flop would be an interesting one.
He's just got to dodge the jacks.
No ace on the flop, only a jack.
And there is the jack. The interesting thing is if he shoved, he may have been called by Fabian anyway because of the size of the
yeah,
stacks.
for sure. But you know, who knows what the future holds?
Nobody knows. Yeah, and Fabian's got the big heart redraw as well. He's checked twice.
10,000.
Fabian is bet 10k. Gulen's going to call it off. Just the ace high.
And Fabian's like just re-rolling.
Yeah, Fabian's got a lock on the hand now.
That's a pretty sizable bet.
That is 23,000.
So there's 23,000 been bet here on the river. Gulen is now trying to work out, is my ace king still good? Yeah, and I think, you know, with what he has behind, he has to let it go. He's not happy, but he has to fold. And Fabian will take in another pot. Well played, sir.
JP, really?
Right, so Darren will be on the button. So the 3 short stacks have free looks around the table for a short while. Fabian will be in the small blind. JP will be in the... we are losing JP. He's being balanced off the table. So Doc will then become the big blind. So our good doctor in the big blind now. And blinds have also gone up, Gary, by the sounds of things. And
they've just gone up, and it'll be next hand for us at the table, and they'll go up to 4-8 with the 8 on the ante. So
yeah, and JP has been moved off the table for table balancing, so the doctor is now in the big blind.
So this will be level 14. We're at the old blind level now, but we'll be going up to the new blind level shortly.
Yeah. Bozo under the gun. We're going to folds. Around to Ahmed. Bozo folded 7-5 off. Action is on Ahmed. He's found the ace. He's just raised with that short stack of his. He's getting folds through, and he gets it through.
Nice.
So Ahmed picks up a few chips there, add to that short stack of his. Darren on 7 bigs, Ahmed on 7 bigs, and Gulen on 10 bigs.
I'll let you pronounce that name.
Yeah, shout out to Sean, better known to all of us that play with him as Mr. S. He's put there, nice to hear you, Mark will definitely play next year. The smiley face.
I need to sit where Ahmed sits so I can eat. The perpetual eating seat.
Yeah, that looks like a Gary. Whoever sits there tends to eat.
I think it's like a thing. Gulem's in the middle of picture with the under the gun position. King 3 here going to go in the muck, I'm sure. And Ahmed's our shorty. It's not often you hear me say Ahmed's the short stack.
Definitely not.
You know, 9-8. Besides, he's not going anywhere with that. Lippy gets out of the way as well with his 8-4. Fabian also with the 9-2. Actually, Fabian's not even at the table. So Eben's got pocket 10s here. And is he getting tricky, or did he raise?
Trying to see. Just let our graphics catch up with it.
And since then, I haven't basically had a win. There was no raise.
There was no raise?
There was no raise, apparently.
And Bozo says, and I checked.
No, I'm joking too.
So Bozo's got Jack 4 off. The good doc is way in front here with his pocket 10 still.
Against pocket 10s, we know what a Jack's for.
Yeah. 2 folds, two
yes,
folds.
Indeed, 2 folds. And Eben will get that one through.
Doc shows him the pocket 10s. Says, you see, if I limp, doesn't mean I'm weak. Setting up.
Putting Bozo on notice.
Yeah, just to see maybe gets a few free flops down the line.
So Ahmed and Darren are both on 5 bigs. Gulem's on 7 bigs. And the haves and the have-nots, of course. The top 3 versus the bottom 3.
With the new blinds that have come in, suddenly they drop quickly from 7 bigs to 5 bigs.
Sure. This is time to get it in, boys and girls.
Yeah, they're in the serious danger zone now, Gary.
Yeah, I mean, the head is almost submerged. Ahmed is going to get his money in here for sure.
Yeah, I think so. Under the gun, pocket 7s. They are 5-handed.
Much better than that. Look at this tricky little monkey.
He doesn't put it all in there, he just raises. Ahmed likes to still play post.
In a miracle hand now, have you raised? It must be 16 minimum.
Well, maybe he's not finished his dinner.
But now, Darren folded, Fabian folded.
Fabian's away from the table.
Yeah, Doc folded.
Another smoker.
Bozo has.
Ace-9, and he's going to call him here for sure, if not raise him all in.
Yeah, he's gone all in. And that's the pressure Bozo's going to apply. He knows that behind Gulen is short stacked.
I mean,
and Ahmed short stacked, so he puts the pressure immediately.
Ahmed's got a call here.
No, he has to. Yeah, there it goes. So it's your classic flip again. 7s are ahead.
We'll go to the flop cam.
And Ahmed carries on eating. He says, let this play out the way it plays out.
So 6 Jack Queen.
The sevens are still ahead.
Another
Oh, now
queen.
that brings us ugly possibilities there. And the twos are blank, and Norman gets a double up. A jack would have been a sick card there.
Yeah, really sick one.
Yeah, because it happened to me far too often, and that's why I said it.
The old counterfeit.
Yeah, counterfeit on the river.
So Guillem and Darren are in the extreme danger zone with their noses disappearing under the water.
Ahmed gets a welcome respite, goes up to 13 bigs.
And what do you say? Watch where Ahmed is at the end of the day.
Yep. Bozo runs, drops under the 400,000, but only just. Didn't hurt him too much. Right, so the next hand, Darren is under the gun and he's begging the dealer. He keeps telling him, I need a miracle, I need a hand. Come on, brother, help here.
It's amazing. For some reason, I can't hear that, which is concerning. Maybe I have to look at the microphone setting on my headset. Anyhow, Darren's got his miracle. Money will go in here.
Yeah, miracle has arrived. It's gone all in.
I mean, whatever happened, he had to go all in there because he's big blind next.
It's folded round to Doc. We haven't seen Doc's cards. We're going to put them in the box. Pocket threes into the muck. Bozo folds 5-4. Gulen folds around to Ahmed 7-3 off, and Darren will get it through.
What I want to know is Darren Lippman wearing sequins on his mask. That's what I want to know.
Yeah, and Darren gets that through. I think he may have even preferred a caller so that he could try and double up. It was so
Strong
small.
hand.
Nothing else I can do.
You know,
Well, all he's done is survived another rotation. Yeah.
yeah, he's just bought the big blind which he's about to be in. Right, we move to the next hand. Fabian's still away from the table.
Is it a sign of I won all the chips?
And he's the gun player. Darren in the big blind, so he had Jack 7 off. He would have gone into the muck anyway. Doc 8-4 gonna fold. Round to Bozo 3-2 off in cutoff. And Gulen has gone all in with ace-5 suited on the button. Ahmed is folded. Only for you, he says, but he had rubbish. And Darren folds as well.
Okay, so news from the cash front.
Yes, Gary, update us.
So in 10th place and 9th place, it'll be 14,280 rands. In 8th place, 21,420. 7th, 28,560. 6th place, 35,700. 5th place, 48,195. 4th place, 60,690. 3rd place, 98,175. 2nd place, 164,220. And at the top, 228,480. I was 4,000 out.
Very well called. And a nice prize pool, Gary.
Yeah, indeed. So it's well over
A
700,000.
lot for the players to play for. And if at some point we just get a shot to that outer screen, we'll see how many players are left in.
And we will be uploading all those prizes on the final table when it comes.
Right, so it's folded round. Gulen got that ace-5 through, stole the blinds back. Ahmed on the button with 9-7 suited. Game doesn't change, he's going to raise it. Darren folds in the small blind. Round to the big stack, Fabian in the big blind, and he's got ace-jack.
Fabian in very strong position here.
So I think he's going to 3-bet here. Here it comes. He'll put Ahmed to the test straight away. Knows Ahmed's short stacked, and there it goes. It's raised to 45,000 after Ahmed made the initial raise. Ahmed's got 71,000 behind. I don't think he really wants to be calling 23,000 here with 9-7 suited unless he's feeling particularly frisky and wants to play it in position from there. And he does so, Gary.
I'm surprised. I'm actually writing the prize pool down. I didn't see, but Ahmed's come out on the button here, and this is as much about what's going to happen next rather than what's happening at the moment, if you know what I mean.
Absolutely, he's playing it in position. He likes those cards. There's 9-5, 9-7, 9-6, 9-8 suited, all in that range. Oh, and he's flopped a monster flop there.
Yeah, for sure. Money will go in here.
Yeah, money will go in because Fabian's raised pre. He's going to bet. Ahmed will probably shove. He's got a straight draw. He's got a flush draw.
And he'll get called, of course, because there's too much money in the pot here for a fold.
Yeah, once Fabian bets, then it's committed.
I mean, to be honest, you couldn't ask for much better flop with those cards.
Yeah.
I mean, he could actually just call here.
He's got 48,000 behind, Gary. So he's got 35,000. He'll only have 13,000 behind if he only.
I actually think he's got more than 48,000 behind if you look at those yellow chips.
Yeah.
So I'm putting on 50.
Yeah, you're looking at it to say that he has got more than that.
Yeah,
so he's going to call it.
So the chip count's wrong there. And
The 8 doesn't change
13 outs for Ahmed. So it's 9 7s and 6s, aces, kings, queens, jacks and diamonds. 10 of diamonds and 6 and the 2 of diamonds. The remainder have already gone. And of course any other 7, 6 or 9.
So Fabian has now shut down and checked.
So I think Ahmed has the bet here.
And I think he'll know that. He's checked behind. Well, wants to keep those last few chips if he doesn't get there.
Blank.
You see now the river's a blank for him.
And we'll go back to the players.
Fabian has checked.
So Ahmed has the bet to win the hand. There's a lot of money in the pot here.
164,000 in the pot. He doesn't have that much behind. Oh, and he's giving up. And the ace jack is good.
Played king 8, and I was thinking of going all in with it.
So Ahmed has got definitely more than one big blind here.
Yeah. I feel like there's
Yeah, I think he's definitely got more than that from what we can see just with the yellow chips.
made up my mind.
So we're going to stay on this picture. I'm just going to try and count Ahmed's chips. No, he's put his arm in the way.
When you bet,
Yeah.
whatever. So
Right, so we move to the next hand. Darren will be on the button, still looking for a hand to play. Bozo's under the gun with Jack 7 off.
Okay, so I'm guessing from what I'm seeing here, and I'm putting Ahmed on between 75 and 90,000 chips. I have no idea what happened.
Yeah,
there.
I think you're pretty accurate there, Gary.
And that's why that hand played differently than we were commentating, to be honest.
Yeah, absolutely. We were commentating on the graphics that there, but then as soon as you saw the chip stack, you knew.
Yeah. Okay, well, we are where we are. We did have a system crash earlier and probably lost some data then. So anyhow, sometimes it's just exciting to be guessing.
Yeah.
So we've given Ahmed a 75k there. That'll be semi-accurate based on the information available. I'm I'm trying to see if they're actually purples. Okay, so there's a stack of purples there. So
Yeah, that's well over 50,000, that stack of purples. And what, 3-4 yellows there?
I got him at 151.
Right, so Ahmed wasn't as short as what we thought he was.
No.
And that's why he wasn't looking so phased while he was eating.
No, he was me thinking he was a... Anyhow, that builds up the image, you know. Good for him.
Right, Fabian on the button with ace queen.
So we're on level 14 now, I believe. 4,000, 8,000 and 8,000 on the big blind ante. So these blinds are going to start biting next level when they got 5,000,
Yeah,
10,000.
that's when they're really going to start to bite the players.
Well, then they really start biting. So Fabian's raised up to 22k here.
With the ace queen into Bozo's big blind. Bozo will give it up.
And Bozo's forgotten what that box is for, I'm
Yep,
sure.
again.
I'm giving him flack because I know he's a student of the stream and he'll go back and watch.
And
then when he hears this commentary, he's going to send me a text or ring me up and say, brother, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to.
Yeah.
And I'm going to say, you're talking nonsense. We'll have that conversation.
Or he's going to study it and say, I actually put them in the box, your things weren't reading
That's a
them.
rubbish story if he does it. Anyhow.
Yeah.
So, Monster Jam Poker Tour, Sun International here at the beautiful Carnival City.
And not forgetting Cardstream with their wonderful coverage.
Pictures brought to you by Cardstream, and sometimes accurate chip counts as well. Just an apology for the team out there. Okay, so 22 minutes to go on the level. Ace-8 for Ahmed here.
It's raised under the gun.
Will raise, of course. Yep.
Six-handed.
All the way around to the dock. The dock has also forgotten what the box is for.
Bozo fault, his cards were in the box that time.
See, he can hear me. We've got a direct line, you know.
Oh, Gulen's trying to contemplate, am I priced? No, but I don't have the chips. Right, so we'll sweat with Ahmed what the good dock has.
Sweating with Ahmed Karim. Five Jack King, 2 hearts. Nice flop for Ahmed.
Yeah, good flop for him, nut flush draw. He was the original aggressor. Doc Flat called him on the button there. On the bet, what, around about 18,000, Gary?
Looks that way.
Doc's gone all in.
Doc has gone all in. He's trying to...
He's putting the test here.
Well, he's safeguarding against the draw. That's what he's doing. He's got the top pair.
And Ahmed's going to gamble.
Yep. All of his money's going in. Good luck, both gentlemen. We're going to go to the flop cam.
So it's top pair. Protecting against the flush draw and the ace. Good luck to both.
And 12 outs remain, all the hearts and any of the aces. And that is what they say, the end of the end. Back to our pictures.
And our Grand Slam champion
Ahmed
is eliminated.
And can have some well-deserved rest, Ahmed. Played super well, got unlucky in a few spots. And it's just a pleasure to have Ahmed at the table, as always.
As always, and the Doc picks up a nice pot there. He's up to 355,000 now.
Wow. Did very well. There's our timing screen. There's the prizes going through. We've already discussed the prizes, so let's look. It went up to 714,000. There was obviously a couple of buy-ins afterwards.
A couple of late entries. We're up to 85 entries there, Gary.
That's why I got my sums wrong by 4
Because you had it
grand.
on 83 entries.
Yeah, there you go. They tried to fox me. So the next break is in 20 minutes. Current time is 5:23 in the evening. Jeepers, I have no idea there was that time.
Neither did I, Gary. Time has flown by today.
Yeah, I mean, having my good lady wife here and bringing me a sandwich halfway through the day was helpful.
That makes life easier, doesn't
Normally
it?
my stomach would have told me what time it is. But,
Yeah. And
yeah.
I must thank my daughter. She sent me along with a snack bar. Said, "Dad, you can't go the whole day without."
Good for her. So nice healthy prize pool there, 714,000. I'm pretty sure the Monster Jam guys will be really happy with that. You know, 80 odd entries into this main event. It's probably beyond or up there with their expectation given the circumstances economically and obviously the pandemic that is haunting the world at the moment.
Absolutely, Gary. I mean, if you think the times that we're living in, I think it's an extremely good turnout and a lovely prize pool, and everybody excited to be back to big time poker.
Yep, I agree 100%.
The doc got the problem we all love. He's still trying to stack all his chips.
I've got a funny feeling that Ahmed had chips left.
So he had a few chips left over.
I have a feeling he has some chips left over. I'm not sure. We just asked the dealer quickly if that is the case.
In this scenario, it doesn't come back.
Yeah, so you can win a lot.
Yeah, because then otherwise he doesn't get it. See the thing?
Yeah, so then you can only win
All right, so we move on to the next hand.
I mean, it's all that, doesn't it?
Fabian is under the gun. Oh.
It doesn't matter if the blinds or the ante's going first, you still have to pay the equivalent of the big blind to continue in the hand.
Doc folds, folded on to Boza, 9-5. Yeah, see, their almonds are all in blind, as they say. Boza just moves all in.
Well, unfortunately, Ahmed can't get any cards either.
No, he can't either. He's not sitting at the table.
Yeah, so Ahmed did have a couple of chips left. What you're supposed to do is bet and take this down, and that's what David did.
Yeah, Boza's done that. He applied the pressure. He had 9-5 off. But just using the stack, bullying Gulen there, which is what the big stack is supposed to do.
It's called standard play. What's it say here? Strong's even. Eugene online again, obviously a Doc fan.
As a fan of the good Doc. And Fabian is over 500,000 chips, Gary.
Yeah.
He took quite a few off Ahmed.
That's a lot of chips actually. It's a good space to be in.
And
him and Boza will be having that tacit look across the table.
Yeah. And Doc's sitting on 355.
Good for him. I think he was battling on that other table.
Yeah, so we got two super short stacks at the table, Darren and Gulen. And then we got Doc with a very healthy stack, and then the two, one in 400, one in 500,000.
Sure.
It's a big disparity in chips.
Disparity, what a great word. Disparity.
Yeah, Gary, I have to study up on my vocabulary when I sit next to you, you being the student of the English language as you are and all the Scrabble you play.
I can't play Scrabble when I do a commentary.
No, no.
So Gulem's got it all in here with the King 4 suited. Darren Lippman's got it all in with the Jack 9 suited.
Jack 9 off from the looks of the graphics.
Yeah, so King 4 and Jack 9 off. Let's go to the flop cam.
Good luck to both. There's no help for Darren there.
So King 4 is still ahead.
And he's the player that's at risk.
Any 9, any Jack, otherwise Mr. Lippman
will be eliminated. And he blanks the river.
And we'll go back to the table camera.
And Darren is eliminated.
He's just checking.
And Gulen gets a welcome little double up there. And
so, au revoir, Monsieur Lippman.
Gentleman that Gulen is, he stood up and shook Darren's hand.
Top boy, top boy. Top man. Down to 4 players.
It's always nice to see though, Gary, when you have that good etiquette amongst the players.
Yeah, of course.
We can be enemies on the felt and friends off.
Yeah, I mean, you know, a bit of respect. We're all friends. I mean, and Gulam's a mature man, and so is Darren. You know, I think we're a self-regulating sport. We eradicate the thugs and the children.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, I'm a great believer. You know, I run a game at my home, as you know, and just for fun. And we don't invite anybody there. Well, it's by invitation anyhow.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you know, it's a fun game, and you know, there are people who will not get invited because of the way they've behaved in the past, and that's just how it is, you know.
Absolutely, and I'm honoured to be amongst the invitees to that game, and I play that game regularly with you guys on a Saturday, Carl and yourself, and many of the other regulars out here.
Yeah.
And it's a lovely game.
Yeah, and it's a lovely game because we don't, you know, with respect, we do invite some of the youngsters who can behave themselves. But you know, it's important that when you're having a fun game, it's got to be fun.
But we have great fun. We have a laugh and a joke and a little something to eat, and a lovely Saturday that we spend always, Gary.
And we bring in the entertainment in Kevin Khalil, of course.
Of course.
Kev's probably watching this, so yeah, get shout out for Kev. I don't know if he's still out there playing. He was around earlier. I hope you are, and if you're not, I will see you for our next home game for sure.
Yeah, we'll see him at the next home game.
In fact, and he was so pleased to be sitting next to my wife Shelley in the satellite earlier, because they're big pals, those two.
Yeah, the two of them are.
Yeah, chatting away, talking nonsense. So yeah. Anyhow, big shout out for Kevin Khalil. Great ambassador for game. Great ambassador for the men at large generally, and a pleasure to call him my buddy.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I won't raise you unnecessarily, but what you and I consider unnecessary might be dark.
Right, so move around to Bozo under the gun. He's four-handed at this table now with the eliminations.
Yeah, I know. I'm not happy with that. I think we'll get Bradley to show us an outside camera at some stage.
It's folded quickly around. The action will move very fast now. So Fabian in the small blinds found ace-10. He's going to raise.
I'm going to let you just commentate this hand. I'm just going to poke my head out the door here and have a look at the other tables.
Go and put some pressure on on them to balance the tables, Gary. Right, so we don't know what Doc's cards are. He's going to put them into the box now so we can see. He's contemplating whether he needs to call you or not. No, he folds. And Fabian gets that through. So right, there's our chip count. Fabian at the top with 64 bigs, 517. Bozo with 50 bigs, 400k. Doc with 42 bigs. And looks like Ivan Pikiri is joining us there. I can't quite see. We'll see now when the camera pans round. So we'll find out shortly if that is Ivan. I can't quite see from here. It looks like it. Just seeing him in the bottom of my picture. Right, so we move on to our next hand. So Gulen is going to be under the gun. With King Queen suited, Ivan Pikiri has joined us. He was earlier on the feature table. He's come with 132,000. Gulen has moved all in with the King Queen suited. Ivan has an identical hand, but as we all know, it's one thing to shove with King Queen, and another thing to call.
I'm back.
Yeah, welcome back, Gary. And
I see what's happening here, and do you know there's only 17 players left?
Wow, Gary, are you telling me we may finish this tonight?
I don't know if we will finish it tonight, but there's 17 players left. I've just counted them.
Yeah, it's gone pretty quickly. There's been a lot of eliminations.
And there could be 16 in a minute.
Yeah, because we've got a lot of big stacks.
Yeah.
And that's what's happened, is they've killed off a lot of the players.
Yeah, it's gone rapid, to be honest.
It looks like Gulen has got that through, the King Queen suited.
But let me tell you, there's some big stacks out there.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at.
I had a quick comb around the area, a quick meander amongst the tables, sojourn round the floor.
Yeah, and Ivan Pikiri joins us here with 16 big blinds.
Red alert going offline. Big Dave, the tournament director, has just walked in.
Right, so we move on to the next hand. Ivan will be under the gun. Five-two suited, going to go into the muck. Round to Fabian. He's got Queen 6 suited in the cutoff.
Raise to 20.
Just catch up on the action here. It was folded and then Doc raised with a King 10 suited to 20. Gulen has defended his blind with the A7. Go to the flop two-way. Oh, and the big blind has flopped huge. He checks. Doc will continue.
23.
Gulen asks how much and puts his chip stack across the middle. And I think that'll be the end of the hand. Doc gives up quickly. And Gulen defending his blind with the A7. Flopped huge. Flopped trip sevens. And takes down a welcome pot. Right, there's our chip count. So the Doc loses a few chips in that hand, nothing too serious. Bozo on 47 bigs, Fabian on 64. Gulen adds a few welcome chips to his stack. Right, in the next hand, Fabian will be under the gun.
Okay, I've just been out with the tournament director and he's going to be breaking another table in a minute outside. So we're just looking at the camera angles, making sure we can give you coverage.
All right, so we're going to get a little coverage from the outer tables, Gaza.
In a minute we will, probably. We'll
Right.
just watch what's going on here.
Meanwhile, this is folded round. Folded round to the small blind. Gulen with King 9 in the small blind. He's going to complete. Ivan checks back. We go two ways to the flop. So King 9 versus the Jack 8. Ivan flops the best of that. Gulen flops the gut shot. Gulen checks. Ivan will bet.
At 16,000.
Gulen considers, do I call the gut shot? One street.
I was thinking he was going to peel there, Mark, to be honest.
I actually looked like he was going to, Gaza. He folds and Ivan picks up a welcome pot. But if you look at Gulen, he's on 142,000. He was so super short.
Oh yeah, he's done well.
He's
pulled
played
it
that
back up.
short stack very well today.
Yeah.
He's been short stacked the entire day. And there we got a shot to the outer tables. So we've got on the left hand side there, you'll see Moon is still in. We can see Gareth is still there. We've got JP Oaks still there. So a couple of top players still out there.
John Ambrosi is still there.
John
as well.
Ambrosi is still there, and he did very well. He came second in that monster freeze to Abdul.
Yeah, always been solid.
Yeah, good solid player, John. He's got some play in him, Johnny.
It's my favorite shit taking money off my phone. Oh my. You must see.
Right, so Doc will be under the gun.
Chips out of me.
Queen 2 off, going to the muck, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Round to Bozo, King 2 in the cutoff.
The friend stack.
He's going to fold. Onto the button. Gulen's going to fold his King 2. 9-6 off, sorry. Round to Ivan in the small blind, 8-5 off. He wants to peel off a flop.
Apologies there, Mark's still working on camera angles.
No,
with the tech team here.
Gary, we need somebody to do that, and you're the best at sorting things out.
So we're off to the flop here.
Yeah, it's two-way to the flop.
24k in the pot, so blind on blind action.
Yeah, and Fabian flopped top pair and checked it. I was checked twice to him. He did have top pair. He was being a bit trappy. He's now betting it.
Yeah, Ivan has to get away here, I think.
Yeah, Ivan with a gut shot. He's not.
He gets away. He hasn't got enough chips to burn.
No. The rich get richer. Right, Gary, there's a shot of a nice shot of our table when the graphics move away.
Wonderful.
Is Gareth still there?
Yep, so at the back, bigger John Ambrosi on the left.
Yeah.
You've got Kagiso on the right in the back, who's a former winner.
Right.
Got Gareth here on the right. That's Henny, that's Lum with his back to us, JP Oates. And looks like Yako Storm there as well. And of course Moon Khan. And that's Nick Anoy in the yellow shirt, yellow-orange on the second table.
So we've got some top players out there.
Yeah. So, let's say, and in the feature table, there's Henny Apple there with a cigarette in his mouth. I don't know what, if he's in or out or just going for a wonder.
Right, Gary, big announcements from the casino there that overrides our commentary always. They're loudspeakers, but we could go back to this hand here now. Ivan Pacu raised from the button with a queen 9. Fabian in the small blind with an ace 10. Contemplating and
he's raising.
He looks like he's raising there, and he's counting out a sizable raise. There it goes.
Looks like a 50, 60, 65, isn't it? Yeah. 51.
51k.
Yeah, difficult to tell in the light.
And Ivan has found, you know, as I said, a propensity not to fold.
Well, he's defended his raise.
Every time.
He's on the button, to be fair, in position.
He's got position as well.
And the queen
he gets the best of that.
If Fabian checks this, I mean, Ivan might even move in here.
Yeah, no matter what Fabian does, Ivan's going to move in, I think.
He's got like 80k behind, there's 118 in the pot. Already,
and then when Fabian bets this, he's going to bet 40 odd, I'm sure.
Well, if he bets it and he moves all in, then he's going to be pot committed, Fabian, anyhow. He's got a choice.
And
he is all in. He is all in.
Fabian asking for the count.
So we'll just go to the overview of the table camera.
There's the overview.
Yeah.
So Fabian getting the dealer to count before he makes his decision, the right thing to do. He's got to decide if Ivan does have that queen, is my ace good for an out? If so, I've got 3 outs, what's my mathematical probability?
Well, you know, for me, he's put too much money in the fold. We're getting a count here just to make sure our chip count is right.
Wait for the dealer to just sort that out, get an exact count.
Like I said, he doesn't have a choice.
Huh? What? Hold on. You said 78. I put in.
We're counting again.
80,500. 50 there, isn't it?
This is 50, 60, 70,
75,
75, 76, 77, 78.
Not much difference. 78, 79, 80,500. 8,500.
So this is a classic situation where there's 2 things that have happened here that we need to talk about. Firstly, Fabian put chips forward there and called, and then pulled them back. There's been no indication from the dealer, and what he would say, the dealer gave me the wrong count, but it is actually the responsibility of the player, not the dealer, to give you the right count. And there are many instances where dealers have given wrong counts.
100%, Gary. It's
Secondly,
always the responsibility on the player.
Accountability, responsibility, observation, all upon the player. Secondly, he should be held to that call. I'm pretty sure he's calling anyhow. I'm not trying to get funny with Fabian here.
No, no,
I'm
not
just
at all.
explaining it.
Yeah, there he's calling
And
anyway.
he's calling anyhow. And thirdly, he was kind of obliged to anyhow on the basis he's committed there. You know?
Once he bet the flop, he's pot committed there.
Yeah, of course. And
he's got 3
raised,
outs.
and he has got 3 outs. He's got the overcard. And Fabian will know the rules and he will know the percentages, etc. And then it's exactly why he's called.
Go to the river. And Ivan gets a welcome double up.
There we go. All right, we'll be back. I think that is the break. So we will be back later. And it's an hour and 15 minutes, I think they said, for the dinner break. Am I correct?
All right, Gary, just before we go off here, there's one thing Kevin Stanley's given us a nice shout out. Hi,
Thanks, Kev.
Hi, Chess and Gaz. Nice commentary as always.
Thanks a lot. We'll be back in an hour and a quarter.
Hey, Queen Jack.
Okay, so back from dinner, Portuguese, very, very nice marker.
Yeah, it was very pleasant, Gaz, and always nice to have a nice dinner with your friends.
Yeah, for sure. So 15 players left. We're going to take it from the bottom. Nick Noyes, 69,000. Yako Storm, 73,000. Gullum Fakey, 142,000. JP Oates, 166,000. Moon, 177,000. Kagiso, 193,000. Lum, 214,000. Fabian, 279,000. David Bozo Rosenthal, 281,000. Michael Nwambuze, Nigeria Mike, 308,000. Eben Lotering, 309,000. John Ambrosi, 355,000. Ivan Pakiri, 409,000. Abdul Essa, 615,000. And Gareth Edmonds, with an S, 664,000. So you may be asking yourself, who's on the feature table? Well, look, see, we've just started.
Yeah, Gary, the action's starting there.
I didn't know Moon was on our table, but there you go.
Yeah. And Naeem's under the gun apparently. Ace 2 off.
So as you see, we're 15 players, so once we get down to 14, so we lose one more player, we will go to 2 tables of 7.
Yeah, so we're going to start 5-handed on each table, Gary.
Yep, that's indeed what we're going to do, sir.
Right, JP folds. Yaku Storm is not seated, so Moon will move all in. We didn't see his cards there. But Gareth with 10-4 off in the big blind can't defend that.
No, not at all.
The Moon shows a hand, we can't see it. It looks like a small pair.
And we're on level 15, so the blinds are 5,000, 10,000, and 10,000 on the big blind ante.
Yeah, so Moon from the small blind steals from the big blind.
All getting a bit hectic.
Yeah, until Yaku joins us, this will go around quite quickly.
So your chip leader is Gareth in front of you.
He's sitting in the same seat that he sat earlier in the day at the feature table, Gary.
Which proved very good for him.
He played extremely well at the feature table this morning and has obviously continued that on the outer tables.
He has been harvesting and he has brought his crop back to the feature table.
Yeah, chip leader in the tournament and he played some really good poker this morning.
And here is JP.
10,000.
No
JP under the
introduction.
gun.
Oh, these will be going in the muck.
Yeah, and no help for him to have a look at a spot there with the 8-3 off. Round to Moon. Oh, Yaku's not there.
So Moon a raise. Yako has folded.
30,000.
And Moon will get that through.
Yeah, and Yako doesn't have a lot of chips to be sitting out hands here, Gary. You know,
Not at all.
he's sitting on 7 bigs and he's not at the table.
He's not coming back. He's gone home.
Oh, you heard it here first.
Never. What the fuck I did to him?
You must be joking. Huh? You must be joking. Really?
Gareth says to Lum, you must be joking that he's not coming back and just going to surrender his stack. Lum says, I'm telling you what I'm telling you.
It doesn't matter, we still have to blind his stack out.
Absolutely, whatever the story is, and while he's not seated, his chips will be blinded up.
10,000.
Yep. Irrespective of what happens.
Keep folding and I'm winning. Can't be 3 in a row.
And it looks like we've lost a player already.
35.
And we'll be adding 2 new players to the feature table.
I can show you that, sir. I have no problem.
Right, so we're going to get 2 more tables, 2 more players to join us here at the feature table. We'll see now who they are. There's The familiar figure of John Abrosi joining us at the feature table, Gary.
I think it's his first visit.
Yeah, when I say familiar to us over a long period of time. Very nice man, John, and his lovely lady, Rosa.
Yeah, I spoke with Rosa earlier. She's been a little bit unwell lately. Not the dreaded disease, but she's not been well, so it was nice to see her out and about. But keep him well away from people on the basis that we don't want her to get sick.
She may be susceptible. I did speak to her. She said she is feeling much better, though.
Good, good.
Big blind.
All right, so we move to the next hand. Moon will be under the gun.
10,000 to play.
And we're down to 2 tables, just to confirm for the folks at home. 7-handed.
Do we know who we lost out of those players?
No idea. Absolutely no idea. We'll get a view of the outer table later.
Like this. Like this.
And we'll get that done during hands.
Right, so here's Moon under the gun with the ace-4 off. He's going to fold.
10
Mike
to play.
folds. Round to Gareth with ace-9 in the hijack. I'm sure he'll raise from there. Use that big stack of his, and he does so.
25.
25,000. So
John.
apologies, John, for your spelling of your name. It's an E, not an I on the end.
Naeem folds quite quickly. JP in the big blind with the 5-2 suited. It's going to work out if he's priced to call here. Counting out his stack, looking, am I priced? Do I want to see a flop here? Maybe I get a funky flop with the 5-2 suited. And he lets go.
No, it's not all in.
I had an ace also, Gareth. I had an ace 8 off.
Yeah, Moon talking up his hand. He had ace-4.
Yeah. The Yakko Storm will be in the small blind this hand.
Yeah, he was in the big blind the last hand. Those chips of his will dwindle very quickly off the table.
And Mike had a massive stack earlier. I don't know how much he's got there now. About 200 or 300.
Yeah, Lumber's giving the story there. And he's saying that when Yaku went all in, he thought he was out and walked away from the table, and those were the chips that were left over.
Ah, that is the
similar
story.
to Ahmed Karim earlier at the feature table.
10,000 to play.
Estonia.
So that
Ace
makes
10.
a lot more sense.
That's a nice hand under the gun +1 for Gareth, and Gareth is certainly going to be betting here.
Yeah, he's shown all
20,
day.
25 in the pot, so 25 again for a pot size bet.
25.
Exactly that, Gary.
And John will fold this for sure. Thank you for the spelling change. Lum can't call there. And JP on the button is disappointed that his king is good, but his 6 isn't.
And you'll fold that.
25.
Yakko is already folded, so Moon Khan is in the big blind here.
This is the first one.
Second one.
Second one.
Yeah.
This is your first one.
And Gareth is putting that stack to good use, but of course he does have the cards as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, he's picked his spots well today with the play that we did see of him this morning. He played extremely well.
Yeah, as we said in the stream earlier, I mean, I had a chat with him earlier and I said, playing fantastic, you know. And just a nice young man, and nice to see him playing so well. And we need some good youngsters coming through, you know.
And he applies pressure well.
For sure.
And now that he's got that stack, he's the type of player that's going to keep using it.
I hear you. Well, 6-4 under the gun is a wise fold, as they say.
Yeah. He's got a player to his immediate left that doesn't get pushed around too easily. And
Oh,
John
big
looks
Johnny.
like he's got a lot of chips there.
Well, Johnny's got 4s here, so he'll be coming in for some action. He knows that the standard has been 25 to date, That looks like
30,000.
that's
A little
that's
bit
an upper.
higher. Making it that little bit more expensive. Folded round to Moon.
Jack
All the way
two,
around.
and Michael has woken up here with a hand.
Yeah, he has action, and one of the fours was already folded.
And it'll be interesting to see what his raise is going to be here. It's whether he min clicks this or just flats it off.
$80,000.
Big,
Johnny,
decent
Johnny,
raise.
John will run away from this.
But he should.
Like you said, he doesn't like to be pushed around.
No, he doesn't. John's not so play that here, but he will fold that, and wisely so. Shows the fours. Let's see if he, no, he will not get shown the aces.
Sometimes you can play, Mike. Sorry, bro. Sometimes you can play.
Moon is giving his expert opinion to Mike there. Good old Mooney.
Yeah, there are sponsors' logos up again, Gary.
Indeed. The old Monster Jam Poker Tour here at Carnival City. Beautiful.
Sun International. And not forgetting Card Stream, bringing
We
all
should
the
also
action
give a
to-
shout out to Mjpt Water. We're drinking it, but we haven't spoken about it today, so good to have you guys along. Obviously Regal Hospitality and Events, of which Monster Jam is a part of, and of course Sun International, particularly the guys here at Carnival City, in partnership of course with the Global Poker Index and the Hendon Mob, bringing you statistics for poker around the world. Okay, Yakko Storm is not here. Moon Calm with a 6-5. Any time today, Moon? Thank you. King 2 for Mike. Mike will be quiet out of the small blind with this. He might fancy a complete, I don't know.
Oh, he's going to fold.
And Gareth will get the 8-5 walk.
Nice work, eh?
Enjoyed it, yeah.
He enjoyed it, eh?
Gentle, peaceful walk.
He needed walk.
It's always difficult if you want to compete into the big stack. You're probably going to face a raise.
Mike, don't run.
Yeah, I think so. And the only way to deal with that is to be solid and be strong and show people that you know, you're not being a net, but you're going to be aggressive when it's the right time.
Correct. And if you do
you're going to call me, you're going to be in trouble.
Yeah.
1,000 to play.
You know, fire with fire, of course.
100% Gary. Well, JP still hasn't picked up a hand here yet.
Yeah. A lot of inexperienced players would just sit there and wait for aces or kings. But you know, you gotta just get active with that big stack on your left, of course. Okay, so in the small blind here, John's already looking up at the sky, thinking this guy's going to try and steal it. So he's just completed Gareth. And I'd like a raise here for John.
Yeah, he's found an ace. He's going to check.
Okay.
There's no help for either one of them on that flop.
Aces
The
are high.
well ahead.
Well ahead with the ace.
Let's go on check, check.
Check away.
3 doesn't change anything. On check. Now, Johnny will bet now. If you check to John twice, he's going to bet.
50,000.
And there's no need for Gareth to get excited here.
Yeah, he's got nothing. There's nothing going for him. And Johnny will get some of those chips back that he raised with.
Yeah, so he picks up 10k, which is basically the small blind, the completed small blind. Okay, so a shot of the outer table there. So as the dust clears, Bozo, Gollum Fakey, that's Ivan, Fabian,
Doc Lottering,
Kagiso.
and KG, yeah. Who's sitting with their back here to us?
That looks like It looks so. Oh, Bozo's over the other side.
Yeah, I'm not sure who that is, Gary, with their back to us. Is it not Abdul?
Yeah, it's Abdulessa. It's exactly what it is. Okay, good. Pocket fives for JP. First time he's seen anything. But early position, and JP's a very astute player here.
Yeah.
You know, he'll be thinking, you know, these fives look attractive, but it is under the gun.
Yeah, and I've got 6 players to get through.
But of course, also he hasn't played a hand, so he will get respect.
100%. That's exactly what's happened so far, and I don't think Gareth can pose him with that hand on the button. So he's down to getting through the 2 blinds now. John Abrosi doesn't have anything to fight
up
with.
to Lum.
And Lum doesn't have him. So the raise by JP will get through, and he'll be quite happy about that, so he's picked up a rotation there.
And he'll also be quite happy with the fact that his respect and his image is
intact.
In good shape, yeah. So Jako's in bad shape, but according to Lamagus, he is
he's
already gone.
He's on the long way home.
Elvis has left the building.
Right, so Yaku is ostensibly under the gun, but it will actually be Moon.
Yep.
You like that word, Gary, ostensibly?
Yeah, it's one of my words. I like that. It's one I use liberally throughout the day.
Yeah, I wouldn't like to get into a battle of vocabulary with you.
Cadbury's, I like Cadbury's. The chocolate's the thing with me.
The Cadbury's, not the vocabularies.
That's the one. Okay, 9-7 suited for Johnny here. And he's looking down at those yellow chippies. So 30 was his last shot.
Yeah. Again, same. Keeping it constant. Gets through Naeem.
King 9 in the big. I think JP
might have a little look here.
Might have a little look. He hasn't got a lot of chips, but
yeah, that extra bit that John's raising is also making it more difficult. And if he went to 25 like the others have been going, then it's a little bit less for Jay. The 15's easier to call than the 20.
The good news is it's been folded around to John, and he's only got Moon on his left.
Yeah, JP's going to make
a... Moon already folded as well, so...
Yeah, there's only JP. JP was in the big blind. So right, Yaku will be in the big blind. So JP will be looking if it's at all possible for me to try and steal this one. But I can assure you that Lum and Abrosi in late position, they will also be eyeing that vacant big blind.
I believe you are right, sir.
Everybody's looking. There's free chips there. It's not defended. Right, so we'll move to Moon.
So JP's looking to pick up a really big hand, get 2 stealers on his right and get it in.
And put it all in, yeah. Just do the re-steal there.
That's a suited ace.
35.
Yeah, that's good. Quite a big raise from under the gun there with ace-4 suited.
Yeah, Mike should be getting out of the way here.
Yeah. He likes the look of them, but he shouldn't really be calling from that position with them, and he'll probably fold them. And what do we know, Gary?
No, Mike does like to gamble.
Right, it's gone around to Gareth in the hijack with the jack-9 off. He will fold now. John Abrosi with a suited ace might decide to come along.
If there had been no raise from Moon Khan, he might have gone the distance here. But I think because Moon's raised 35, John's threshold is 30 with his raises already, and he's got 2 players to come, both in with potential. I fancy a fold here from Johnny. Okay. Flats it off, what do I know?
He wants to see a flop with the suited. I think it's only because it's suited and he's looking to flush rather than to ace.
And JP with the 10-4. Okay.
Out of the way, so we got 3 to the flop.
4 king.
So Moon gets the best of that flop. Sitting there with middle pair, he was the initial aggressor, but he has got 2 players behind him.
It's a good spot to continue the story. At least you've made a pair.
Yeah, there's only one overcard to his pair there. He's going to continue his story.
There's 130 in the poll. He bet 40.
Yeah, he's bet 40.
That's small. Huh?
It is small, but how does
Not on the table
Mike
side.
continue? Yeah. It's difficult for Mike to continue. There's absolutely nothing for him there. And likewise for John. Ah, Johnny's gonna, maybe he's looking for a reaction out of Moon when he grabbed the chips there.
And looking to rep a king here. He's got the backdoor flush draw, obviously.
And he folds.
And Johnny folds, and
You can take it.
Right, Gary, I think I'm going to step out for a little while. Our esteemed CEO of Monster Jam has
Arrived in the commentary booth. So Mark will replace Mark, and he'll sit in with you for a little while, Gary.
awesome, awesome. So 18 minutes and 54 seconds to go on the level. It's round 15. And 5,000, 10,000, 10,000 on your big blind ante. 10 places being paid.
10 to play.
And Michael is under the gun here. Queen 5. Nice to see you, Mark.
Mark for Mark.
Yeah. How's it going?
Yeah, not too bad in you, Gary. How's it been?
Yeah, good. You must be pleased there. 85 entries.
Yeah,
I think that's good.
We'll take that very happily.
Yeah, for sure.
And you know, it's in the current situation, we weren't sure what we were going to get, and you know, when we set up this event, we had really not set any targets.
25,000.
This was really to truly gauge and see where poker sort of fits into the sort of current climate.
Well, you know, playing 10 places with almost a quarter of a bar up top, I mean, that's pretty good news for poker, no?
No, absolutely, and for us, you know, I mean, this is basically a third of our normal price for a main event. It's a nice, interesting hand. Moon with 7-8 of diamonds and Lum with 6-3 of cards. I'm not sure what happened. Lum must have opened pre-flop, I would think. Moon defended his big blind. Lum bluffs it, and off they go.
So interesting situation. Seat 1 is Jaco Storm. He got according to the to Lum, who's been broadcasting at the table, he had an all-in with, I believe it was Abdul, prior to the dinner break, and thought he was covered and walked away. And of course he actually had about 8 big blinds left.
It's not true.
But that's what Lum's telling everybody.
It's not true. It's not true.
Well, good. Let's have the truth.
Yaku is very much aware that he's got a stack in play, but I think he's opted to take his lovely lady for dinner instead. He said he can't work with the 20,000 stack, and he'll just basically surrender it and make sure that he
I like that story better, by the way. There's a much better story.
He puts in the time so he can participate in the next event.
Yeah, working on his share price is the way I would put it. Yeah, beautiful, beautiful. Lum, you were wrong.
So yeah, just having a look at this table. John Abrosi played 3 events and basically came second, actually first in this reboot series. Second, I think he came in the 5K.
Yep.
And looks like he's nicely stacked, and looks like a certain cash in the main.
Yeah, he started off with so top 5, 355,000, and first time we've seen John on the feature table, but he's been pretty solid so far. And the guy to act now, Michael, they call him Nigerian Mike because there's an American Mike, etc., etc.
Yeah, I know Mike very well from Monte Casino.
Monte, of course.
Lovely lad.
Yeah.
Lovely, lovely, lovely chap.
He's got an interesting game, Mike. He likes to see flops, eh?
Oh, Mike is very, 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 very difficult guy to play against because he will not let you bully him. Absolutely not.
I've seen that already.
I've played thousands and thousands of hands with Mark.
Yeah.
And he's a lovely, lovely, lovely chap.
Oh yeah, very pleasant.
Oh, and he's picked up just a lovely draw here. He's got top pair and an up and down. And of course, JP's got a queen gut shot here for the biggest straight.
75,000 in the pots.
I can't see JP calling this.
Best 20. JP's has got to protect those chips. 111,000 behind.
Oh well. And JP had a bit of fun in this event, firing multiple bullets. Him and Rudolph were on the same table.
I had dinner with him. He told me the story. It was somewhat amusing, and I was glad it's not my bar bill. Put it that way.
Early this morning, the second hand, I do know the second hand JP arrived. He only registered today, and he arrived. And the second hand, he opened up with queens, and Rudolph called him with 7-8, I think, or 8-9, something of that nature. And Rudolph flopped it straight, and the board was basically 9 or 10 high, so it was a straight in that region, and the money got in, and JP had queens, and that was JP's first bullet.
Well, I'm calling JP one of the major investors in this event.
And he then, and I believe Rudolph went on to do a few himself.
Yeah, and he donated quite a few to Mike, the guy we're talking about. Mike got it all in against Kings, from what I hear, with a queen. The board had a queen on board, and Kings was being held by Rudy. And the money went in, and he spiked a queen on the river, and Rudy had a bit of a breakdown, and off he went and fired another one from the story I heard. Anyhow, John's got the suited king here under the gun.
I'm sure he'll win that.
Yeah, too early in the queue.
Yeah, John's a pretty tight player. He's a pretty tight player.
And JP's been pretty much card dead.
And JP seems to get king 3 a lot.
It's not his favourite hand, I might add. And Mr. Moon.
Ace 7 off.
38.
Opens with 38. And this young gentleman that's now to act, Gareth Edmund. Youngster from Durban. Yeah, I don't know if you know him.
I know him very well. I had a long chat with him in the break, and I complimented him on his play and the way his posture, the way he presents himself, the way he plays the game. He's been very solid, huh? Certainly come to the fore here. And of course, he's our chip leader. Started this session with 664,000.
Looks like he's re-raising. Or did he just pull that?
He just
pulled that off?
He just flattered it, yeah.
He just pulled that off. Oopsie, and there he hits middle pair. And
so he's first to act out the big blind, so out of position against Moon on the button here. See if Moon's going to continue his story.
Moon. Now let's see if I'm predictable with Moon. Moon will lead out here, and
he'll put 60k in this pot.
Yes, and I think Gareth's just going to flat this off. I think Gareth will just flat this off.
Okay, he changed his mind with the yellow chips.
I think Gareth will just call this off. I mean,
I like what you're saying there. I think based on his play today, I think you're exactly right.
So I'd like to predict the turn now before the card comes out. Gareth will check this again, and Moon will check behind. Moon has picked himself up a gut shot here.
Yeah,
he's got 4 8s and out.
And you think the alarm bells are going to go off there based on the fact that he just flattered him off?
I think Moon's going to check this, and Moon's going to lose a hand unless he finds a card here. So,
well, the 5's probably not helping now.
So Moon's going to end up giving up this hand. I would think Gareth needs to bet out now.
No, he's checked.
He's checked, and Moon's going to check, and that's it.
And the rich get richer.
Yeah, I played a lot of hands with Moon as well, and he seems to sort of surrender if you play with him. I mean, he's also had a bit of success, but I mean, he's also done a few back.
Well, let me just say, Moon would be more comfortable if he had 4 cards in front of him and there was a bit of a gamble going on. He definitely loves his 4 cards, that's for sure. So we've been giving Aquavita a big shout out. They stuck by us through thin and thin, eh?
Our good mate Zash, he's been with us for a while now. He loves to send the water, and he loves to play. I'm not entirely sure why he didn't play in this series, but I presume he has his reasons, as a lot of people who haven't played.
For sure. And of course, we've been mentioning the partnership with the Global Poker Index and the Hen and Bob, and the stream is officially recognized by them, of course.
Absolutely.
So it's nice to be linked to those sort of guys, and not forgetting, of course, your own other organisation, the Regal Hospitality and Events, and we appreciate the continued support from there. And last but of course not least is Carnival City and the Sun International team.
Yeah, absolutely, Sun International team. You know, if he's watching, I'd like to thank. Shout out to Martin Alkers, who's been with us from the beginning of this project, and he's always punted for us and looked after us. And a few of my other good mates, Rob Dalton, who's always backed and been behind our brand. So, you know, we'll be talking to them soon and just getting next year's schedule together.
And there's been a lot of questions and asks about what's happening in the future. I know you've had some comment on some of the other interviews you got. Is there anything firm, or is there anything you can share at this moment in time?
Yeah, you know, at the moment there's nothing really to share. We were in negotiations. We were going to do some stuff up in Africa. We were going to do something in Botswana and up in Tanzania.
Yeah.
And we had some nice things tabled. And we had basically set up appointments and meetings, and myself and of course Caitlin were going to go and do some traveling. In fact, we had traveled to Botswana already, but we were going to travel up to Tanzania as well. And then this pandemic has basically shut
JP's all in here, by the way.
Down. I saw JP moved in with ace-10.
Yeah, under the gun, so he'll get some credibility, and also he's been very quiet, and his rep's in good shape here. And of course, you've got to find something to call him as well. So it's got around Sir John, and Lum will look down at nothing. And JP will pick up the dead money in there, so it's 136,000. And his stack has grown a little bit, lifted it off the bottom there. Well,
wow, Gareth nearly up to $1 million. So Gareth's moved up, picked up about 200,000 since the break, or 180 in that region.
So just finishing off with the Carnival City stuff, I must shout out to the IT staff, the F&B staff, etc., who have been our interface. They've been fantastic. Nothing too much trouble. Glad to see us back, I think, is the whole message.
Yeah, you know, it's been tough. You know, I mean, if I walk around the casino and I see and I can see the challenges that they're having, and obviously they need to run the business as economically as possible. You know, a lot of these places are still very much on a skeleton type staff and trying to just operate through with minimal staff and trying to keep going. We can see that around, but I mean they're making it. They're doing a great job.
Yeah. So Michael's limped in here with the sevens for a bit of set mining.
John Abrosi with 9-5 of clubs from. That's a very, very interesting call, John.
In position, I suppose, is his justification and the suited cards. And JP looks down at King 9 in the big. You know, it won't have gone unnoticed to JP that it was limped.
And Mark finds a set.
Yep.
Mark finds a set, and nobody really has anything to play with. So, I mean,
he might struggle to get paid.
JP getting himself into a lot of trouble here now.
Yep.
JP has just walked into
a monster,
a big mess. If Mark's worried about a flush draw, he's going to raise this, and that's what's going to save JP. But if Mark calls this off,
but he's flatting here.
JP's going to be in a lot of trouble if Mark just calls this off. And for JP's sake,
a heart on the turn or a king. not a king, sorry. Heart on the turn.
I hope he didn't turn a king.
Yeah.
Or a 9 for that matter.
Yep.
So JP's moved all in, and Mark's going to snap call him.
And that'll be the end of JP.
And
he's
JP will be entering the turbo. And
thank you for playing.
Yeah, JP's just turned his hand upside down there. But they will open because it's all in. And JP absolutely drawing dead. And well done, Mark. So that sees the exit of our esteemed JP Oaks. And Mark moves up to 45 bigs, 450k in front of him, or behind him, should we say.
Yep.
So, Guilherme, while we're in between hands, I believe there was a slight glitch with the technology in the high roller, where my good mate Moors Kwani was asked why he folded a massive hand when in fact he didn't have a hand.
I think I've had 4 written apologies and then 3 verbals on this one. I think what's happened here is, and you know, I can't tell you if Woz didn't have the same hand 2 hands in a row because our technology told us he did. But from my point of view, in knowing Woz the way I know Woz, and knowing the way he plays, and having commentated on him for a significant amount of time, played with him many times, he is never folding ace-3 in that position.
Absolutely,
Ever.
but I mean, the man has integrity as well.
So he told me he had Jack-7 of hearts.
Yes.
I believe he had Jack-7 of hearts. So all I can say is that he had the same hand 2 hands in a row.
I was in here for the
technology.
ace-3 hand when the board came 2-4 of clubs.
Yeah, and it didn't clear for some reason.
Carl won the hand because it was like 2-4 of clubs and a 9 on the flop, and Carl had king 9. I remember this hand quite well. I was actually commentating on that hand. So was that the very next hand?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
When you left. So yeah, all we can do is say nobody's perfect. The technology's not perfect all the time, and if you watch the big international streams, occasionally they miss a card. Occasionally,
No,
these things
absolutely.
happen.
I know that sometimes the cards are misread.
And Woz did come in here firing, I've got to say. He was not a happy buddy because he was getting flack from about 15 people. Yeah. And so I did go out publicly and acknowledge the fact that it could have been our technology, and that we apologise to Woz for maybe making him look a bit of a twit at the time. But you know, Woz being the gentleman he is, he took it on the chin and thanked us, and I'm sure his disdain for me will subside and we'll all be mates again.
No, he's all good.
I know,
He's all good.
Yeah, so that's the story for the folks out there. So hand 166, 510, 10 on the big blind ante. And as you say, JP will probably be heading for the turbo. I actually had dinner with JP today, and he said he was list for poker, and that's why he fired all the bullets. You know, he had to play some poker. He's been missing it so much.
30,000.
John Ambrosio opens for 30,000
In the hijack.
in the hijack position. This table's become very noisy
No, this table's got moon on it.
in the last 2 minutes.
I think
I just hear a lot of things online.
and just bear in mind now that we've lost JP and we've lost Jaco Storm stack now.
Oh, Jaco Storm stack out?
I believe that's it.
Okay, so
he's on the button, Jaco. So we're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here. We'll have a look at the outer table between hands and just see how many are sat outside.
I would think there's a player coming to this table soon, or in fact, I think they'd be breaking a table right now.
No, the table's already broke. We're 7-7. There's 14.
Are we 7-7 now?
Yeah, we are.
Oh, so they're broken it. So that'll be means 2 will be coming to this table. Right, John this time picks up Queen 9 of clubs, and he's opened up for another 30. So John now starting to be quite active.
And I think
Mark will fold this. Alright, it looks like Abdul Issa sitting down in seat 10, if you want to call it for now.
with 774,000.
Is it Abdul? I just recognized
it is Abdul.
the face mask.
Yes, it is Abdul. He's coming in now.
Jeez, he's also got a very impressive.
He won
record.
that tournament last night, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
he doesn't stop winning.
no, and it's not a coincidence, eh?
No, absolutely.
He's got game. He can play. And Abdul's in the hand.
I think Abdul told me last night he has 7 Monster Jam trophies.
Really?
Yeah.
Sure, that's more than Kevin Khalil. I saw Kev earlier
Kev's
in
been here the whole week. Kev's been here the whole week, just running pretty poorly.
Yeah, I
I've
saw
been
him in
teasing
set
him a little
this
bit. I've
morning.
been telling him that he's a satellite champion.
How did that go then?
You know, with Kevin.
Yeah, dear, he's the top boy. And Mr. Rosenthal prowling. He's been playing well, David, huh?
Always played well. Very, very good player. Right, it sounds like lines are up here. 6,000, 12,000. Is that right?
It sounds about right. So I think that says hand for hand after one more player.
Oh, wow. So yeah, that means that we are 10 left. Sorry, I apologize. 12 players left. And then they'll play hand for hand until we're into the money.
Yep. So what Mark's saying there is we're playing 10 places.
Yes, we
and both will be playing hand for hand between the two tables, so as everybody gets a fair crack at the bubble. So what's going on here? So Moon's got the check mark against him, and the actions with Gareth. Okay, so we're at the end of the hand here, and Moon's ace, Moon's 7 on the river is good.
And has Moon led? Has Moon bet?
Yeah, Moon's bet 20.
Okay, Gareth
and
will be obviously following
Gareth
this
has 20 to close the action. And
yeah,
he's basically is his king high good is what he's thinking.
Yeah.
I mean, there's 55 in the pot, Moon's bet 20, it's a fold, surely. I mean, it's not really getting much of a price, and you'll find better spots. So Moon picks up the 25k to the good there, and confirmed Yoko is no longer at the table, his stack has been blinded out. And Moon and Lum are now the two shorties at the table.
And not so short.
Yeah, I mean, playability, just shorties at the table.
Yeah, what have they got, like 18 bigs?
17 bigs each.
Yeah, that's more than enough.
Yeah. They've still got plenty of play left in them, of course.
Yeah, it's quite interesting that this tournament got to this position really quick. I mean, it's certainly no crapshoot. The average stack is
12,000.
is comfortably playable.
Yeah,
and you know, because of the curfew regulations, we shortened the levels on this tournament. We made them 40-minute levels.
Yeah, I saw that.
Exactly the same structure as our normal 1-hour levels, just 40 minutes, and it's run down this tournament pretty quickly.
Yeah, and consider how many entries there are. We're on level 16 now, and the blinds are at 612.
Absolutely, and we had, I think, 85 entries. I was trying to do my own maths here quickly. 85 times 50,000. So there's 4.25 million chips in play divided by 12. So the average stack is 354. And the big blind is 12. So I mean, the average stack is 30 bigs, 29 and a half bigs. So
everybody's got some playability there.
There's certainly more than enough chips to play with 30 big lines. Anyone who's got 30 big lines at any time should be feeling very comfortable in a tournament.
So John Abrosi just 3-bet Abdul there with ace king, and Abdul folded. Bit of respect there across the table. And we'll take a quick shot of the outside table if we can, just between hands.
Yeah, just have a look and see
who's going on up there. We'll just wait for that there. The Clive Kick here holding court.
Yeah, so I see Evan Lottering there, and Fabian Depp. I see Ivan Packery there, Gulam Fakey, Young Bozo, and I don't recognize because I can't see.
That's Kagiso in the middle next to Fabian.
Kagiso?
Kagiso.
Oh, wow. Kagiso, I mean, there's
always hanging around there.
Yeah,
he's
absolutely.
always there. So on the feature table, ace king for Abdul is under the gun. I'm sure he's going to be raising this. And Lum is holding court.
Right, so Abdul's opening here with ace queen.
So folds around to Michael, now Gareth.
And Lum will put king 8 away.
And the dead money will go across to Abdul. Have a look at the chip count. So 12 bigs for Lum, 14 for Moon. And then Michael is a little bit of a jump up to 35, 37, 64 respectively. So a lot of play left, I think. And, You know, we've had a lot of feedback about the events, and did you see that the Grand Slam Day 2 and Day 3 post commentary and that were over 1,000 views?
Is that so? Hey?
Yeah,
Oh,
over
that's
1,000 people logged on to see that stuff.
Oh wow, that's amazing.
That's amazing, isn't it?
Absolutely.
So yeah, we were very pleased to see that. So whether or not they watched it all is another matter, of course. But they had the interest to go and find it.
Right, so Michael's coming out here, going to open up with Jack 9 off from hijack.
So it's been folded round to him, yeah? Yes,
Yeah.
it has.
So they're playing six-handed, so, you know, six-handed...
Aggression.
Absolutely, you know.
And as I keep saying, normally in the six-handed, the guy who's aggressing and winning is normally not got the best hand. But,
oh,
looks like Abdul didn't give his cards back.
so Abdul's had back-to-back ace-queen. I can't see Abdul flatting this. I think Abdul will be raising. Ah, wrong again, Mark. Well done.
So maybe just setting a trap here.
You know, the thing that I don't like about that play is
yeah, not the best swap either way, really. But Michael's got a jack here. It's been checked to him by Abdul. So
yeah, you know, if an ace comes on the flop, Abdul not really sure where he's going to be, you know?
Yeah.
Now, Abdul's picked up the gut shot, and of course the ace will help him.
Yeah, any ace, any queen, any 10. That's across the top of the board there.
25.
Some of them have already gone, of course. And that's quite a small bet, huh? And Michael will take that pot down. Gain of 42,000 on the hand.
Yeah. I would think if when Abdul sees the rerun of this hand, he's going to feel that he's played this hand pretty weakly.
Yeah.
He's saying I had a gut shot. And Michael will be telling him I had you, brew.
As he does.
Yeah.
Sounds familiar. Anyway, Michael will be our under the gun player for the next hand, which is hand 172 of the feature table today. Just a reminder, the blinds at 6,000, 12,000, with the ante being 12,000 also.
See, the players are now well trained playing on the feature table. They know to get the cards in the box. I thought like Orfo Sabi was a little bit new to it. He didn't get them in the box too often. We had to have a few words with him.
Yeah, you know, the first table this afternoon, there was quite a lot of players who weren't regulars to the feature
So
tables.
John Abrasi picks up ace-king. Sorry to interrupt you, Gary. John picks up ace-king at hijack. And Lum's picked up nines. The chips will be going in here, and John will be calling him off, and this will be a race.
Yeah, it's
so
the first time Lum's seen a hand, actually.
Yeah,
since we come back from dinner.
So Lum will be putting the chips in, and John will think about it, because I know John. John will think about it once the chips go in, and then say, I can't fold, and then definitely call. But
and Lum's normally a quick actor, so I think he's just calling this. Cautious.
yeah, and now he's priced so many players into this hand, like Abdul has now. Queen 10. You know, Abdul's actually such a good player that he would fold it. Most players, I think, would probably not fold that.
No.
So I'm not very fond of Lum's play here.
You want to get it in.
Yeah, absolutely. So
I mean, of course, he's still ahead here, but
oh my,
check.
so
Not much changes with another
yeah,
deck.
I still don't believe that Lum actually.
30,000.
And Johnny folds. Yeah, so getting back to what we were saying, we had some newish players to the table. Took 2 minutes, and most of them said, "We've watched the stream, we know how it works."
Oh, that's awesome.
We know the rules. That's
awesome.
good. Saves me time, you know. But of course, there's always somebody who forgets. You know, yesterday we had someone taking photographs at the table and all sorts of nonsense.
Oh, wow.
No doubt. Yeah, I mean, I went out and clandestinely gave them the yellow card, and we moved on. But yeah, generally speaking, and also the screening, the COVID requirements, people have just accepted it and got on with it and worked with it.
Well, I think if you want to, you know, I just think it's become natural for people now to accept and behave in this way. Obviously, you know, the masks are a little bit painful for people, but the president didn't come on the other night and said to people, you know, like, if you want to avoid another lockdown, maybe just the uncomfortability of the masks are acceptable.
Yeah, live with it.
And I must say,
I mean, you know, we've been this country's been in lockdown a long time,
Very, very
at one level or another. You know, I mean, obviously I'm originally from the United Kingdom, and they've got the lockdown going on there, and they're bitching and moaning and protesting all sorts of stuff. And
interesting hand. Yeah, sorry, Gary, just
no problem. I saw the two hearts there.
The two hearts for and Moon has picked up the ace.
Yeah, so this could be a little bit of a headbutting session here.
All right, so now he's also picked up the gut shot.
Yep.
40,000.
And
Mark is never folding. Never folding this hand. And it seems like Moon's talking to him very abruptly at the moment.
As Moon can.
But I'll be shocked to see Mark put this hand down.
No, he can't put his hand down, surely.
I'll be absolutely shocked to see him put his hand down. And Moon's giving the story, and Moon picks up second pair. Second pair.
This is all part of the act now.
Yeah.
He wants to get Mike to call him off. And Mike will get away
Now
from this.
I've played with Mike a lot. I've seen Mike with the chips in here and put him to the test. But
yeah, but he's going to get snapped if he does that.
Yes, but I've played with him so many times, but they're in much smaller events, you know.
My nothing is better than your nothing.
Moon's really trying to get put the chips in here now.
He's goading it. You can't put this in with Jack Eye, and that's the end of the hand.
And Moon showing the 7.
My nothing's better than your nothing. Moon now trying to repair his reputation.
Yeah, absolutely. Anyway, Moon did well there, picked up a lot of chips for
he's up
his
to
work
16 bigs, 200,000. So we're hand for hand, Mark.
Are we hand for hand?
Yeah.
Oh wow, can we just see on the other table who's exited?
Just show us the other table, please, Jake. Show me the other table, please, Jake.
Right, so it looks like we lost. Gulim's still there. Who did we lose? Kagiso?
Kagiso.
Okay.
But that's the player who's missing from the picture.
Yeah. Okay, so they're playing hand for hand.
Okay, so Jake, you'll be flicking between tables quite a bit now. So just be prepared.
The next person to get knocked out gets no prize.
So the tournament director's got to do a bit of coordination now, Mark.
Yeah.
And
for first timers that are watching for the first time, when they play hand for hand, it's generally because the players are getting into the money now, and they wouldn't want any table to slow down the action. They would give everyone a fair chance, so they would play one hand at a time, or a hand together simultaneously. And what we do here, Gary, is we stop the clock in this position, and we've got a counter, and for every hand played, we take 2 minutes off the clock.
Okay, sounds like a plan.
That's how we play hand for hand.
Oh, they're playing for 14,280, which is 10th place, which is a profit. If you're a one bullet man, of course.
Absolutely. And this table getting very, very loud now.
It's because they've got no cards in front of them.
And as we get to hand for hand, the draw starts, and it's very, very rowdy. Okay, just an interesting thing while we hand for hand, I saw Gareth Edmonds wearing a New Zealand shirt there. I didn't watch the rugby this morning, but I believe there was some Some action, I believe. The All Blacks got beat by Argentina, and that would be the first time they've ever lost to Argentina.
Well, put it this way, the heat that we got for losing to Japan is going to be a lot lower now on the basis that Argentina
I'd
put
still
25
rather lose
points.
to Argentina than Japan.
Yeah. 25-15
Yeah.
in the All Blacks' backyard.
Was it in Australia, I believe? I think all these games are getting played in Australia. Due to the
Yeah,
COVID.
yeah. In the Antipodeans, yeah, you're absolutely right.
So, but I never watched it.
I watched it on and off. We were working here, but I kind of had half an eye on the screen. And basically, the Argies just dominated them up front.
Yeah, and I believe their first time tackling was just tremendous.
Unbelievable.
So, yeah, I'm going to definitely... I probably won't watch the highlights. I think I'm going to wait for a complete rerun of the game. I'd like to watch it.
Yeah,
it's always nice to see a few records being broken, especially with the All Blacks. They don't often have poor performances that records are broken. I mean, you know, South Africa obviously hit some real lows in our rugby, losing to Japan and obviously losing to Italy were just too devastating for words, actually.
Have you watched the Chasing the Sun documentary?
What an absolutely brilliant
I waited
show.
for them all to come out and watch them one after the other.
Oh yeah,
just binge watched it straight through.
Yeah, absolutely. What it's just wonderful, isn't it? Obviously, we all knew the end game there and what the story was.
Well, you and I were about 3 foot apart when the end game
absolutely.
came up. And both of us with a tear in our eye, of course.
What a tremendous
what a
tremendous comeback. And you know, I love South African rugby, and I've been a follower my entire life, and I'm very, very passionate. And watching that was, you know, watching the show and going back and remembering what went on. In fact, I found a few social media posts of mine of memories and things I'd posted, and at a time when I was pretty angry, asking them what they're doing with Alistair Coetzee, for example, and on top of that, international critics like making a mockery of us, and I was asking, like, sorry, don't you guys care about this kind of nonsense? And then like a year later, that post came back up as a memory, and I reposted it saying what a long way we had come already.
Yeah, for sure.
And now it's another year later, and
yeah, indeed it is. My memory came up the other day of that. Of course, we were at Times Square, and I remember predicting all of the semi-final wins and losses, and that we would win it. And when I say we, I mean I'm a Springbok through and through. I was only made in England, as many people who know me will understand, and a long-suffering banana boy as well for the old Sharks. But yeah, what a great thing. And I had a tear in my eye watching that Chasing the Sun. Huh?
Oh, absolutely. You know, obviously
I mean, the story of Mjpt with the
pictures and the photograph. I mean, Rassie had the whole nation in tears, including himself. And
interested to see the real Rassie, eh?
Yeah, absolutely.
He tore some strips, huh?
Yeah. No, it was lovely. But I mean, we all know that it goes on like that, and they can't show much. It was actually just tremendous that they put so much out there for the public to enjoy.
Yeah, for sure. And the fly on the wall was the fly on the wall there for sure. And just a great team, you know. And I mean, team with a capital T there.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a great infrastructure, and Rassie surrounded himself with just so many cool people and the right people.
And you know, I got to say, it was quite interesting the conversation that Rassie and his matey there had. That conversation in Ireland, and that was a big gamble for them to come back.
Big gamble. So Mark's going to put some chips in the pot here, Queen High, on a 2-pair board with an ace as a kicker, and I really think that Gareth's going to call for a chop.
12,000.
Well, he's bet 12,000 into a pot that's 90, you know.
Yeah, and Gareth's going to call for a chop, yeah.
Of course.
In fact, you know, it's like a good bluff. It's a value bluff. And there you go, they'll chop it up.
Okay, let's chop it up. That's funny. That is very funny. Open your cards, Mikey.
Chop, chop. No, that's a chop, guys.
That's a chop.
That's a chop. Can someone help the dealer, please?
It's okay. You can't see it from here because people aren't looking in the back, but my guys were going for the radio there because our software had already told us it was a chop. Yeah. We've got a direct link to the dealer. But the players self-regulate as usual, and that was sorted out pretty quickly. And I think Sipe was looking at the kicker rather than the actual kicker.
Yes, absolutely.
What a shame. Let's have a look at the outside table while we're sorting this out, guys.
For the girls.
So we've still got our guys out there. Bozo's floating around.
It is not the...
And you know, sometimes those chops are actually a little difficult to see because of the kicker. And I saw John O'Brasey looked a little bit perplexed, and he had Lum explaining to him what was going on.
Oh dear. There's Kagiso walking up and down there. This is just recently out, we believe.
And he'll just be having a look, and he'll be... You know, it's sometimes so difficult to bust out the main event and just look around the corner and then you see the turbo going there and you just like, no, if I go into the turbo, I could just steam off a few bullets. And
been there, done that.
Yeah. And then think, geez. But often, you know, in the history of our turbos, we've had some fantastic turbos on a Saturday evening that the first prize in the turbo is often as good as the third prize in the main.
Well, let me tell you, I won a turbo in PE 2 years ago, having dumped out of the main, and I think it was 61,000, my recollection.
Okay, that would be not as good as third in the main.
No, but
we've often given away well over 100 as first place in the turbos. We've had some wonderful turbos.
So we've had quite a few people through here this week, and everybody voted for Sun City and PE as the best two places they enjoy on the tour.
You know,
I mean, this place has grown on me, trust me. And now I've met Jenny in the guest house.
All our Sun resorts are fantastic,
Yeah,
you know, and obviously Sun City is just like, it's magical, right?
It's the family thing, isn't it? The
it's
attraction.
just a magical venue. It's
their
truly,
premier venue.
It's truly wonderful. And you know, Port Elizabeth, they're so cool to us, and the hospitality there is outstanding.
The boardwalk is just the best.
And it's just a wonderful hotel. So
enjoyed our time there. And of course, from a commentary point of view, we've got a ballroom. Yeah. The biggest office you'll ever see.
And it's just lovely out there. But in saying that, we love going to Wild Coast Sun as well.
Port Edward is lovely.
Yeah,
we enjoyed it very much.
It's a lovely
Long
venue.
walks on the beach, enjoyed it very much.
And the convenience of Times Square is also lovely.
Of course.
For Gautengers and easy travel. And I must say, Carnival is close to our heart. We started our first event ever was here. This is the most places we've done our series.
It's kind of like our home casino, I think. If we were playing a home game, this would be it.
I must thank Anami Turk, the GM here, for always taking good care of us and allowing us to do our things here with no hassle, no fuss, and she always gets her team behind us.
Yeah, for sure.
So in the meantime, Nigerian Mark is busy accumulating a few chips here.
Chipping away. And as I say, Mike came in with 308,000, and he's currently sitting on 505. So he's done significant damage in somewhere.
Yes, absolutely. No, he's chipping away and getting chips from everybody.
And it's difficult to. And it's difficult to see the stacks on the outer table at this moment in time. We'll try and have a look.
I think it's quite difficult to zoom in with all these
the screens
in between it.
We actually get a lot of reflection, and that's why we haven't got the white lights on the inside of the table of the feature table.
Yeah, okay.
And you're old enough to remember a kaleidoscope. It's that syndrome. It's bouncing everywhere.
Oh, is it bouncing all over the place?
Yeah. So
I did like when we played Heads Up the other day that you managed to take the screens out. And
I thought that was important.
Space. Yeah,
I
absolutely.
thought that was
Very
important.
nice. I think even if you were 3 players, if you set your table up right, you could be okay with that.
And the intention is to do that. The one thing we did learn from that is seat 3 and seat 8 don't get captured by the wide angle. So we'll do 7-4 so we can get the players in when it goes heads up.
Okay, that's awesome.
Yeah, so we can get them both in the shots, you know. That's much better. And
right, so Lum has ace-3 and he's opened up for
49,000.
he's on the button, so
41,000.
Michael with the Jack 10 and Abdul with the Jack 10.
I think Michael will defend.
49?
Did Abdul fold Jack 10?
He did.
So Mark has got very, very few outs, and Mark, quite an astute player, is just checking with Lum. How many do you have, Brew? So starting to look like he might put on a little bit of pressure here. Are those yellows 10,000s, Gab?
Yeah.
So he's about to stick Lum under a little bit of pressure here.
Looks like 130.
This is a very, very... Oi!
Playing the game, eh?
Well done, Big Mark.
Playing the game.
Well done, Big Mark. I mean, he looked like he's about to pull the trigger there, and I think Lum would have just had to fold that hand. And that would have been an awesome play by Mark. Lum wouldn't have liked that activity either. Right, now he's just called him off. So Mark drawing pretty thin here, knowing that Abdul folded the same hand as him. And Lum will love that flop.
For sure. Check bet fold. 50 into 128.
Well, congratulations to Risa. She walks away with 4,000 rand in cash.
And if you look at the top of your screen, you'll see that Mark is a 3% dog here. I mean, he's absolutely hopeless in the sand as we stand.
There are software factors in the cards that have actually been folded, so yeah, so that is an actual number. Okay, what's going on at the back? Nothing is the answer. They're waiting for this hand to finish.
And there we go. Mark just wasted a little bit of time there. And Lum picks himself up a nice pot.
79,000, much needed chips.
Absolutely,
Up to
gets
24
himself up
bigs.
to 24 bigs, and he'll enjoy that. And this table's starting to even out a little bit. Gareth losing a few chips. Mark and John, I'd say, would be the biggest progressors here.
Looks that way. Abdul looks like he's in a trance down there. Wake up, Abdul, come on. It's the last one.
Abdul's results are just fantastic, aren't they, Gary? I mean, the
Yeah,
man
beautiful.
just collects, like I said, he said to me the other day, he has 7 Mjpt trophies, and he just sits back. He always looks like he's got enough time. He never panics.
And a great supporter of the tour. I mean, he's come up from Pietermaritzburg, made the effort. You know, where a lot of the people might have shied away from it. And his brother's been a great support as well, you know.
Yeah,
his brother's always online.
Always
supporting
online.
him.
Very disappointed the other evening when the stream went down on Facebook.
Yeah. I mean, Shabir calls himself the golfing brother who can play poker. and he calls Abdul the poker brother who can play a bit of golf.
Yeah. They won something last year and they went off to Leopard Creek and...
Oh yeah, I recall. I must just tell you, I'll give a bit of a shout out for Trevor Fisher Jr., who you'll know, of course.
Very, very close mate of mine. I spoke to him the other day. Was he here?
No. You know, I mean, I have a game at my home and Trevor comes along and he says, "Hi, MJPT, Mark." He says, "Say hello when I speak to him," because he's just had all the nerve ends done on his back. He's back on the range and we had a long chat and he's hoping to be back on the Sunshine Tour. And of course, people don't know, he's actually got 9 wins, and one of those was a co-sanctioned.
Absolutely,
the
it was the
Tour.
African Open. He won it in East London.
Yeah.
I chat about Trevor every day to a very good mate of mine, Logan Losted, who carried Trevor's bag a lot. Him and another mate of mine, Brett Khalifi.
Okay.
We both carried Trevor's bag a lot of times.
Yeah. So, anyway,
and I must say, I know Trev very well. They must have had a lot of patience. Trevi, if you're watching.
Oh yeah, Trev's such a nice lad. He's such a nice fella.
And he loves the poker, eh?
Yeah, he enjoys it very much.
Talking about the golf, Kat, the Masters is going on. And
where's the stand? Is Johnson still up there?
The cut was at level par, so a few guys have lost. But currently, Dustin Johnson absolutely cruising 4 under for his round, up to 13 under.
Sure.
John Rahm is 10. Insum is 10. Paul Anser 10, Justin Thomas 10. Matsuyama's at 9, Justin Rose at 7. Everyone will be watching Targo, who's at 4, so he's 1 over for his round. Louis Oosthuizen's just gone terribly backwards.
I was going to say, how's Louis doing?
4 over through 7 today.
Oh, that's a shame.
Xander Shuffley 3 over. Bubba Watson 1 under. So Bryson DeChambeau is 1 under for his round.
There was a nice interview with him on the TV last night.
Bryson DeChambeau?
Yeah. I didn't recognise him without his cap on.
Intelligent bloke.
Yeah, he had his cap off. I didn't recognise him. Just didn't recognise him.
I see Mark Bottas back in the box. Guys, should I make way for him?
He just made sure you were happy and you're okay.
Oh, okay.
It's just him checking out, making sure you're still happy if you want him. And Mark would be glad of the rest. Give his voice a rest for an hour or so, whatever. So we're still hand for hand.
Yeah, and this process can take a long time. That's the reason why we stop the clock, to give the players a fair chance.
Yeah, I've been trying to look in at the back there, and I can't really see any particularly short stacks. We will bring that table back up again when we next get. Moons woke up with a bit of a hand here at last. I don't know what John's got here, but he falls. And Moon picks up 30,000 of dead money.
And he shows the table, his ace queen.
There we go. And that's got a fakie. Looks like he's got a reasonable stack. Ivan looks like he might have a short stack there. I'm not entirely sure. The Doc looks like he's heavy lifting this end. And Fabian's also looks like he's got a... So, I mean, it looks like Ivan's the short stack there. It looks like, but I might be wrong. I can't see chip denominations.
Yeah, it's quite difficult. He's got them piled up there.
Yeah, we'll just stay on here for a second while we're waiting for the hand to finish.
And in the background there, everyone loves Dave De Beer.
Well, David's got many names here, and he's currently still living with 100k Dave. That's still his most recent. Obviously from the last event.
Yes, absolutely. In the Million Maker.
Oh, he's merchandising Dave, Small Dave, Chocolate Dave. You know, he's all.
Yeah, he's got a bunch of Daves. Well, we know why he's Small Dave.
Well, because we've got a Big Dave.
Yes, absolutely.
Who is in left of picture there behind
left
Big
picture,
Mark.
waving the microphone around like a wand.
But shout out for the Monster Jam team. They work hard. The ladies, the gents. You know, it's not easy getting these things off the ground.
Moon coming to inspect the hand here now.
So it looks like we've got something big brewing here.
And Fabian opens his hand. And looks like he's about to scoop some chips.
Yeah, Gollum leans back in despair. And we'll be back to the next hand. So I'm pretty sure that Ivan is the short stack there. Just on observation. And we'll go back to the feature table. There's a change of dealer happening outside.
I'll just text it. Is there anyone short?
And Abdul will be our under the gun player, bottom right of picture.
150.
And John and Lum in the blinds.
12,000.
And 12,000 to call for Abdul. 7-6 here, there'll be nuts straight away.
Moon has Jack 5.
And Moon will fold those. Michael looks down at King Jack, and this is a playable hand, short-handed for the cut-off. Let's see what he's going to raise. He's just putting his phone away.
To remove his phone from the table, and Mark will definitely be playing this hand.
For sure.
That I can assure you, and he'll be playing this for almost any amount, as I know Mark.
12 to play.
Sipe reminds him it's his go. Good dealer, Sipe, huh? Very good. Very clear, quite authoritative at the table.
It looks like Mark's making it. 25.
So basically pot size. Yeah, it's just basically the
Just doubles the big, basically. And Gareth has king 10 now. He's absolutely dominated here.
And Gareth is just not only hands to play of late, so that king 10 will look a lot more attractive short-handed. And he's gonna call it in position. So 2 players to the flop, and the ace is the saver, of course. I mean, Mike can come out betting here and Gareth gets away from this quite easy. Let's see. Okay, so that's a very small bet. 20 into 80. Takes the pot up to 100k, so Gareth's just got to pay 20 to win a 100. Well, be in a 100k pot, shall I say? But he's going to get away from it. So it goes bet fold. Michael will pick up the chips, gain the 55,000, and we'll switch to the outside table. We'll switch to the outside table.
And it looks like they've just started this hand again, so I would guess we'd get back to our own table. Yeah, our own table's dealing.
Okay, we'll go back to the other table now.
What did that say?
Right, so Moon is under the gun. Looks like that's got it. Moon will be the first to call.
There's one girl behind a mimosa. I see two like this.
12,000.
So fold around to Michael with king 6 in the hijack.
You're not running, you're sprinting, man.
Mike will not be rushed, but he will fold. Ace queen here for Gareth. So first sort of decent hand he's had for a while. And what do you think his size is going to be here? Pot size? It's been like standard 25 at this level for quite a while.
It's quite interesting. I find this quite an interesting dynamic. That when this big blind ante came in, and Lama's defending with 4s. When the big blind ante came in, players were opening up for a lot more. You know, knowing that the big blind would defend a lot more because of the basically being a double big blind with that ante. But I see it seems to have come back almost to like 2.5.
Yeah, 2.5 has kind of been the average raise.
Yeah, you know, I mean, for a long time it was 4x, 5x in this position. So this is a very good flop for Lum. And for his hand anyway.
So the action's on Gareth. Gareth checks.
And Gareth now picks himself up a gut shot as well. And you know, I find Lum will now be in trouble. It's going to be very hard for him to stay in this hand if anyone bets, and he actually has the best hand. Easy fold for Abdul, and I would think easy fold for Lum.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
so I think we'll be going straight into the next hand. I think the other table is finished their hand.
Big blind.
so, Gav, what do you think of that play out the small blind when you have a small pocket pair and you only have 20 bigs, and it's been raised from somebody pretty much in position? I mean, this time he did have a hand. Do you think flatting it off there is a good play, or do you think those chips need to get in?
Firstly, I'll say the other factor is it depends who the player, of course, and the hand history. But I like to see him get it in with a stack. I've got to say.
Yeah, look, it's easy to speak after the hand once we've seen what's come out. But you know, I just think if Lum gives him something decent that he needs to fold, or I feel he needs to just get the chips in and put the pressure back on him.
Yeah, for sure.
And Gareth obviously will snap calling with ace queen. And right. So John's open up with King Jack. He's been quiet for a while.
John's rep at this table is very good. Yeah, exactly. The reason I'm folding is because of you.
And Moon has 4-2 and John shows. I don't know how much credibility he'll get for Queen Jack.
So the hand is still going on the outside table. Looks like the action's on Bozo.
He looks like he has a...
He's just shoved it all in.
Is he all in?
Yeah.
I was going to say, it looks like he's got a decent stack, but I think the chips I can see are actually Goolams stacked up next to the other side of the screen there.
Yeah, possibly.
Right, so the chips are in. Is there any way to get the camera zoomed in there a little closer? Cause
can you zoom in at all, Jake?
Because he's been called, so we have an all in and we do have a call.
Let's see what
we won't be able to.
See if we can focus in here, please, Jake.
All right.
Okay, so ace something for Bozo.
Ace something for Bozo. And it must be a flush draw from what I can see. And it looks like the flush came straight away. Oh, did it? Wasn't a flush draw then?
Seems like a lot of ships going Bozo's way. They obviously have all been counted out already, and even still got chips
evens,
behind. And those are look like the singles, huh? They're singles. If they are singles, he's pretty short now.
Mind you, after that there, I think that must be two stacks. That must be 200. Bozo must be well over 300 now.
Yeah, for sure.
Right, so Gareth has Queen Jack under the gun. That's quite an interesting play for him. For someone who's fairly tight, this is fairly loose.
Yeah, for sure. But maybe using his reputation, coming out early here, so a strong move under the gun. Lum is, well, flicks away that King 10. Abdul's probably not going to play from the button. He's got no soldiers in the field. Let's see what the blinds do. And what's Michael got in the big? King 3. See how much respect he's going to give Gareth here. Your call, you know Mike quite well. What's he going to do here, Mark? I think he's going to flat it off and have a look. He's got soldiers in the field, you know, family members out there.
It just doesn't...
Is he doing this thing where he's looking for reactions here?
Well, he certainly got ours earlier, didn't he?
Yeah. And here we go.
So Mark defends.
Sorry.
Oh, so nice 7-6. Check from Mark. Gareth looks down at his chip stack and he's going to put some in the middle. And Mike's picking up chips as if to say, I'm calling you already. 32,000. And Mike's got none of this, so unless he's thinking of pulling a move, it should be a fold.
It would be a good move. Of course, he's currently in front. I'd be very impressed with Mark if he gets himself into this hand.
Well, he's proved to be quite unpredictable, to be fair.
Yeah, if he gets himself into this hand, there we go, he's out. He would put himself in a very strong position.
And Gareth would be happy to be collecting some chips.
Absolutely.
They'd be going the other way for a little while.
Yeah, but he's got it up to 900. That's the most I've seen in front of him since I've sat here.
So Big Johnny Ambrosio will be the first to act here. And with the okay, we got an all-in on the outer table. Let's flick across there quickly. Ivan's just shoved his chips to the middle. And the triangle's gone across. That's Ivan's chips in the middle. We'll just monitor the other table with the
looks like
the
Fabian's
graphics.
counting them out.
Okay, it's a call.
12 to play.
And Evan's showing ace-10 of diamonds. Evan showed ace-10 of diamonds.
Who
and
called
it's
him?
all-in call. Fabian's called him, but they obviously
No
won't
cards open yet.
They won't open the all-in hand until the other table is complete.
28,000.
So on the inner table, Gareth to call. So Gareth is looks like he's going to carve out the call just from a commentary point of view. We'll flick back to the feature table. And King High for the King is paired up here for Gareth. Gareth checks. Abdul with the option. Abdul's going to continue his story. Pretty sure Gareth's going to find a call here, if not better. There's the Queen.
No help to Abdul.
None at all.
Interesting to see if Abdul continues to press his hand or if he's going to give it up.
And Gareth would be known to Abdul, I'm sure. They won't be strangers, that's for sure. So the continuation continues.
So Abdul trying to get the pressure out here. Look, he's in a bunch of trouble right now. He's in a bunch of trouble. The only thing he has in his favour is that he could have opened this hand with ace king.
Yeah.
And Gareth will be thinking about that, but he's going to call.
I think Gareth's made his mind up that his king's good here.
Okay, so if he's calling this, he should be calling just about any river that doesn't look like a scare card. Do you think Abdul will give this up, or do you think he'll have a last chop?
I reckon he's got to continue the story. That's the only way he wins the hand.
Well, it's Gareth first to react, and Abdul check behind, and Gareth will take the hand down.
Shuts it down. Okay, let's go to the outside table. They'll get the message soon that
there's an all-in and a call.
So it's Fabian and Ivan.
Yeah, maybe they can tell us what the cards are. We do know that ace-10 of diamonds was folded by Dokia by Evan Lottering. He showed them.
So what is that? Pocket fives for Fabian.
Looks like a pocket five.
And that looks like a suited king.
And the way Fabian stacks the table is like he lost the hand.
There's so much paint there. And Ivan survives it. Okay, so we'll go back to the feature table. Thank you for the camera work, Jake. Well done.
816.
Why?
Playing the main event, your blinds are 8,000, 16,000. You may shuffle up and deal.
Yeah.
Okay, back on the feature table. Gareth with ace 2 here. Folded around to him in the small blinds. Gareth is almost our first millionaire at the table here. 987,000.
So John defending with 5-3. So this will go check, check. And Gareth will end up making the nut straight. Gets himself to Broadway. And this will be easy fold for John.
Absolutely right. And they'll go straight in the muck. The outside table was waiting for us, so we'll stay where we are.
Better than that.
And of course we're due to finish at the normal time again this evening at 22:45 mark.
Yes,
just to allow people to get home. So it'd be nice to get this down to a final table, but I think that might be a stretch given the chip size, chip stack sizes.
I think, you know, this hand for hand would have certainly slowed things down a lot.
Yeah.
So, and I think once players sort of taste the money, they loosen up a little bit.
I think so. I think once they secured some money, they made the cash, particularly the shorter stacks, they can flex their muscles a little bit. At the moment, everybody's got their eye on the ICM considerations of not wanting to bubble.
Right, so Moon picks himself up a pair of 10s.
34.
And I just got a feeling that one of the blinds is going to have something big. You know, when you just get a gut feeling that's either John or Rosie.
Well, it's not going to be Johnny.
And
let's have a look what Lum's got.
34.
And Lum has ace 8.
Well, it's a calling hand, that's for sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Let's see what the flop brings us.
Wait, and this is a big problem for Lum.
Yep.
We're going to have a player exit the tournament. I'm very sure that this will be the end of Lum.
It depends on how Moon plays it.
Well, Moon's moved it.
Yeah.
Or he's just re-raised it to 110.
And that saves Lum.
Wow, well done, Lum. I thought being as short as he was, he could never.
Yeah. And Lum is now down to 9 bigs.
Yeah, so Lum has now become the shortest stack on the table. Him and Moon basically just swapped roles in that hand.
They did, exactly what happened. They just flip-flopped. And we're up to hand 189. Okay, so that's the hand finished on the outer table. And Johnny's woke up with ace-jack here. And short hand is a big hand. So Lum's a snap fold. Abdul 24 to call out of the big. And he's going to give that up to Johnny, and Johnny will pick up 40k.
And opens up his hand immediately for all to see.
Yep, keep the reputation in good shape. And the outer table is in mid-hand. We'll just go to the outer table.
Said there was 2 out at 60, it's been 2 hours, the blind One double up.
One doubled up, now even more maybe 80,000. Other 193 all in. So you see only one picture card. Queen 4. It was all in, only queen. And Fabian got 5. He called. Queen 3, 3, 10, 3.
Okay, we'll quickly flick back to the inner table. Thank you. Michael under the gun. There's a fold. And here we go. Gareth's got a nice hand here in the hijack.
I've seen Moon look at his cards.
Did his eyes light up?
Well, he looked at them and he immediately put them in the box, and now he's put the bullets on top of them.
Always a sure sign.
Which is a little tell with Moon. So, I mean, Moon has either got like sort of ace king here, or there we go. It's check. And Moon will be completely dominated if he decides to play this hand.
Wow.
Well done, Moon. Just quite surprising that his ears pricked when he looked at those cards.
Good spot. Good spot. Spoken like a man who's played with Moon before.
I just when you saw Gareth's cards, I just try to have a look at the other players on the table just to see how they react. It's such a lovely advantage knowing when somebody's got something, you know.
Yeah.
Just trying to see how other players.
It's quite interesting. We had Vegandas on the table this afternoon, and I said, if he's got a hand, he'll bet and there'll be a 7 in it. First hand he picks up like ace king, it bets 170 or 37 or whatever. I can't remember. It was quite funny actually.
Was he vocal at the table?
Actually, quite quiet for him. I mean, once Wojciech got there, then he started kicking off a bit. But you know, that's his kind of partner in crime.
That is a lovely combination. I've known Wojciech for a very, very long time, long before poker. You know, Wojciech was a professional racing car driver.
I do know. We've had many discussions, and even invited me to go to the F1 with him. I'm a big F1 fan.
Okay, yeah.
And first thing I saw him, he said, "That Hamilton, I'm sick of him." He's going. Yeah, he actually raced quite a high level, huh?
Yeah, you know, I'm very good friends with one of Wojciech's long-time South African friends. Well, she's a Polish girl as well as Wojciech. He's Alexandra Adamczyk. And I've known Wojciech since those days. And he now teaches her son Luke how to drive.
Oh, wow, I didn't realise that.
Yeah, so she's very happy that Wojciech is the teacher. He loves to drive.
Yeah, I love sitting and chatting Formula One with him, and the old days, you know, the 80s and the 70s and that. Back when, you know, Jody Scheckter was driving the 6-wheel Tyrrell, you know. And I'm going back a long way now, of course, but yeah.
My brother happens to be very good friends with Ian Scheckter, Jody's brother.
Really?
Yeah, they used to play golf quite regularly. Ian Scheckter does some of those they're called hot laps at Carl Army track here with the Ferraris. In fact, Ian sponsored for some of our events. He sponsored a few hot laps. In fact, that reminds me, the next time we have an event, I'm going to have a chat with Ian, and maybe we'll have some spot prizes here, some hot laps with Ian around.
That'd be nice.
Carl Army, yeah. Right, so let's see. We've missed some action talking about a nonsense. So,
well, Michael was asking what was the action, and John was saying that there was a raise and a 3-bet by him, and there's now 84,000 for him to call.
So that Mark opened, Gareth repopped him, and now John sits with aces.
No, Gareth opened. John repopped Gareth.
Oh, right. And now the action's on Mark.
Yeah, it's gone back to the big blinds.
Right,
Mark's
so
going to get out of the way.
Mark.
And now the options with Gareth.
I think Gareth will fold this easily.
Yeah, I think so too.
330 more.
And Lum is busy
coordinating
how many chips are in the mix. He can't help himself.
That's his thing.
But this will be easy folds for Gareth. He's got a massive chip stack. There's no need for him to
get involved here. Yeah. Well done, Johnny. Nice hand.
Well played.
And they're waiting on the external table for us to finish here. So we'll stay where we are. And And Ivan chipped up a little bit there in that hand, but all in against Fabian. So I'm assuming that Lum is actually the short stack across the piece.
I'll tell you something, the blind's at 16,000, Lum still has 165,000 chips.
Yeah.
So, although he's got 9 big blinds, it's still a lot. It's a massive call for any stack should he get them in there.
Oh, for sure. I mean, they've got to be in good shape.
He will hurt any reasonable stacks if he gets them in there. So they won't call him so easy, but I mean, Lum is in shoving position now. I mean, he cannot afford to see flop with what he has. And he seems to be in good spirits with his stack. Tosses them in there disgustingly and laughing his way. Obviously the button must have just... Although, where is the button? The button's on move, so he still has a few hands before he's involved for a
He
double.
was in the hijack, Lum.
Yeah, 6
We've
handed.
got it
goes
all
very
in on the
quickly,
outer
I guess.
table, by the way.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Right, so
we'll be waiting. That looks like Doc Eben has got the triangle of death in front of his chips.
okay, and Mark has picked himself up Ace King here, so he'll be opening. He makes it 40 to go by the looks of things.
40,000.
8-6 for Gareth, that'll be in the bin. John Abrazi shouldn't have cards in front of him because he was not at the table. So we all know what John had.
Okay, we'll go to the outer table. Thank you, Jake.
But I would think they're waiting for the other hand all in a call.
That looks like a pair of
7s or a pair of 10s.
That's a pair of 10s.
Versus ace something.
I have to change my style. Yes. I have to give up.
And I think your bubble has just burst. I'm not sure. Yep.
Right, there we go. So
Ivan looks like he was the bubble boy.
right, because it looks like they're checking the chips. You just make sure that the stacks are actually covered. From what I see now, Ivan will still have chips. I don't think the bubble is burst.
No, I think you're right. He will have chips.
That's 40,000, 100,000.
That's the rules.
But Ivan will be extremely short.
Right, so if we get back to the feature table, so Lum will be the first to act under the gun.
And the blinds are coming.
Right, Lum has Queen Jack. And he'll be thinking about this now. The next hand he's in for both blinds. So that's very brave from Lum.
Yeah.
But being short stacked, it's also very strong.
Well, he's under the gun, of course, so he's committing his chips and essentially saying, look, you know...
Oh, wow, and he got himself a free round. With that play. He got himself a free round.
Yep. So another rotation in the books, and
absolutely. He'll be
big blind is
pleased with
creeping
that.
up on him now.
Well, so he got a free rotation doing that.
Yeah,
he did well. Very brave to basically min raise with such a small stack from under the gun.
Although it's a slow process, it's a necessary process, the hand-to-hand, but it's actually quite intriguing as well.
Well, it certainly it's for the integrity of the game that it has to go.
Oh, for sure. I mean, back in the day, you used to have people going to major tanking. You know,
Absolutely, just tanking. You know, I think online sites have eventually put in time banks to stop that kind of thing. In fact, a lot of online sites now have hand-for-hand in processes in play.
I've got to say, I'm a great fan of the shot clock on these big tournaments.
Yeah.
Big fan. I mean, I don't think we're grown up enough for it yet here.
So sorry, to interrupt you, but a big hand brewing here. Abdul had opened up for 36,000 with pocket sixes, and Marcus picked himself up the big slick. And has he just called that off?
I think he's just flattened that.
Wow. This table is a very interesting dynamic. Right, and Lum in the small blind will have queen 5 of diamonds, and he'll throw those away. Ace king 6 flop would be pretty sick, and a very good flop for Abdul's hand. Mind you, 2 overs. If he's played with Mark a lot, he wouldn't be too excited. He obviously hasn't.
No, he won't know Mike that well.
So it looks like a very small bet
Well, it's 112 in the pot, Mark.
into a big pot. So how much is that? 33?
23,000.
23,000. So he's bet like 20% of this pot, which is
very small.
Very small.
You know, Mike's got the 2 overs here. I mean, I think he's got to just call this and come along for the ride and look to peel one off.
Yeah, and you know, any picture will serve him very well, and would make Abdul feel rather pressurized. I'm not entirely sure I'm a big fan of the size of Abdul's bet. I'm sure if Abdul made that double that price, at least he would have got himself into a big position, and that is
so cut shots.
That's a killer card for Abdul, and that'll give Mark an opportunity to bluff at the spot, and if he does put anything to the spot, that will see the end of. Oh wow, Mark. And Abdul will now be the winner of this hand, and Mark will bluff.
30,000.
And too small.
Abdul might call this.
30,000 to 150.
Yeah. And Abdul will take himself down a nice spot. And
he wants to see. He paid. He wants to see.
Well, Mark didn't have to show that hand. He could have mucked him and let Abdul pick them.
Yeah.
So
Abdul wasn't opening his cards until they went in the muck, or he was showing them. That's for sure.
So Abdul shouldn't be surprised that he won the pot. Once he put the money in, he must have felt he had something. You know, I feel Mark missed a big opportunity to win that hand.
Yeah, I think so too. Well, I mean, starting pre-flop.
Absolutely, starting pre-flop, he never re-raised the hand.
No, I don't
that
like
was the first thing, you know. That would have put Abdul under pressure already.
And also a notice, you know, he's made a statement pre-flop.
Absolutely.
Even if Abdul.
But even the way it played out, once Abdul had checked the turn and he picked up the jack, 2 overs and the gut shot, he needs to bet there, and Abdul would be bidding that hand immediately.
For sure.
If I may say so, Big Mark, that was very poor play, sir. But it's easy to say when we're sitting here and we've seen the cards, and
hey, we're all experts in here, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. But you know, a player like Muasgani or Giovanni Zanetti or Ahmed or Bozo or Eugene,
was never happening.
That would never happen. Guys like Rob Fenner would not allow that to happen. Darren Kramer would never allow that to happen. So,
talking of Gio, how did the baby shower go today?
Yeah, it was fantastic. Fantastic. You know, even at this table, Lum wouldn't allow that to happen. I don't think Abdul would allow that to happen. Rudolph Faris certainly wouldn't let that happen.
I don't think Big Johnny Ambrosio or Gareth Edwards would have.
No. So, and I think most of these guys wouldn't even allow it to, you know, certainly wouldn't have called it off in position with Ace King.
Yeah.
Pre-flop. So, I'm giving Mark, my mate here, a bit of a hammering because I felt that.
Well, you're the client. You can do that. I've got to remain impartial.
No, I feel that that he wasted a really good opportunity there, and if he went back and saw this hand, he would be pretty disappointed in the way he played it.
Well, he definitely played differently. That's for sure. So Mike's got ace-3 off here under the gun, and he's come out with looks like a 20. So Well, it's a call. It's a call. No. So he's just limped into the pot here. Gareth with the ace queen is going to change all that. There'll be no more limping.
46,000.
And the raise is up to 46,000. Abdul's getting rid of his small blind here. Back to Michael, who is the original raiser. And he just snap folds. And Gareth gets that through. And Gareth hits the 1 million. How's the outside table looking, Jake? So we got some action on the outside table. And Fabian's taking down a pot there. Okay, we're dealing again indoors. Gareth will be under the gun. Okay, Lum should be putting it in here. What do you think, Mark?
Ace check. Yeah, I think these chips will be going in.
It's a betting hand, not a calling hand, so it's just put in a raise here. So round to Michael. And Lum gets another one through. So if that was the level up, I believe. That's in the turbo, yeah.
860. I'm not doing it.
So we're back on the action on the outer table. And that looks like a call from Ivan. Bets and it takes it down. Okay, we can go back to the inner table. John Ambrosi will be your under the gun player. Mike and Gareth in the small and the big respectively.
So John first to act, and he has King 8 of diamonds.
So we spoke about ranges earlier quite a lot, and you know, King 10 was the bottom of your range. 6-handed King 8 has certainly got to be in your range.
Well, I think they just look so pretty because they're the same suit. So
well, yeah, I'll take that as well, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. I just based on what I've seen, I knew John would open with that hand.
Yeah, I mean, I think so too.
Just on what I've seen him do, and he's played his position well from under the gun. His bad position, he has really played it quite well at this table since I've sat down. And Gareth pick up ace 3 out the big blind, and
of course Gareth's got the big blind ante in as well, and that sort of dynamic change we were talking about might sway the yeah. So he's gonna.
So if this flop bricks, do you fancy that John comes out betting?
Oh, for sure. And that's not going to happen.
Well, that's a massive pot.
That's
a
huge.
massive flop for John.
That's huge. I mean, top pair for Gareth, and of course, big flush draw here.
And John's not playing around yet. He's pulled out a stack of 100,000 chips.
Looks like 75,000.
75,000 into 96,000, so he's put out 70%.
75.
Or 75% in fact. He's put out
that is draw.
A big percentage of the spot.
And he's saying I've got a big ace. That's what he's saying.
Well, Gareth would now have to make up his mind about this hand.
I think he folds.
You see, Gareth's in a tough position here because he has so many chips in front of him.
But this is not about just calling here, it's about what John's going to do on the next street.
Absolutely.
You know?
But so if Gareth makes this call and it bricks, do you think John...
I think John fires.
Do you think John fires?
Yeah. I don't think he'll put it all in, but he'll certainly go near or near to pot size. He doesn't shut down.
Well,
let's see if a diamond comes.
If that happens, then well, you see that hand makes it massive for John now. He has a pair. Gareth will find it very difficult to call this hand now.
Yep.
If John sends those chips into the middle, which is
He's all in.
150,000,
He's all in.
is he all in?
It's all gone in.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I know, Johnny.
That's a very good play. Yeah. This is a fantastic play. It'll be very hard for Gareth to call this because, you know, it looks like John's trying to defend against the diamond draw.
When in actual fact, he has the diamond draw second pair.
Absolutely.
But of course, that second pair is his insurance policy as well. Gives him a better percentage. I mean,
so
if Gareth could just see the percentages, he'd snap, of course. But
yeah, but Gareth,
it's a tough spot he's put him in there.
Gareth has to call off 315,000 off his
million.
920.
Yeah. He's got to fold here. That's super pressure.
He's just losing to pretty much everything out there. Everything on the board just puts him under pressure.
I mean, it'd be a hell of a call. No, that's a great play by John Ambrosi.
Absolutely. I think the pair just really gave him enough to get those chips in with. Well played, John. And
that's 135,000 score for John there.
Yeah, that kind of just puts into perspective what raggy aces can do to you.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's frightening. Yeah, and that's John's got 35 bigs now.
And I see Lum and Moon have now both got to 11, so Lum has improved his position from 9 bigs to 11.
He's got two small raises through.
And he'll now be in the big line, so he'll be committing quite a bunch of his chips.
Yes, loud and clear, loud and clear.
John is, Lum's under the gun, so yeah, John's a big blind.
I think the other way around, okay?
Sorry?
All in the call on the... Oh, no. Then I can just hear... I think...
Small big.
Right. Oh, so the buttons... Okay, right, I see
the buttons on Mike.
Not on Gareth.
Yeah. It's the trick of the light with those screens.
Yeah. Right, so Lum 7-2 of spades in the bin.
There's only a few players who can play that. Myberg, Dobby, and of course the infamous George Levine.
Yes. And good luck to them. Welcome to have them.
May it long continue.
Right, Moon with Queen 8 of clubs.
Ace.
Oh, he's woken up.
Also, quite an interesting...
Ace 5 for Michael. I don't think Michael's laying this down for that raise.
Yeah. Also, I don't understand Moon 11 big blinds trying to open here. He just put himself...
Well, he's opened the door.
Position. You know, the upside to, there's not many upsides to that, but the upsides to that are, if you do get called and you can beat your player post flop, you scored yourself some nice chips.
Yeah.
But generally, I'm not a big fan of short-hand min raises or short-hand limps, short stack, should I say.
No, I'd agree with that. And this hand for hand's going on for a while, Mark. So
yeah, it must be a good hour, I would think.
Yeah, over an hour.
Lucky you had the stack size you did.
Yeah, I know that.
Any smaller.
So round the moon in the hijack.
I kind of said to myself, I'm going to come sit in here and have a chat with you and go through a few hands, and I'll wait. I'll break the bubble with you. But it has been a long time.
Yeah, you're kind of you're growing roots here, Mark.
Yeah. And I kind of need to get a bit of admin done. And did Lum just get a walk?
Again?
That's incredible. That's incredible. That he managed to
and
walk
Mike
through
has
his
dropped down to 17 bigs here. What's going on the outer table?
If Mike watches the stream, he will just be absolutely gutted about that ace king against Abdul sixes.
Yeah, he could have said it a lot prettier.
That's a hand that has sort of crippled him, if we want to say that. If we want to use that terminology.
Ivan seems to be harvesting a few chips, and we're dealing again on the main table. Moon will be under the gun.
It's a pretty hand. Garrett's picked up 9-7 of hearts. This with his size chip stack is definitely an opening hand from cut off.
Race 36,000.
And John and Lom's chips get into the muck really quickly.
Absolutely.
And so will Abdul's. Right, okay, I'm going to excuse myself. I've got a bit of
okay, buddy.
Got a bit of work to do.
Always a pleasure. If you see
Mark, I shall send him in.
The big unit, send him back in. Cheers. All right, thanks again, Mark. See you soon.
Good Moon.
So we're still playing hand for hand here, and we're waiting for Big Mark to come back and join us. John has woken up with a suited ace here. And Abdul with the tens here, so this is going to be raised up.
Race.
So that's a raise, and I think John folds it and gets out of the way. Indeed he does. So Mark is back with us.
Yeah,
the other Mark.
Mark and Mark substitute.
I have no how long Mark was in there, but it was well over an hour, I think.
He was in here well over an hour, but I was sitting out by the second table of this tournament and catching a bit of the action there. So
yeah, what we've done is we've zoomed right in on the tabletop on the secondary table because we're playing hand for hand.
Right.
So whoever's playing gets the airtime, and we're giving priority to the feature table, obviously, because we're getting all the data here. But whilst you've been away, Mike, who had the big stack, is now down to 17 bigs, and Mooncon and Lum are both small stacks below that. So, you know, everybody got their eye on the ICM considerations here.
Absolutely, and there was some big swings on the other table.
And I saw that Ivan chipped up there. We did see that hand with the pocket fives from Fabian, and then the one with even with the tens.
No break until the...
Yeah, even actually at 10-8, and he shoved to steal. Ivan called him with ace-9, and even ran out of straight.
That's all. Yeah, that's a crazy one. Well, I'm going to actually step out for a second because I need a bit of a comfort break.
36,000.
If that's okay with
yeah,
Mark, I don't mind flying solo.
I don't mind flying solo at all.
And And Jake will be switching between the two screens.
Okay.
And following the action hand for hand.
All right.
5,000 more.
Okay.
All right, so we go to the hand here. In a raise and a call. We go to the flop. There's no help for the king 9. The ace 2 is still ahead and has flopped a straight draw.
Check.
Let's go on check. Now him being the raiser, he's putting in the continuation. He's bet 52,000 into that pot, which was about a half pot there, so now the pot is 148,000. He's getting 3 to 1 if he thinks he's ahead here. That might be tough for him to continue, considering that he was a caller and not the original raiser. We're waiting while Mike makes a very long considered thing for this decision. And I believe while I was out, he has been tanking on quite a few hands.
Before this hand, I'm not going to feel good. Right? No. I know you're making a move on me, and I have a beautiful hand, so...
You got a beautiful hand, but it's not good.
Sorry?
It looks beautiful. It looks nice.
I know you're making a move, so I'm trying to see.
I want you to show me your cards and I'll show you mine. I want you to show.
You are making a move. No matter.
You show me yours, I'll show you mine. How's that? I want to see those cards that you've been thinking so long with.
All right, I was keeping quiet there because there was a lot of interesting banter there. Mike says to him, "You're making a move," which he is. And Naeem says, "Your cards might look pretty, but I'm still ahead." And Naeem really pulling the psychology and saying, "Well, you show me yours, I want to see what they are, and I'll show you mine." But inwardly, he's really hoping that Mike folds.
How much is that? 52, eh? 52. Yes.
He's carved out the calling chips, and he makes the call. And he is still ahead, still well ahead, yeah. Let's see what the turn brings. The turn doesn't change anything. Gives Naeem a few more hands to rep at.
It's you. Up, check.
He checks. Naeem's going to go all in. Now Naeem's on a total move here, but he's played the hand well that he's repping him, and he's putting all the pressure. And Mike is ace high with a 2 kicker, with a gut shot as the back.
140.
140.
This is a really good play by Naeem because he's putting the maximum pressure on. He thinks, even if you think I'm on a move, call, and then it's going to cost you a heck of a lot. And what if I'm not on a move? So really, really strong play by Naeem here. And he's applied the maximum pressure. And on the bubble, it's strong play because people don't expect you to be making that sort of move on the bubble. They think everybody's taking a measured approach. So really strong play by Naeem.
Show me, I'll show you mine.
And he gets Mike to fold.
You only show one, I'm also going to show one.
Yeah, I got you.
I said, when I say show, I have to show. You know, you can't say you show me, don't show.
So Naeem shows then, Mike says, "I knew it." But really good play by Naeem, and John says to him, "And you show that?" And Naeem says, "I'm a man of my word. I said I'd show if he showed, so I'm showing." So for some good TV viewing there, the little banter between them. And I don't know what's happening on the outer table, if we can perhaps switch to that while we're waiting for the hand to be dealt on the feature table. Right, and just trying to pick up on that. It looks like the hand has also been completed, so we can switch back to the feature table then. Right, so it'll be John Abrosi under the gun at Jack 3 off.
Small blind. 8,000 only,
They was now had all in. So you're a nuts.
Folded round to Naeem in the hijack with the king 4 of hearts. Abdulesa is the pocket 2s in the cutoff. And with his big stack, he'll probably raise this, which he does.
Raise 33,000.
Raise this instant fold by Moon at 10-5 off. Action on Mike, who is still chatting about the previous hand. He has 8-6 suited. The small blind, he's going to fold that. Gareth with 9-3 off will probably get rid of that quite quickly.
What can I believe you now?
And he folds.
I was scared when I jacked and then
So the banter will continue.
But there's nothing I could do if I'm gone.
And I'm saying once that I played the hand the way I did, I had to continue it through. The Jacks did scare me, but I had to follow through. So the debate will carry on for quite some time over this hand. But no matter what, plaudits to Naeem for playing the hand well.
They all say I'm wrong. The flop, the last flop, they say I made a mistake. I had king 9, the flop was 9-3-4.
Naeem making a few jokes, and we move on to the next hand. And he is under the gun. Action on Naeem. King 6 off.
Love is a funny guy.
He folds. Round to Abdulesa. 8-7 suited in a hijack. Of course, going to use the big stack the whole time, and he's going to raise.
Raise 33,000.
Action folded round to Moon. Quickly into the muck again.
33,000.
Mike has folded quite quickly this time. Folded all the way around. And the 8-7 steal will go through. So the button moves. I've got Gareth on top with 912,057 bigs, and at the bottom of the pack, Michael now with 10 bigs. Moon also on 11 bigs.
No, but I still thought I'm in front. Mike can have Jack Queen. He likes to play, King Queen.
Can we switch to the outer table there? Is there anything happening there? Nothing happening there right now. So Jake will switch us there when there's something exciting happening in between hands here. I'll leave it in his capable hands. Right, to Abdul under the gun with King 4 off. He's stolen the last two. He let this one go. Moon lets go of his hand, 10-2 off. Texas Dolly not good enough. Ace-2 for Mike in the cutoff. He's going to fold that. Gareth on the button with 9-5 off suit. Dolly Parton. Folds. John Abrosi completes with King 3 off, and Naeem checks his option. Let's just see what Naeem's cards are. We go 2 to the flop. We haven't picked up Naeem's cards.
Jack.
Alright, so Naeem says to him, I win, I've got a 9. Let's see the hand, and he does indeed have a 9 and takes the pot down. Right, so we move on to our next hand. Buttons on John Abrosi. Big blind is Abdulesa. Moon Khan will be under the gun.
to beat
Right, and the action is on Moon under the gun. King 10 offsuit. He might fancy to play this. Just the only thing worrying him is the position. A little early. But Moon fearless as all,
Raise
as always.
33,000.
Raised to 33,000. Michael is folded, Gareth is folded. John Abrosi with King Queen on the button. Is he carving out calling or raising chips?
Raise.
John has announced raise. Naeem folds already without seeing the size of the raise.
85,000.
Abdullah's got quickly out of the way as well. So the action back on Moon. 52,000 for him to call, 158,000 in the pot. 3-1 on his money to make the call, but being re-raised, and you've got King 10 off suit. He's got 150,000 behind, so 52,000 call off that would leave him dreadfully short. I think he'll fold, and he does so. So strong play by John. He'll take down the hand.
Ice cream, Moon. Right, ice cream.
Oh, while I was sitting out there at the outer tables, we had some interesting hands go down. Bozo got a pretty sick beat. He had pocket queens against pocket sixes. Flopped a queen and it ran out running straight. He was not a happy bunny. He lost a lot of his chips, but he's doubled up since then a few times, and stack is healthier, and I think he's walked it off, and consummate professional that he is, he'll get back to his top game again. Right, so Michael under the gun has picked up pocket queens. He always takes his time.
It's 16,000, right? Yes, sir.
Checks on the blind level, it's 16,000, is it?
Call.
He's just limped in with the pocket queen, setting a trap for those behind. Quite a dangerous play on the bubble with his shortish stack, but might send alarm bells ringing to everyone. Round to Abdul in the small blind with King 2. He's going to complete. Up to Moon in the big blind with 9-2. He's going to check his option, so we go 3 to the flop with a pocket queen setting the trap and well ahead. There's no help for the other two. The pocket queen still way in front. Puts out a bet. It's a small bet of 20,000, but the other two have got nothing to play with, and they both fold. Right, we move to our next hand, and we welcome back Mr. Mark Joseph into the commentary booth.
Mark and Mark.
Mark and Mark, the Mark Squared. Are you enjoying your time so much in the commentary booth, Marky? You came back to join us.
I came back in. Gary needs a little rest, so I thought I'd just
right.
give him a little bit of time off. I see the strepsils here in front of his seat. So, you know, we are now on hand number 20 of this hand for hand.
Yeah, it's been going on for quite a while now.
And it's, you know, just for the viewers, I did mention this earlier, so we keep track of these hands, and for every hand played we take 2 minutes off the clock. But I believe they'll be playing for much longer than that, so it's certainly in the player's favour.
Guaranteed, Mark, the way you've structured it is with this hand for hand play like this, it's going to allow them to get to a decent bubble result.
Absolutely, you know. Well, I mean, this is not our innovation. This is a global innovation, but it certainly gives everyone a fair chance. It takes people out of the tank that are trying to wait for other players to bust out. Salam, who's short stacked, has got sevens, but he's improved since I was last year.
Yeah, he won a very big pot. He pulled off quite an amazing bluff against Michael.
Oh, really?
Michael had ace-2 suited, Lum raised with king 9 off. Michael called, he flopped the gut shot. He didn't really improve, but he was ahead with ace high. He checked, Lum bet, and he said, "You're pulling a move on me." It took a long time. He says, "You are pulling a move on me," and he called. The turn came a jack, he checked again, and Lamu said, I'm all in.
This hand.
But there was a lot of banter in between, and he says, you say I'm making a move? Well, then call me. See if I'm making the move.
And he was.
And he was. And Michael said, yeah, you are this. And Lump said to him, show me, I'll show you mine. And he showed, and Lump showed, and he said, yeah, you see, I knew you were making a move. And Lump said, yeah, but how do you call me there?
Yeah.
So
Anyway,
well
Lump's got himself up to 21 bigs from, he was 9 and 11 the last time I had a look.
Yeah, he's improved substantially.
And unfortunately, Mark's starting to spew some chips. You missed a very big hand earlier with him and Abdul. Where Abdul opened from early position with sixes, and Mark from the button flattered him with ace king.
Okay.
And so that's probably mistake number one. If and I've harped on this a bit, but just so that you know, Mark. And the flop came 10 high. I think it was like a 4-7 10 board. Was very red, and Abdul led out for a very small portion of the pot. The pot was maybe 100k or 96k or something of that nature, and Abdul put 23 out there, and Mark decided to call it. And at that stage I said, well, any pick shall make Mark's hand very strong, and it came a jack.
Okay.
And Abdul checked, and Mark from position checked behind from the button.
Oh, he could have ripped that, and he had the gut shot.
Absolutely. And the river came a 7.
Okay, so the sixes were still good.
Or a no, it wasn't a 7, but it was a brick, absolute brick, and it went check again.
And the sixes
I apologize. It didn't. It wasn't checked behind. Abdul checked, and Mark put a tiny bet of 30,000.
So not enough to
out
get
there,
Abdul.
and Abdul thought about it, and it didn't make sense to him when he called. So 2 mistakes Mark made, and that was pre-flop, ready with his ace king, and then on the turn, I felt.
Okay.
So he's certainly spewed off quite a bunch of chips after playing quite nicely.
Yeah, unfortunately, and there were a couple of sick hands. I was sitting outside at the other table watching while you were here.
Yeah, we were trying to see them. We couldn't really see too much.
Yeah, there were 1 or 2 really sick ones. Bozo flopped a set of queens versus pocket sixes, and it ran out running straight. So he did most of his chips. He did 2/3 of his stack in that, but he has recovered since then. He's doubled up once in that, and then there were a couple of hands with Bok was all in, and he got lucky against Ivan Pakiri. Shoved 10-8 suited to steal. Ivan called him with ace-9 in the same suit. Flopped the 9 and ran out a straight for Doc.
Oh, wow.
So then Ivan previously had made a move with queen 4, and Fabian called him with 5s, and Ivan made a full house with the queen 4. So a couple of hands there that
all been happening a little bit out there.
Happening out there. So right, we move on to our next hand. Abdul will be under the gun. Jack 7 off.
So that won't take long to get in the bin.
No,
and Lum will be feeling much better now with his stack.
Yeah, he's a lot more comfortable now.
In the big blind.
I think the Moon is starting to feel the pressure. Yeah, he's at 160,000.
Still a lot of chips to call.
10 bigs.
Still, you know, the one thing with this hand for hand, it doesn't. The short stacks are not under pressure of
being
the blinds
blinded
going
out. Correct. That's the big thing. Blinds aren't going to elevate, so they're not going to get blinded
so
out.
they certainly have a little bit of a advantage. So they just need to keep on sort of finding a rotation and waiting to get in with the right hand. I've seen a few silly things in my opinion, and obviously it's just an opinion, with guys that have got 9, 10 or 11 big blinds and then just opening with a min bet, and I feel that can get you into a bunch of trouble.
Well, just as you were coming in, Mike had pocket queens under the gun. With sitting with a reasonably short stack, he's chipped it up a little bit since then, but he's only on 8 bigs now, and he was lower, and he limped the queens in to try and set a trap. He got away with it. The others didn't wake up with anything, and on the flop he bet and they folded. But to me, on the bubble, that's
you need
really
to get
dangerous.
those chips in, and you actually want to get fold and just get it.
Yes,
just
get a double up,
or
or take the hand down.
Yeah.
You don't want to risk it, because if a king or an ace comes on the flop, where you stand?
No, absolutely.
Or a funky flop for the blinds. They flop 2 pair, or they flop trips, and
absolutely, or any possible straights.
Yeah, there's so many combinations. I'm not in favor of that, I must be honest. Well, you know my approach, it's much more conservative and considered approach.
Yeah, but I think once you get the bubble of a tournament and you become short stacked, I think you kind of just have to
Take
play
them
the
up,
standard,
right.
the standard
The GTO type.
short stack play.
Right, round here to John Abrosi on the button. He's raised to 45. John's been playing very well as well. Came from second in the Monster Freeze to Abdul, who are both on the table.
Absolutely, and John won a tournament, the first thing of the reboot, the warm-up. John won that.
The warm-up,
So
yeah. He's on form.
Yeah, he's playing pretty well, and he's played very nicely at this table that I've been here. Him and Gareth got into a very, very big hand, and John ended up bluffing him off a big pot.
Sure, that's really well played by him, because nobody was able to bluff Gareth earlier on the feature table this morning. There were 3 bluffs attempted against him, and he called all 3.
It was quite an interesting hand. John had opened up with King 8 of diamonds from under the gun, and Gareth defended with ace 3 off.
Right.
And the flop came out an ace with 2 diamonds, and
so Gareth would have probably
Gareth
checked,
checked, and John bet out a reasonable bet, probably about 70-75% of the pot,
Right.
and Gareth actually called it off.
Okay.
And the turn came a king.
Okay.
Which gave John obviously second pair and the nut flush draw. And Gareth checked again, and John moved in, and Gareth tanked a while and obviously checked. We have an all in on the outside table.
All right, let's go to that to see if we can
We have
try
all
and
in,
pick
but
up.
not called.
Okay, Ivan's been quite short for a while. He's been bouncing up and down. As I said, he got lucky with the one and then unlucky with the other. The chips have been bouncing up and down a little. And I think Bozo's walked off. He was pretty upset with the sick run out with the queens. But he's walked it off and back to his normal self. So Michael under the gun with ace queen. Sitting with 178,000, which is...
Yeah, you see Mark's chip should be going in. Yeah, he's only got 8 big blinds, right?
Yes. Just over 8 big blinds, 9. Just almost 9.
So, you know, the other side to this is that it's when you're under the gun and you sort of mid-raise or whatever size this raise is, it does make you look very strong.
It does make you look strong, but if you continue doing it, then players sniff it out, and there's experienced players around this
but
table.
I mean, anybody who picks up a reasonable hand is
Can either call you and see if they outflop you or put the pressure on you.
Yeah. So Mark made it.
He's raised to 45
to go from playing off
178 pre.
Yeah.
So he's left with 133 behind. There's 95,000 in the pot. Abdul in the small blind, 35,000 for him to call. And an Abdul with a big stack will make calls that if he thinks he's got a hand that he can make a decent flop with. He's taking his time on this. And he has let them in the muck, which they're going. And Moon with the Jack 8, and
that'll be in the
that'll muck. He's defended. He said he's got chips in. He's not letting his soldiers die. And the flop has favoured Michael. He's picked up the ace high. Moon has got a gut shot with the 10s, so 4 outs only. He's gone check, check.
Oh wow.
There's another 7 peeled off. So if it's check to Moon.
Well, Mark said a beautiful trap here.
The tractor, Moon is
Moon
not
does have
falling
the
for it.
propensity to
pull the bluff.
to pull that off, and that's the end of this hand.
Yeah, I think so. That's a big bet there.
That's the end of this hand.
Yeah, Moon's already folded. So he set the trap, but it could have been dangerous if the 10 peeled off on the turn. You know, people trying to set traps at this stage, it's pretty dangerous. But I must say, Mark, there's been a lot of positive feedback from all the players on the tournament, and I think I was quite impressed with the turnout we actually got for this main event, and that you had 85 entries at the end, and the prize pool that has come out. I don't know if you spoke about it with Gary.
Yeah, that's the first thing we actually spoke about, and for those people that have just tuned in, now we're very happy. You know, when we set out the series, we knew that we didn't know what to expect, so we didn't set out our expectations very high. We know that, you know, the current global climate is not great. People are scared, this, that, the other, and then on top of that, you know, the financial implications
people are struggling
of the
economically.
pandemic. So anyway, that's why we reduced our buy-ins and made it very affordable. And you know, we're just glad to be out here and happy that people have come out to play and get to enjoy a bit of live poker, and we're able to do this broadcast. So we're very pleased, and
you know, planning our stuff going forward. We kind of have an idea and a feel for what we need to do to try and be successful, you know, in these times.
So have you already planned your next tournament, or is it sort of just in the
Well, I would
tank
think
at
we'll
the
be
moment?
back. We'll be back here at Carnival for our tour event, if you want to call it that.
Which is our normal January, February.
That one, and we're sitting with head office in the next few weeks, and we will sort of plan out our schedule for 21 and hopefully 22 and 23.
Right, we're just going to cut you off there. Sorry, Mark, there's a big hand that's developed here between Gareth and John. Gareth raised with ace 10, was called by John. John's flopped huge. And Gareth's going to continue because he's actually picked up nothing but continuing his story. It depends what John decides to do here. He's 99% favourite in the hand.
No, look, I think John's just going to call this off. And, I mean, unless Gareth peels off an ace, this hand's pretty much over.
Yeah, but if Gareth picks up something anywhere near there, then there's going to be trouble.
Well, John's also picked up a flush draw now.
As well.
So
this might go check. Johnny's tricky enough that he might even check behind on the turn.
Well, what could John have? I mean, did he call that off with a 6?
Check. It's gone check. You see, and Johnny's checked behind. Exactly what I thought he would do.
And the river has come an ace, which is now going to put Gareth in a little bit of trouble.
You see, now this is where Johnny's setting that trap like that. Now Gareth's got a problem. If he leads in, he's going to be re-raised. If he checks, John's going to bet, and depending on what John bets,
Gareth needs to check call.
He's going to call.
Well, Gareth's made a mistake here, but he doesn't know that, right?
No.
But he needs to check call.
And he's bet into the pot.
40,000
into 190, so the pot is now 230.
Yeah. So John's going to make that 40 up to...
About 90 or so?
No, I think a little bit more. But whatever he makes it...
Yeah, he's over 100 there.
Whatever he makes it, Gareth will now have to go through this very, very carefully.
Raise 100 total.
100 total. I said 90, he's gone to 100.
Yeah, Gareth always needs to... yeah, Mark, you were better than me at thinking what John's going to do.
I've been sitting here for 4 days.
Gareth needed to... Gareth's only play there was check call.
Yeah, now
but he thought he'd try to control the pot, I would
now
think.
He's got to call 60,000 into 330. You see, now he's getting 5.5 to 1 with an ace, with a reasonable kicker.
But sometimes you've got to put the stats aside and try and play this hand out, you know.
Absolutely.
So Gareth's basically got to decide, has John got a queen or a 6? Or did he have a pocket pair?
And my ace is not good, or did he have an ace that he floated the flop with?
Yeah.
You see the...
Anyway, Gareth will... Sure.
But well played by John.
Yeah, it's hard for him to fold, and it doesn't look like he's going to, and...
He hasn't wanted to fold all day, like I said, so... And John did bluff him the time before. He might have found out via the stream that he was bluffed. But it was really well played by John to check that turn.
So Dustin Johnson's taken a commanding lead in the Masters for those people that are interested in the golf.
So Gareth is still taking a little time to make this decision. And he's actually going to fold. And Johnny says to him, you fold, yeah. Well played, John. He's going to show him.
And John has to...
He's going to show him. Reinforce that.
Now you got the crease.
Well played by Johnny. Yeah, but Mark, I've really enjoyed my time here as well in the commentary booth. And seeing all the players again, it's been good for me. And having little chats with them in between, picking up the little stories that we can use as colour in between commentary and that. So it's been good to see everyone. Catch up news, people that we haven't seen for a while.
Yeah, Mark, thanks for coming out and doing this. It's lovely to have you with us.
Absolutely loved it, Mark. I enjoyed the time in February, and as a spin-off from that, we've come here and I play our home game with Gary every week, so we had chats about it, and yeah, we have a nice little home game, a tough little school. Carl and Gary and Kevin Khalil, Uriel Levy's in that school, JP Oakes is in that school, Henny Apple comes along, Haggai Diani,
oh, wow.
Dave Canning.
What happened to Hagar? We never saw him this week.
I spoke to him on Saturday because we played on Saturday, and I said, "Are you going to come play?" And he said, "Look, time is an issue for him at the moment, with the economic climate, the way it's been, etc. And to get that amount of time away from work is tough." So he couldn't come during the week. So I said, "Well, what about the weekend?" And he said, "It will depend on workload."
So just for the players who don't know, we're talking about Hagar, aka Googie.
Yeah, no, it's been nice to.
Good player.
Very good player.
Very, very good player. Very astute. Also, very, very tough player, and that image goes with him.
But you know, he's got such a good reading of the game. So he's a tough player to play against. Kevin, of course, we saw here during the week. JP we've seen. Henny we've seen. So most of my home school is here. With an exception of a few. Mark Finley also plays in that school.
Mark Finley phoned me earlier. He might be sitting at the Turbo.
Okay.
I'm not even sure. He did phone me and mention to me he wanted to come.
Yeah, so we have a really nice game there every week, and Gary lays on great hospitality.
Oh, that's awesome.
A lovely home game. Right, we go to the flop here.
Right, Gareth picks up.
Trip 10s here.
What do you want, Buzz? What do you want to do?
June on the button.
Who's got, is that Mark? With that?
That's Mike. I don't know why it's saying Moon. The graphics are wrong and we were busy chatting. So it's been blind on blind here, limp pot. So that makes more sense.
Okay.
Moon's not in the hand at all.
So Mark's got a gut
Queen
shot.
Jack.
So he's got a gut shot to 2 overs, but his 2 overs aren't going to help him unless they come running one of them.
And he doesn't realize if his gut shot comes, that makes a boat for Gareth.
So he's actually drawing dead, yeah.
He's drawing dead.
Not drawing dead, but he's drawing 2 queens, 2 jacks.
Yeah, he needs running cards to win.
Yeah.
So he's in a world of pain, yeah. 123,000 and he's bet in on the draw and the 2 overs. So now Gareth's going to decide, is he going to do what John did and flat this?
He's taking a look
He's
over.
taking raising chips.
Raise. More.
He's min raised it.
18 total.
So he's plussed Michael in. Mike's going to relook at his cards.
I say we play right through. We only must take a break at 11.
All in.
Oh, Mark
And he's got a misstep here. He's got all in and call.
Yeah, Mark's just made the big mistake. I had a funny feeling Mark was going to tire out here. I had a funny
Turns
feeling
over his
Mark was
hands
gonna
and he's
tire out.
actually drawing to running cards.
He has to draw either running jacks or running queens.
So the hand could be decided on the turn, Mark.
Yeah, absolutely.
If he doesn't find a jack or a queen on the turn, it's all over and the bubble will pop.
Well, he's actually, if he finds a king,
hey, he's got out
he's got an out there.
There.
That card there,
exactly
wow,
what you just said.
So he now
Wow.
has an ace.
Ace and ace, only the 9 won't be any good.
Oh wow, quads.
Quad 10s.
And
That's the way the bubble's
sees
going to
the
burst.
bubble, and geez, you know, I had a feeling that Mark was going to
called it
just
king
break
and there it
himself.
goes.
Got a little bit tired, and he sort of just spewed a few chips. Anyway, that looks like it's the bubble, and the players will be going on a break now because they've been playing for a really long time.
Gareth over 1 million chips.
You know, he's been there already, and he's been up and down.
All right, I didn't see that, and it was must have been while I was stepped out.
Yeah. So I think the players will now go on a break by the look of things.
Yeah, I think while I was
is
out there, the tournament director Davey had announced that when the bubble burst, there would be a 15-minute break.
Okay, so we're going to let our crew take their rest as well, because they've been sitting here for long.
Mark, it was lovely to sit with
And
you again.
you too, Marky. Thanks so much,
then.
guys.
We'll give the viewers back after the break.
So, as I said, in your paper.
Raise 14,000. Fold.
Right, welcome back to our viewers. The players have taken their 15-minute comfort break after a very, very long bubble that has now finally burst. So all the players left are in the money, guaranteed a 14,000 Rand, 14,280 Rand to be exact. That's for places 9 and 10 will get that, and then there's a little bit of a jump after that. So we're going to continue with the play now. And we've five-handed it at both tables now, having lost Mike from this table where we were six-handed, and we'll play down till 7 before we reach our final table. And it's on Abdulesa under the gun with ace-king, and he's going to raise it up, as expected. Moon is folded quickly, Gareth folds, round to John Abrosi in the small blind with Jack-8 off, he'll let go. Name Lum with Queen 10 suited would like to peel off a flop here.
I'm back.
Gary's back after Mark has been in, sort of relieving either myself and then Gary.
I have coffee inside of me. I watched the bubble burst outside and enjoyed the fun with everybody else. Unfortunately, Michael didn't hit.
Yeah, no, it's gone check, check.
King on the turn for Abdul.
Yeah, there's a king on the turn here for Abdul. And Naeem has a double belly buster here. And a 9 or an ace will bring him the straight, so he's probably going to peel one off, which he does.
Wait to call there.
Oh, and the ace comes now, and Abdul is sitting with top 2, and Naeem with the nuts. Got Broadway. Now he's going to figure, is he going to check?
He's checked.
Has he already checked? And then pick that up. Well picked up, Gary. He checked so quickly, setting the trap. And here comes Abdul with a lot of chips. That looks, oh, he's even adding to it. So he's going to bet, there's 166,000 in the pot. And I think he's going to bet about 110, 115.
He's going to go all in, Lum. I know Lum's got a lot of chips. Where do they come from?
Yeah, Lum made a strong bluff and picked up a lot of chips.
105,000.
Yeah, 105,000. And Lum's got 355, so now he's going to decide the size of his re-raise. He's going to play around it a little bit. Count out the chips, count out just the call first.
Well, he's going to put 210 in to start with.
Yeah, but first of all, he's counted out the call. Now he's matching, what am I raising? He's playing around here with Abdul. Little games. There goes in the raise.
Raise.
Doubled it up, hasn't he?
Yeah, I think you're right, Gary. Maybe a little bit more. A little bit more.
150 on top.
He's put 150 on top.
150 on top.
So the pot's really up there now.
And Abdul will turn to him and say, have you got Queen 10?
Yeah, 421,000 in the pot.
Let's listen, see what Abdul has to say.
145,000 for Abdul to call. It's a pot of 521. He makes the call. And you'll see the bad news.
And Abdul says he got there on the river.
Yeah, Lum's already raking the chips. He hasn't even seen Abdul's and he's raking in the chips.
He's a bit of a ledger.
Yeah, absolutely. He's raking in the chips. Abdul hasn't turned his hand. I'm raking in the chips. I'm raking in the chips. And a comment from Hilly there on the side on Facebook there, Gary. Says, come on, John, my man, Abrosi.
Yeah, strong move earlier there with the paired king and the flush draw against Gareth's ace 3. And Gareth got himself in a little bit of trouble there, even with the best hand, unfortunately. But he got away from it, and we were discussing the hand outside, and the hand elapsed some time ago, so we were allowed to, as they say. And I said to him, you can only make the best decision based on the information available at the time.
Correct.
And that's what he did, so don't beat yourself up, you know.
Yeah, no, and strong play by John. John's played very strong, eh? He won the warm-up series, that 2K warm-up series to this reboot week before the series started. Came second to Abdul in the Monster Freeze, and he's here in the money in the main event. So he's having a rich vein of form.
No, I think he's looking to buy Rosa some jewellery.
Definitely, he
So
can afford to after all this.
The Moon Man is on 4 bigs, I see.
Yeah, he's shrunk right down.
And Abdul will be down there now as well.
Yeah, Abdul had a big stack, so he's probably still in the 300 or so mark.
Yeah.
Should be. Maybe even a little bit more than that. We'll have a look.
He might be under the 20 bigs by now, I'm not sure. But are the blinds at the moment? 10-20? Yes, I think they are.
Yeah, 10-20. So, action on Gareth under the gun.
So the normal effect that the money bubble has once it bursts is that players are now become a little bit looser, and their ranges open up a little bit, and we get a bit more play.
Yeah, we will definitely get a bit more play. That tighter play will be released for a while, and the pressure releases, and as they exhale, so they loosen up a bit.
Indeed. So Moon is a short stack here with 9-3 in the big blinds. So we're going to see a flop. And Moon gets a pair here.
Abdul has the one spade, but he can't really call there. So Mooney will show him the 9. Pick up a welcome pot.
And I don't think Abdul's in the mood to be calling much at the moment, having just been stung by.
Yeah, and he's down to 362, under 20 bigs as you said.
Yeah.
And Lum has crept right up from that short stack to 761 and 38 bigs.
Yeah, that was a huge pot.
Yeah, well, you were out, Gary and Mark and myself were here. He made, or was it actually yourself and me with the King 9?
Yeah,
you were in. It was Mark with the switching commentators in and out. You've got to keep track of who was with me at the time.
So we're on hand 221 for the day. 10-20, 20 on the big blind ante. John Rosie folding under the gun. Lum's 9-2 in the Mac. Abdul Essa with 9-4 on the button. So that'll take us round to the small blind, and Moon's found himself an ace here. And Moon's got to make a move somehow now.
He has raised. He's raised it to 53. Gareth with the Jack 10 and a big stack, blind on blind. He'll probably peel off the flop here.
Looks like it.
You know, Mark and I were talking while you weren't in here, and Mark says he doesn't understand the shorter stacks raising in these positions because they get called off, and then without he just says he's just putting it in. That was Mark's opinion.
Yeah, we had the same conversation, and I was of the same opinion as him. That it needs to go in, you know.
Yeah, I'm also of that same opinion. I didn't want to sound critical of Moon.
Gareth gets the best of this.
And this is exactly what's happened here. If Moon went all in, I don't think Gareth called.
Gareth needs to bet here. Bet fold. Check bet fold.
Yeah, and then Moon loses a whole lot of chips that he needs. And if he had have gone all in, I doubt that Gareth would have called that much.
Moon posturing like he's going to put his whole stack in.
Yeah, Gareth, there you go. There goes the bet. And Moon has to fold. He's got nothing there. And he's got enough to bluff him off.
What Moon has got is a bluff of all in or a fold. That's what he has.
And his all in isn't enough once Gareth has bet to actually get Gareth off a hand. Right, so Moon is on 8 bigs.
They had you, sir. They had you.
They never like.
Indeed.
You know, player went out.
Naeem is saying that we've lost another player on the outer table.
So I think Good and Fakey has gone out on the outer table.
blind.
And if I'm right, that's them down to 4. And we're 500
We're
here.
5 here. So still 2 to the 7 that we need under these regulations.
Yeah, if it had been another day and another year and somewhere else, we'd have had our final table now.
Absolutely, Gary. All right,
And there is the lovely Rosa, making sure Johnny's being looked after.
Yes, making sure he's well fed. Abdulese in the cutoff here with the hooks is deciding how much do I raise. Put the raise in. So it's virtually a min raise, 45,000, blinds of 10, 20. So Johnny has to pull 25 and he's re-raised with the ace queen. I think we might see an all-in here.
I don't know about an all-in, but we're certainly going to see some betting.
Yeah.
The all-in is right, you're absolutely right.
You know, 5-handed, if you've got hooks and you raise, Abdul likes to put maximum pressure. And he's a little bit stung after that other hand with Lum as well. I factored all that in.
Ace is 120. I need 100 for you. This is 100. Yeah, this is 120. This is empty. Yeah.
So John's asked for a count.
Another 200 to call it off.
Let me check.
So the question is, if John could see Abdul's hand, would he call?
Yeah, that's the thing. With the amount that's in the pot, would he take the flip?
That's the question, eh?
And that
What would
varies
you do,
from-
Mark?
You know, at this stage of the tournament, if I've invested that much, I think I'll probably take the flip.
Okay, so how much has Johnny got behind? 348, and he's got to put in. He's got to call 242.
Yeah,
So that'll leave him with 140. If he's wrong.
Yeah, he's getting over 2 to 1 to his money, and he's on a 50-50 flip. That's what I'm
And
saying.
how
I
did
would
the action
call.
go? Raise, 3 bet by John, all in by Abdul.
He's going to fold. Yeah, and Johnny's taken the better part of Valor there and folded, which is the route I think you were suggesting.
That's what I would have done. And not because Johnny did it. And it just shows that the audience out there, there's no right or wrong answer here. The only right or wrong answer is if we run the board. And that's not going to happen in
The
the
other
tournament.
thing was, I said it from a perspective, I'd take the flip because I'd seen the hands.
Yeah.
You said it from the action is if there's been a raise, I 3-bet and then I get 4-bet shoved. Do I think my ace queen is good?
Yeah.
Probably not.
That's it. Exactly.
So that does change the factoring. So I will go onto your side, not flip-flopping on my thing. I rewound in my head what I said. I said I would take the flip.
Yeah.
If you knew the hands, would you take the flip? There's a question for you, Gary.
My answer doesn't change.
Still stays the same. You wouldn't take the flip.
No. ICM considerations, I want to ladder up. I've just grounded out for 3 days. I'm in for 10k minimum, and I just don't want to walk away with 14. 4 grand's not enough money for me to work for 3 days.
No, absolutely not.
And I will consider ICM. You know,
Johnny
and
wants
if you're
to
a
win.
professional poker player, that's what you have to do. You know, that's your
100%.
wages.
100%, Gary.
So our viewers are currently seeing the knockout of Michael by the look of it.
Yeah, it's going on out on the air now.
And
the
our
bubble.
friend Mr. Moon Khan is all in.
It's gone all in with ace-5 under the gun. It's up to Gareth on the button. It's going to fold king-2 off. John with king-6 off. He'll let that go. It's round to Abdul.
Abdul's going to call this off, surely.
Yeah, I think so. So asked for a count. And Naeem has moved to the outer table with the loss of a player there, so we're playing four-handed.
We'll have a look who the other player is we lost out there. I think it's Ivan from what I can see from here. Yeah, I think Ivan was the player we lost in the outer regions. So that's Gulam and Ivan both gone.
So Abdul counting out what it will cost him. Some big support for Gareth coming through for that hand that he knocked Mike out in from Ronnie Albertser. He's giving Gareth a big on fire and thumbs up.
Here we go. This is standard.
This one.
And the other one.
And the other one. And that one, yes. There we go.
Okay, small blind.
Okay, we're going to go to the flop cam here.
I see ace 5 versus ace 10. Pre-flop 5 out, the 3 outs, the 3 5s for Moon, unless he picks up some sort of straight possibility.
Flop.
He's dominated at the moment. And there's the 5.
And there's the 5 right on the flop.
And you'll see the percentages changed in Moon's favour now. There's the jack.
Doesn't change anything.
Only a 10, and there's 3-11 left in the deck.
And Moon gets a big double up.
And gets a little bit celebratory.
Yeah, he's back up to 364,000 plus 197 in that hand. Let's see, we have a comment from Barry Levine on a former Hilly's comment. He said, Ash, why aren't you playing? Ash will have to answer him on that one.
Ronnie Albertsi, Yassis Gareth.
Yeah, he's sending this in the on fire and the thumbs up.
Yeah.
That was after the knockout of Mike.
Yeah, we've just seen that now. The quads that was just going out on the stream, and the players have just gone on break on the stream for 15 minutes.
Yeah, meanwhile we're back here, we're four-handed on each table now.
So the next player out, we go to our final table.
Yeah, and the player that goes out next is now guaranteed 21,420 Rand.
Indeed.
Because players 9 and 10,
yeah, they're gone.
They are gone, and they picked up the 14,280.
Alright.
John raises announces raise with Queen 10 from the button. Abdul in the small blind folds. Moon with pocket 2s is called.
He's
So we go
off
to the
looking
flop.
for ducks. No ducks there, just 2 crabs. And
Yep.
a 10 for
And a
Johnny.
10 for Johnny. Let's check to him. He's betting 100,000. Moon eyeing him out.
I'm calling, whatever you do. I'll take it. Sorry, I thought you were Carnival. Sorry, I apologize.
I know you're a freak, Joe. Don't tell me that shit. Don't tell me this, please.
No, he didn't say all this. Ah, but I thought he said all this. Sorry. No, he didn't say
I
anything.
never said anything.
Johnny trying to show how strong he
I
is
think
there.
Johnny's angle shooting there.
Yeah.
Johnny's too honest. Too honest.
You're going to show him the 10.
Why not?
Never call you.
3 games.
Right, so Gareth on 54 bigs, 1.1 million. John Abruzzi next after that knock against Abdul. 22 bigs, 454. And Abdul on just over 300,000.
It's all getting very tight.
Yeah, tightening up, Gary. Right, so we move on to the next hand. John will be under the gun. Gareth in the big blind.
There's a guy in the muck for John.
Queen 6 off in the muck. He's busy eating his dinner.
I was going to say he's not in the perpetual eating seat, so he shouldn't be eating really.
Yeah. Round to Abdul. Queen 4 on the button. He doesn't want to raise into the big stack. Moon is going to flat call with a Daniel Negreanu hand. 10-7 suited.
I fancy Gareth for a raise here.
Checked. I thought he would raise. He has every other time. We go to the flop. Moon has got the best of that flop. He's checking it. On check, check. 3 doesn't change anything.
Moon's still way ahead. He's going to bet now. Yeah, I don't think Gareth can do anything other than fold.
Solid. Well played, Moon. Well played, Gareth.
Shows him the 10. Buy a bit of credibility. I'm not just playing Moon. I'm actually got a hand.
So Abdul is down at 15 bigs now.
So he slid round. Moon's gone over him after that double up.
Yeah, he's took a couple of hits. And Lum took most of the chips with him to the other table.
It's all right, Gary. I had a nice chat with Mark, as you did as well. I'm going to go home later and watch the stream part that I missed and see what Mark had to say. I'm always interested.
Okay.
And we had a little chat in here as well. And he did tell me some of the things, like what they're planning for next year. They're going to probably reboot here well, reboot was now. And the tour will start again. End of Jan, Feb, sometime for Carnival.
Yeah, he's looking at Botswana, Tanzania.
Yeah, looking all over, and he said they're going to head office. Unfortunately, the Royal Swazi has closed during COVID, so that one won't be able to happen.
That'll never happen again. That is finito.
That sounds very unfortunate. We used to love going there.
So still plenty of interest, even though the night is going on a bit. Quite a few people watching out there. We've had plenty of views of the videos today. So yeah, thanks for all your support out there in the streaming land.
Yeah, and I'm sure Mark spoke a little bit about you to the streaming. He did fill me in a little bit. He said he's very happy with the streaming and had a lot of positive feedback from everybody.
Good, good. We do try our best, as you know.
Yeah, the card stream do an amazing job. The tech boys, everything yourself. You drive the ship well, everything runs smoothly.
Yeah, it takes time, but you know, we do get there eventually. And there you go, on cue.
Called up there.
All done by magic and mirrors.
Monster Jam Poker Tour, Sun International, who's not mentioned there, Upway Vida, sponsoring the water, and of course, Card Stream.
That'll be us, sir. That'll be us.
From the flop to the river, we deliver.
There you go. You got it sussed. That's what we do.
Getting a thumbs up from Jake for remembering the slogan from the competition a little while ago.
I'm actually surprised Jake's still awake. Normally he's sleeping.
Here we go, Moon under the gun with the 10-8 off. He's folded, round.
Abdul wakes up with a monster.
Here, Queen Jack suited, four-handed. It's folded. So Abdul will welcome those chips in. As you said, he slipped down a bit with those few hits. Now, 280,000 sounds like a lot of chips, but then you look at it relative to the blinds, it's 14 bigs, he's getting into the danger area.
Well, a million is only 50 bigs now.
Yeah. Yeah, 50 bigs is playable.
Well, I'd live with it.
I think the players always used to say 20 bigs and up and you're safe. Or you're playable. Not safe, playable.
Yeah, I mean, I've been in that spot many, many times. I mean, there's been a few times I haven't recovered, and there's been plenty when I have. So you're not dead and buried.
Raise 15.
That's just gone raise fold. So hands move around. Abdul will be on the button. Moon in the small, Gareth in the big blind, and John under the gun. Four-handed, we move around quite quickly, Gary.
Getting dizzy watching it, mate.
Yeah, and we're now 10:15, so we've got half an hour of play left. So we may or may not reach our final table this evening.
My money is on we will. How about that?
Yeah, as you said, as soon as the bubble burst, it took forever to get the bubble to pop, and then we've lost two players quickly thereafter.
Yeah, people tend to open up now. We've also had a pay jump, as you say, 9 and 10 took home 14,280. And the next pay jump is 21,420. So, you know, it's another 7 grand odd. So now we're getting into the realms of getting paid, you know?
Yeah. So Johnny's raised here under the gun at ace-8 suited. It's folded round to Gareth in the big blind queen 10.
Sorry to cut across you there, Gary.
No problem. I think
keep the players up to.
I think he's going to call this.
He has defended his big blind fairly wide range, and the Queen 10 with four-handed. It's very defendable in the big blind.
Call.
Makes the call.
Yeah, and I think that's reasonable.
So nothing for either of them. Flop, the ace high is still ahead.
Check.
Gareth goes check. John reaches for chip straight away. He's announced the amount. Small amount into that pot.
To be fair, he's still ahead, and he's got the redraw with the backdoor hearts. I suppose if you were really speculative, you could talk about the wheel draw as well, but that's very backdoor.
Yeah, runner. We've seen it a few times this week.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and Gareth will fold.
Solid play, well done. Good play by John. And a good solid fold also by Gareth there.
Yeah, he's playing very solidly. He's maintaining his chip lead there. I don't know what the chip stacks are on the outer tables, if anybody's got more chips than him, or if he's still the chip leader in the
I
tournament.
think Lum is probably getting up there now.
Lum must be getting up there with all the chips he took across. I didn't have a look out there, but I haven't been out there for a while. If you look, Gary, if there's anybody really short stacked out there.
Not really.
Because Doc was at one stage.
No, he's picked up a few chips since the last time we looked.
And Boza had doubled up, so I thought he'd picked up chips. Right, it's all in from Abdul with the sixes under the gun. There's Moon folding a six. Gareth with small blind king 7 suited. Doubt he's calling an all in. Johnny's still behind him. Oh, and yeah, Johnny's got the hooks.
Money's got to go in.
So asked for a count.
270. 250 to call.
So it's just under half of Johnny's stack. I think four-handed, Gary. I think it's a call.
That's a call all day. It's whether or not Johnny wants to risk it. Depends what his goals and objectives are.
Yeah, and he's just worried that it might be a flip. He's telling Abdullah, I've got a massive hand. I think he's worried about the all-in might be an ace-king and that he's going to have to flip it.
I think it's a call.
I think it's a call. He's just running through the thought process, and that is, you know, he's played, like you said, for 2 days in this tournament now. He's working out for himself what he'll have left. We can see it automatically on screen. He has to do the physical count, calls, which is correct. Sees the six. He'll be very happy to see the sixes. Right.
Abdul's got 2 outs.
One out. I think a 6 was folded.
We shall see. And if Abdul does get knocked out here, that'll be final table, I believe. I think we get a 7 players.
All right. So we go to the flop. Yeah, the one out there.
Yeah, just so the 1-6 to fade.
And there's the locked hand.
That's it, he's drawing dead. And Abdul will leave us.
Abdul is eliminated in 8th position. Well played again, sir. A solid run in the other tournament. He won the Monster Freeze and he's in the money in the main event.
And Abdul will take home 21,420. That'll be a good bus fare home. Now I assume that they will pause the clock.
We're going to pause and fade away from our viewers, Gary, or we're going to keep them entertained?
I think we're going to go find out if it is the final table. It is. Yeah. So we'll just fade out the picture here, and we'll be back in about 5 or 10 minutes and find out whether we're going to start the final table tonight or whether we'll start it tomorrow. I have no idea at this time. So we'll just go find out, and we'll come back and tell you. We'll leave the final table pictures running for you, or the table pictures running, and we'll just turn the mic off. Okay.
Right, we've just had an announcement by the tournament director. Due to the COVID regulations, our cutoff is 11:45. So, therefore, with only a short time left, they're not going to redraw and go to final table now. So the players are going to bag up their chips for the night, and when we return in the morning, we will have our final table. So, I think it's a return of 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. Gary's gone out to find confirmation. And he's come in with a thumbs up. It is 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. So we will bid you adieu from Carnival City. We have reached our final table in the Blue Ribbon event, the main event. All the players left are guaranteed a minimum of 28,560 Rand, which is what 7th place plays. And first prize of 228,480 Rand. And of course, the trophy and bragging rights. So from Gary and myself and the team here at Carnival City, we bid you farewell till tomorrow morning.
Aquavita, the official water of the EFC. Sourced from 100 meters underground in the cradle of humankind. Aquavita mineral water. Get more out of life. Aquavita, the official water of the EFC. Sourced from 100 meters underground in the cradle of humankind. Aquavita mineral water. Get more out of life. Aquavita, the official water of the EFC. Sourced from 100 meters underground in the cradle of humankind. Aquavita mineral water. Get more.